Alright. Let's see here. Yikes. I did not need a close-up of that. Lord of mercy. Okay, guys. I'm gonna try to speed run this one today. Ain't too hard. Okay. Alright. So, yeah, we're just gonna do it this way. We're gonna do a revisit at a higher speed from yesterday, and then we'll run through today's really quick. Alright.
Good morning everyone, my name is Michelle, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Monday morning, the 20th of April. Get this right, I'm recording this at just gone 11 AM, and I've just woken up. I got up early, I got up at my usual time, took the dogs out, and then somehow, someway, I just fell back into a deep sleep. I had a dream about Summer Wells. Now, I don't know what the dream was, I can't remember the dream, but I've dreamt about Summer Wells in the last hour. And then, I opened up YouTube and thought, let's see what's been going on in YouTube land. The first video I saw was this banger by Killer Lux. How did we all miss this in the Summer Wells case? This is great. I'm going to play some of this, and I want to comment on it. And I've got a few things to add. So, let's go.
And I'm not really going to comment on this. Because, I mean, if you want to watch that, that's in yesterday's. But I'm playing this, this way for a reason. Alright. And yes, Todd, this shirt is amazing. And I try really hard throughout all those years, to sort of not show my real clothing and things and stay comfortable and whatever, and such, so people have a harder time thinking beyond sweatshirt, sweatpants, pajamas, loose clothing, etc., and aren't really looking for all my real shit when I'm out in public, you see? But I do love my Jurassic Park collection of clothing. Some of my favorite.
You say my name again, and he is you. What if the real key was hidden in plain sight, not in who entered Ben Hill before she was reported missing, but in who managed to leave after she was reported missing? Yeah, we've all been obsessed with who was in the holler during the time that Summer would have disappeared. Let me just remind you, Summer Wells was 5 years old when she disappeared from outside of her home in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County in northeast Tennessee on June 15th, 2021. We're not absolutely sure what time Summer disappeared, but it's going to be between about 3:30 and when she was reported missing, around 6:30, just before 6:30. For the last almost 5 years, we have been obsessed with who was in the holler, who came in. But what we've neglected to talk about, as Killer correctly said, is who left in those vital few hours after Summer was reported missing.
Okay, so like we talked about yesterday, pinpointed propaganda bullshit, right? She's probably a killer, etc. Right? And it's gonna be about, they've not concentrated on, who was able to leave the hollow, right? Oh yeah. Alright, and let's carry on.
Now we do know the holler was shut down, but those who live in the holler, obviously you can't keep them prisoner, so yeah, people were moving around. Don went to Fred's that evening, which has created a lot of suspicion for Don and Fred. We know that Jodie Sue, the neighbour that lived across from the Wells at 125 Ben Hill Road on the opposing hill, has had a lot to say. And she said that her then partner, Andy Bernard, she defends him and then she throws him under the bus. Well, let's carry on. And someone did. Before their home was searched, before their timeline and statements were fully examined, Summer's neighbours, Andy and Jodie, made it out of the hollow. They found letters up to get some.
Oh dear. Oh dear, right? Andy and Jodie. Now, I would tell you we were going to play a shot game, right? To where every time Killer or Michelle says Andy or Jodie Sue, you take a shot. But we'd all die of alcohol poisoning by that point. Probably midway into this video. You will not hear any other neighbors mentioned, community members, anybody else. It's really just Andy, Jodie Sue, Andy, Jodie Sue, Andy, Jodie Sue, Andy, Jodie Sue, Fields Road, Andy, Jodie Sue, Fields Road, right? That's it. What are you, ma'am? And I use ma'am loosely. Are you Fred and Ziggy, you know, like Judge Wapner at 5, Judge Wapner at 5, Andy was on the road, Andy was on the road. What are you, taking over that role? Are you that desperate? No. You lazy little twat. Alright, carrying on.
Night, I had a direct constant so they'd show up, and they were at the driveway, and Elvis was there, and we had even though we were like both in here, and they said, "Get back in the Alright, the feds turn up, but Andy and Jodie had already left. Now the eldest was 19 at the time, not a little boy, so he's there on the property.
Notice the inclusion of my kids again. And it's trigger point. It's what they do. It's what they've been doing. It's how we sort of came to be here with the manipulation over several social media platforms and the propaganda. We just didn't know how it worked at the time. I didn't anyway. And then found it out. So like, I don't know. They think it still bothers me, so that's what they keep doing. It's what they're going to continue doing. It's what she did again today. Lord of mercy. Old habits die hard, right? They try. God love them, they try. Carrying on.
And there's a girl who was younger as well, her daughter. And they're off getting something to eat. I'm not going to say much next quick. I know some of these familiars, maybe Evelyn, Becky, I don't know, what's your message? Now they've not found her yet. I'm going to keep this. I'm not giving out any information. Just know that she's not been found yet. It's been a really long day. I'm hollering, immediately started searching with her mom before the cops would come today. I've been through the creek, we've been through valleys, we've been through all our properties. I screamed and killed. Can I get y'all something to drink? We're fine. We're just trying to get back. I've got people waiting for interview for. I think she sounds safe. We're doing the same. Alright, so she's chatting to Facebook while she's getting some takeout. What she said was that she heard Candice and the boys shouting for Summer. 6:09, she started coming down the driveway to meet Andy down at the bottom of the driveway. She knows it was 6:09 because that was the last text that either she sent Andy or Andy sent her. I can't remember which way around it was. And then...
She can't remember. She ain't keeping it. Wait, I thought she was on top of all the things to solve it and do the things and whatever.
She started searching the creek. She saw Candice leaving to search for Summer. She heard Don on the phone. That was when Don found out. And Jodie's quote from Don is, "Someone's taken my baby girl." Andy turned up, Don turned up.
Well, that's not all that quote Michelle, so you're wrong again, but carry on.
The cops started to roll in, so sometime just before 7, and they'd been working in Kingsport. Of course, there's all that drama. Ziggy, who married Fred Hill, Andy Bernard's cousin, Fred swearing down. He saw Andy in the afternoon of June 15th, not at work, but on Ben Hill Road. Andy swears down that that was the day before. It has been said that Andy was at work all day. Apparently, his work have confirmed that. So, Andy's not a suspect. According to Detective John Pruitt from Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, Andy is not a suspect. He said that. So, here's Jodie Sue and Andy getting some food.
Adventure isn't just where you go, it's what you learn along the way. At Radford University, adventure happens in clinics, classrooms, labs, and outdoors. Plan your visit, you'll see.
Zaxby's just dropped dry rubs, and they're not playing. They've got zesty lemon pepper, savory.
So this week, ourselves and our people, look at stuff food, so that's what we're doing. The feds were like, what on earth are you doing letting people leave? Get back here. This was yesterday on his property. They ended up being Texas. I don't know, like so much, but something. Such chaos yesterday. He was they put something in and showed up on the property. Oh yeah, so that was Jackie Dobbs, who turns up on June 30th and gets chased off his own property that he bought, 2 acres. Jodie says it's in her front yard. It's completely separate property, but
like I said yesterday, dumb bitch, no, it ain't a separate. It is in the front yard, but what does UK Barks Bones know? She doesn't. It's good high material, though, right? Nobody chased him off either. Police removed him, told him to leave. Now, you see how it works. They made that call. Carrying on, based on things in front of them, and maps and surveys, and I don't know, all the shit, and his weird ass behavior. Good propaganda. Love it. Been around there for ages.
Sold. Jackie Dobbs turns up because his property is right there, and they won't let him on. They chase him off. And there's a quote from Jodie Sue.
Once again, see yesterday's Schrodinger's bag of bullshit. Michelle then says he was not allowed on, but clearly he was on. Otherwise, he couldn't have been removed. So, I don't know. It just seems like Michelle real lazy these days and really just propagandaing up, targeted. Anyway, how many times have we heard mine and Andy's naming this so far? Quite a few.
That confuses the search for Summer and the searching for Jackie Dobbs. And there's a quote from Jodie Sue that confuses the search for Summer and the searching for Jackie Dobbs. They chase him off, and then they go all in the hole.
Now, pay attention there. At somewhere around the 8-minute and 30-second mark. Hold on. Let's back it up. She plays my video from June 15th at night, etc. That's around 7 minutes 40 seconds. Right?
And the feds were like, what on earth are you doing letting people leave? Get back here. This was yesterday on his property. They ended up being Texas. I don't know, like so much, but something. Such chaos yesterday. He was they put something in and showed up on the property. Oh yeah, so that was Jackie Dobbs, who turns up on June 30th and gets chased off his own property that he bought, 2 acres. Jodie says it's in her front yard. It's completely separate property that was sold. Jackie Dobbs turns up because his property is right there, and they won't let him on. They chase him off. And there's a quote from Jodie Sue that confuses the search for Summer and the searching for Jackie Dobbs. They chase him off, and then they go all in the hollers, all as far as Burton, to find Jackie Dobbs.
I don't see how any of that correlates, and whatever. She jumps from that piece to Dobbs, and then says there's a quote. She doesn't requote, she doesn't whatever. I just puts it out there in the yeet lane. That'll be important here in a bit.
To make sure that he's not hanging out somewhere. Why? But all that went down the night before. And, she can come help. I don't know who's not anybody. I don't know what to say yet. I know what the first part is, so she's going to search. She's quick, so it's really well known people's copies and stuff. I would not advise that unless you are emails after anything else. They have a fixed channel set up. They moved them from our road and blocked it not long ago, so we can manage to get out. So they unblocked the road so that they could get out. There's a help. Share a picture. I don't know if they have it up yet or not online. I think they'll release me. I know. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, she's a social thing. She's a good kid. Something's real around here. I need help. Please spread her picture. I don't know if I can tell or not. But if it's there, sure it is. Thanks to WJJ. It's going to miss little girl from Beach Creek community on Big Hill Road. It's fucking terrifying.
She's sharing the video where I'm clearly asking, because my Facebook was private, not open to the public. It was neighbors, others were new, to go to WJHL to share Summer's photo and information from, and calling my friends that were off duty in different services and etc. to contact agencies, departments, see if they can come in and search for Summer. Yeah. In the few minutes we were out of Ben Hill, and while in contact with law enforcement detectives, and approved to actually leave Ben Hill. And the vehicle had been searched by dog and person and detectives, all that shit. several times, and including on the way out and on the way back into Ben Hill at night. So yeah, love the propaganda though, like I said yesterday.
What's happening now? That detail alone shifts the entire frame. While nearly everyone else was contained, they were.
And in the few minutes we were out, there was clear live stream, GPS, phone data, all that would apply. Which detectives, even on the news, have told you all they have all the beautiful reams of data they could access if they wanted to. We were in touch, obviously, through means with the feds who had hit the ground at the time, and we're like, okay, we're here. In touch with detective, cops, yeah, okay. All in just a few minutes that it took to get from there to Taco Bell and then back. So, I don't know. Must have been getting up to something nefarious, man. Holy shit. On camera and on phones and with GPS and shit applying the whole time. Oh my god. Right? Andy Jody Sue, Andy Jody Sue, Andy Jody Sue, Andy Jody Sue. You okay? Carrying on.
They made it beyond the perimeter, already in motion, before their property or home was searched. And in a case where searches matter.
There's killers' videos saying, oh, they left Bino before their home or property was searched. But clearly, that's not true. You can see the helicopters in my videos. The first one's up for summer that night. You can see the searchers. You can see all the things. Yeah, we'd already been interviewed by every agency known to man. Local, surrounding, state police. Feds were coming in. All that. Dun, dun, dun. Search dogs, all that shit were present. I'm pretty sure if there'd been any scent to follow, they would have yeeted right on up 125. They did not, clearly. Love the propaganda machine, though. If there'd been anything in our vehicles to hit on, they would have done that because they were put through the vehicles that were at the bottom of the driveway, etc. And throughout, and like I said, the vehicle's been looked in by police, before even dark, and then again on our way in and out of Ben Hill that night. But yes, what lovely propaganda. Carrying on, Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Judge Wapner at 5.
That window of them leaving becomes enormous. And get this, Andy Bernard, I don't know if I've got the quote from Andy Bernard, but on one live stream he said that it takes 8 minutes to walk from Simpson Road to Fields Road. Purdue Global Education.
There's a quote, but she doesn't know if she has it. And I guess that would probably be if you were on the main road. And I'd still say longer than 8 minutes. But he damn sure didn't mean through the woods or hills or the trails you dumb bitch. So what? You're leading the public to believe, even if that jackass did say that, that would clearly be by way of the main road / Beach Creek from Ben Hill to Fields. And 8 minutes? No. But even if that dumbass said it, that would be on the main road. Not through the hills, trails, valleys, the mountains, all that. Okay? Dumbass twat from the UK. And that would put you where? Oh, that'd put you right in the eyes of law enforcement, searchers, helicopters, police, detectives, the feds walking up and down the main road, wouldn't it? Oh, and by the way, even if you were doing the trails, the searchers were back there at the back of Ben Hill going in and staying and going over the mountains and the trails of the wee. So even if you tried to go that direction, you were going to run into, guess what? Searchers and feds and all the beautiful, amazing equipment in the air, the drones, the fixed wings, the helicopter. Oh shit. Oh shit. See, this is where your propaganda and killers just goes all to hell, don't it? Carry on.
And fits your life, however it looks. So being a mom and a student would look like listening to food. Didn't Jody say they went to their other properties? We know that. The Barnards and his family. 4.5 acres.
Didn't Jody Sue and Andy say they went to search the property? Yeah, like requested by law enforcement and every presser and news and then to our faces and all the community members. It was a call out for all of us to go search other properties, this, the other. Do not forget the fact that we went to the command center first, told them exactly when we were searching during daylight hours, told them we're headed over there, the time was marked, we went over there, other neighbors were searching all their other connected and multi-owned properties. Get this, the command center is right there at the end of Fields, homies. And I'm sure they have beautiful aerial stuff and the photos and all the beautiful things. And don't forget all the beautiful cameras they had that would have captured anyone coming or going from Fields Road itself. Plus, neighbors and others inside of Fields had cameras, right? I think the public is aware of this at this point. So, I don't know, man. But, and there is something that the public's not really aware of, but I'm sure law enforcement, feds, and searchers are, etc. There was then a very good way to tell, very blatant, that no one had accessed or been to the Fields Road property. Nope. And I'm certain that feds, law enforcement, and others know it. It was very visible to the naked eye and to anybody with common sense and a brain. Right? Yes, it was. So, feds would know this, we know this, neighbors know this. There's proof of it, I am certain, on feds and searchers' equipment and the beautiful, illustrious, air stuff and all the things, okay? But don't think too hard, this place don't like that, y'all. It doesn't like that. When you think for yourselves or put on your thinking caps, they fucking hate that around here. Maybe it'll stay. Alright. So anyway, yeah, there's that. But, hey, if Michelle or Killer or somebody else feeds you something stupid and makes it sound like it's sus that everybody was searching the properties as requested and you all seen, if you actually watch the fucking news and real journalists and real pressers instead of tragedy pimps, well, we all were given the call out to search the property, If you'd paid any attention to some of his fears, you wouldn't have been able to be misled by these motherfuckers the way you are. Now, I guess that's all in what you believe, and you could say, well, Jody Sue's lying, but you can't, because the news articles and pressers are there. See? So it ain't Jody Sue said, it's a you can see for yourself, and then also put up receipts where we go to the command posts and where others, and where we were talking to, and da-da-da. And we ain't aware of what, and there's all kinds of receipts that I hold that prove I'm not lying in the least. And you also would have to leap over a whole lot of common sense to go, wait a minute, the command post is right there at the end of Fields, all the aircraft, everything else stationary, da-da-da-da-da. Searchers are coming through from Ben Hill and over the mountains and the trails headed towards Bell and Fields. There are cameras every fucking where. I don't know. You see? And that's publicly available. It ain't Jody Sue said. That's, yeah. Evidence. Proof and fact. That ain't none of us bullshit or lying. You have to take my word for it. And the only way you can get over those facts, truth, and evidence is if you leap over common sense and logic, like these people love for you to do. Anyway, carrying on with the propaganda machine. Let's see how many more times we can go Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy. Fields Road. Alright, let's do this.
As long as I see it, I this the other video. I think a lot of people missed it. I'll play it again. It's really interesting. And you believe this while we're searching for somebody on the other property. Well, actually, we're the video on our property. See, she's confused. So this is a few days. The Barnards and his family own 4.5 acres of land on a property on Fields Road. I played this clip the other day in a video. I think a lot of people missed it. I'll play it again. It's really interesting. And you believe this while we're searching for somebody on the other property. Well, actually,
she's gonna play it again with music loudly over top of it, and then tell you I'm confused. She's gonna take the clip out of context. All the things are gonna be there in order for her to push this. That I'm confused. No, I'm not. I'm talking about two things, and they weasel it together in their twisted way. And they play music over top of it, conveniently. And then Michelle's going to tell you that I'm confused. Right. And then, seriously, why would you, and then her even implying that it's a confusion for looking for Summer and Dobbs on the 14th and 15th. Well, then she's giving out the idea that something could happen to Summer on the 14th. Right? I'd say so, or something. Whatever it is bullshit.
See, she's confused. So this is a few days after Summer went missing, and she was, oh, when we were searching for Summer. Oh no, it was when we were searching for Jackie Dobbs. So she's confused.
So the dog gets suppressed the bank, and then we were sitting about this guy pulling him off. But we were looking that night, all the way to Bearsville, heading holler in Beachford, making sure.
All the way to Burlington. All.
Play music over it again. And then she brings in the bailiff and shit again. Didn't you fuck around with that enough, this group, back last year, Michelle? I believe you did. It was 4 or 5 pieces you pumped out intentionally there at one point. And then Ryan did his thing with ICU and all that shit. Intentionally so. I can tell you it had effects on shit for sure. Nothing good. Guess that'd just be more y'all's tampering, hindering, impeding, and fucking around with all the locals and screwing with people. And I don't know, it must be for summer though, right? Carrying on.
The way to Burlington. But I want to play you some more clips from Jodie Sue. And Jodie Sue here.
I'm sorry, that may not have been in November. I think I missed those. I think it was in January, wasn't it? It was in January of this year that she did that 4 or 5 piece. Woo! Fuck around, find out collection. And as Ryan and them did the thing for Vanille, come on. Yeah, that was it. That was where your real with the group was. That's right.
On panel with Don Wells. Jodie Sue claiming.
Notice she doesn't play music over this one.
That she knows a whole lot more about what went down at 110.
Everybody's lying. I guess including the boys on the kid, Don. Right? It's traffic. I ain't on drugs, bitch. I passed my screens for this shit. How about you and Candace, motherfucker? You're a liar. Right. I got proof of my shit. You ain't got no proof. Right. Right. I got proof. Fucking TBI or somebody. Oh, I have, Don. You dumbass either. Get the fuck out of here. Right. I ain't getting the fuck out of here because I ain't Candace and I'm the girl and I ain't fucking with you, motherfucker. And you ain't Candace.
Yeah, okay. But what about this?
The weird part is that, they always kept on with the insurance policy, mostly. Yeah, great.
Like I said yesterday, she chose a chasing piece. As Chasing's little group was trying to trigger more by manipulation, and Jodie Sue will come correct us. If we call her crazy or she just pulled something out of her ass, we'll figure out what exactly it is she found this there, and then we'll get it back to Dawn or Candace or the group or whoever may be, blah, 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 that don't need the shit. And that way they have more for their database. Yeah, so she picked this piece. That's also, put a pin in that here.
Then there'll be even more about there's actually because of whatever. As an insurance controller. No.
University of Phoenix feels built for real life, because it is. Some schools
Trying on that comparing it to age as they were Summer's age, roundabout, and they look almost identical with that age, every one of them. This is the really important part. I'll play it a couple of times.
So this is Chasing Truth playing something from Jodie Sue, who's claiming Don would take Summer's brothers to Knoxville, and when they were all about the same age, they looked alike.
Or Summer's age, roundabout, and they look almost identical with that age, every one of them. Strange part is they were all around Summer's age at that time, and they almost all looked identical at that age. They're at the age. Somebody is. They hold them hostage basically from Candace. They talk. He was holding them hostage basically from Candace. But they come back.
And I just want to take a note, again, like yesterday, this was during the real hard inset cycle by Tiffany Marie building channels, deciphering me through transcripts. You couldn't understand me because of my cancer speech disability. They had y'all mind fucked, and dumbasses like Chasing was sitting and be like, here, let us tell you exactly what she's saying, da 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 da. People fell for it, yada yada. whatever, And, as you can see, that's not worked out well for many. I mean, I guess you only spend years making fun of someone and their cancer and disabilities for, I don't know, karma strikes 4, 5, or 6 of you, and I don't know. I'm not much on that woo woo shit, but it does seem like it's making a run through the streets. And I mean, when you go out saying people are wishing death on their children and otherwise, and da da da, and the profit, I don't know. It just seems like maybe that's not the correct thing that should be coming out of tragedy pimp's mouths. Or deciphering, or trying to take the voice away from domestic violence survivor fighter and someone with cancer and speech disabilities, and to go about terrorizing them over and bullying them over and propaganda and implying intoxication or whatever else, right? Probably not the right avenue. Anyway, but it is what it is.
Their faces being head injuries here. They come back with their faces beat and head injuries. She's talking about the boys who were taken to the dope houses for days on end with Dawn. I mean, it correlates all the time. Dawn is just super concentrated throughout everything. The very first day is just somebody been beaten in the head with a hammer, just like tapping her face or head. Just don't understand. Yeah. But Dawn's been super concentrated on someone being beaten in the head with a hammer or something happened to her face, and I just don't know why. Nobody said anything. Nobody called the cops. Nobody was prepared to be a snitch, even though there are children being abused. Now, it reminds me of the time that Jodeci said that Andy was supplying drugs to 110 so that they could sedate the children's.
See, there she says that. We're not going to go over this till hell freezes over. Chasing was involved in that, so was Tiffany Brelts. The whole goddamn group, including your Scott's local guide there, Michelle, were involved in acquiring Andy for exactly the purpose. Leading up to it, you got the whole crew being like, wait till he comes to the line, wait till he comes to the line. I was given hints, clues from before the end of 21 that would be happening, and as soon as y'all got the chance, opportunity, and he could get paid for it, that's exactly what it. Of course it's going to bother someone with order of protection in place and in terror because of, well, this motherfucker's violating all the shit and seemingly getting by with it at the time and trespassing and contacting and inserting in her family to get you on more info and closing things, yeah. So, trigger bitch, yes, as you all intended. There was some emotional reaction there, of course, as you all intended. Yep, alright. Y'all found it funny. Y'all laughed over it. Y'all made merch on my domestic violence, making fun of it. You protected and still protected a known, admitted, proven woman and child abuser named Andy fucking Bernard. Yep, that sounds reasonable and sane and whatever. But, and then there's only certain character limit chats. On top of that, the twizzle fucking that took place. Look, I know what I implied, intended, etc. But that right there, as you notice, she says one thing, which is that I said supposedly he supplied 110 for the children to be sedated. Yeah. Whatever. And then
That the little girls could be touched. Do you want to remind me of that clip?
And I'm gonna ask you all, did any of that ever say he knowingly did so? No, and y'all made it about all the drugs or something. We the sedative, man. And that she leaves out the fact that the meth from other places, all the dope, Candace and I were actually on the big boy names, blah 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 blah. That Dawn and them had even been online talking about giving them out. Dudley had been too. Allie, Hunter, etc. Yep. And we're obviously contributing and knew it. Marley and all them would have had a front row seat far larger. I don't know, man. Real weird that y'all keep going Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, and not, hey, Don's been online saying, he gave to, and, etc., and he was going to take them off their meds when he got them back, and put them back on illegal substance, all that shit, right? No, it's just Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy. Carrying on.
It's another pretty disturbing one. Yeah, I asked what exactly it is he was selling drugs to the children at one point. Now he was potentially causing little girls over to sedate their ability to be touched with the shit he was selling over there. Who asked? I'm not standing in front of me, anything about it. A few days before all this shit went down. I'm not kidding, dude. And I got fucking receipts on it. I'm sure law enforcement does as well. Now, when Jody Sue said that Andy was selling drugs to the children at 110, so that little girl...
Child. Honestly, who knows what the fuck he's up to. But one, yeah. And, I'd assume C&D knew that. And there are things you all do not know. And I'm not sad. Even when I was supposedly mad. So, whatever. Sure.
Could be sedated and touched. And she wasn't standing in front of him anymore,
Touched by whom? Certainly not Andy, so maybe I should revisit Candace and Dawn and Candace Sr. and all their visitors and strangers and pedo groupings up there. The real big boys they're fucking around with, or any of that. Maybe you should go do that. Instead of Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy.
She wasn't defending him anymore or whatever, and she found out about this a few days before it all happened. She said that when she was mad that Andy was on a live stream. I don't know whether he was on someone else's channel or he was on his own channel, but he was live, and people were firing questions at him, and she was mad, and then...
No, I was intentionally triggered by that motherfucking monster wearing my goddamn clothes as y'all playing him this and him that, and hell, he was doing that in public too, so it wasn't just for you all he was doing that for. And he did it in courts too. He'd wear my clothes there. It was a pile of shit. Dude's whack. And an abuser. He thinks he's funny. And he only stopped that after he realized the judge knew what the fuck he was doing, and he kept wearing my clothes everywhere, including the court. And the last things about him in the last few days, we were around each other. The judge didn't think it was funny. Y'all thought it was funny. Y'all made merch on it, made money on it. It was great. Scott and everybody had a good time, didn't they, Michelle? Acquiring that motherfucker in the background for months and paying him to feed that info on us and get around the family, put his little clothes back in and do all the things. See, I'll get more and more and more for your database, right? And to come out and hopefully to get me to shut up by using the abuser. Well, that wasn't gonna fucking happen. But yeah, it was a little traumatizing for me. But leave all that out. Leave all of that out. And now y'all worked in the same group to do the same shit. Please do, and how y'all are real fucking mad by that point that I shut y'all down about every turn and called you out, and y'all are mad. By that point, you had several dirty, I guess, marathons. You had this and that and the other, and, all kinds of scamming going on. You had motherfucking, merch sales. You had y'all trying to set up the goddamn sheriff. Outright in the public. You had a fake Fed or two, and you had this and that and the other going. Yeah, y'all were real mad when shit was being called out. You wanted it to go away. No, I told y'all what I come here and created YouTube for. I hate that for you.
She tried to walk it back, but she can't walk it back. She said it.
I ain't trying to walk it back, but I know what I intended, what I meant, what I implied, and what y'all twist up. And I know what y'all avoid talking about, which is C&D, Candace Senior, everybody else they were actually around hanging out with, and their role in whatever, da 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 da. And all y'all want to do is yeet it off on everybody else, like, well, Candace and Dawn and their group, and the little core of locals working with you motherfuckers would like done. I hate that for all of you. You all are purposefully and intentionally aiming shit at others it does not belong on in order to distract from the real shit and the real people and talking about, because, well, that's not supposed to be being done. Somebody, and for a lot of reasons, would like some witnesses and others around all this, or neighbors, whatever, just targeted the hell out of it and to shut the fuck up. That ain't gonna happen, sunshines. Carrying on.
Absolutely said it. But it's also true, what she said there, that Dawn seems to be obsessed with Summer being kidnapped, put in a dungeon somewhere, and beaten in the head.
That's not what I said we was obsessed with. See, she always be putting words in people's mouths. I don't know.
This is what Dawn said about Summer being beaten in the head on Smiley's channel.
I want my baby home. I would do anything. But in the end, you know what? In the end, she might be dead. They might have killed her. They might have molested her. They might have raped her. They might have killed her. They might have hit her in the head with a fucking hammer. I fucking know.
It could absolutely be that Dawn knows or suspects that Summer ended up.
Once again, like yesterday, I'll call it the fact that during that cycle, they called me a liar over the head, and I was obsessed with, but then it was too blatant. It ought to have been doing it too long since the very beginning when Summer vanished. Till that point, and then they realized they had to walk that back and be like, no, Dawn's actually said those things. Jody's not crazy. Jody's not lying on poor little Dawn, right?
In a dope house, he's always said she was kidnapped. He's talked about her being in a dungeon numerous times. He has. And what about this? When Don says that he knew that his time with Summer was short. How about that? So an angel came to him. Did it really well? Did it really?
But you can take it for what you want. You can say that if you want to, y'all can just say that I'm crazy, or you can all can say that I'm just making up a story. No, I don't think it's crazy. No, not you, Dominic. I'm just saying your audience. Yeah. Can say whatever they want about me. But not you, sir. But 45 months prior, something told me that something was going to be happening this summer, and I knew something was going to happen. I asked Candace to please keep a sharp eye on her because something was going to happen.
So how about that? It wasn't an angel that told him. That to warn him. How about if it was some trouble he was in? This is why it's important to know who they were talking to, who they were associating with. Yeah, and the night before Summer went missing, who were they associating with? Andy and Jody.
Oh, I love the drop down of the voice. The night before, who were they associated with? Andy and Jody. I'm sorry, did anybody give you a roster or readout of who all they associated with on the 14th? Because I'm sure it's broader than that. Guarantee it. And any interaction Andy or I had the night before with them would have been brief and short. And that's just how it is, so I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. And what does that matter anyway? Somebody, please do tell. Because Summer didn't vanish till the 15th. And she vanished from 110. And Andy was at work, and Jody Sue was minding her own in the fucking house, cabin, her area 125 with children. So, I don't know. And concentrated entirely on other things. Didn't see anybody from over that way that day. Didn't come into contact with until after 6:09. So I don't know what to tell you. But yeah. Uh, uh, Weird. You don't broaden that out to who all did Candace know. Oh, you don't know. You don't know who all they had contact with on the 14th, or otherwise. But you just single it down and pointed at Andy and Jody Sue again. Hmm. That's odd. That seems pointed. Ah.
Knowing deep down, I don't know if an angel was telling me that or letting me know, but I always just had a feeling.
And I'd assume it's implying in some way that, um, to get people's minds or something open to the idea that Andy and I and Candace and Dawn or Candace Sr. or whatever else somehow planned or plotted on Summer vanishing on the 15th. Possibly. Is what you're wanting the public's minds open up to. And nope. For starters, ain't nobody built like that. Secondly, what the fuck would any of us help them do such thing for? I'll wait. What would be the incentive or whatever else in there or whatever? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. Not even if hell froze over. No. But I guess if dummies around the world would be like, they were plotting and scheming on summer finishing. Why? Why would any of us do that? Now, I can't tell you what the fuck 110 was doing amongst themselves or whatever else, but I can tell you that that damn well wasn't happening with any of us on 125. So, I, I, I don't know what to tell you there, Ron.
Knowing that something was going to happen to her, and I've told Candace, I don't know how many times to watch her closely. She's my baby. I love her with all my heart. Please watch her closely.
Watch her closely. We're going to return to Killer Looks for a second here.
For 5 years, the conversation has been stuck on the wrong axis, circling the wrong question, replaying the same assumptions.
And they tried to get out in the universe. This is new. By the way, with this shit yesterday, her and Killer, whatever else, with this idea that the thought or speculation of who was leaving the hollow or allowed out or anything else was new, and they'd never thought in this 74, but well, no, it's been every day of that for years. Who came? Who went? Where was Fred? Where was this? Where was that? Da da da. Where's Andy? Who's on the road? When did they leave? When did they come in? Da 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 da. So no, it ain't new. No, this is just a new shift. No, it ain't. Same shit regurgitated. All of them. Under false pretense, leaps over logic, common sense, critical thinking, skills. Ain't nothing but goddamn propaganda, misinformation, whole line. Filled with horse shit. Same as always. Same shit.
You shift the frame when you ask not who entered but who exited. The entire landscape changes. Andy and Jodie's timeline doesn't get any better either. Andy leaves the family on Ben Hill after that night for days.
No, he didn't. Andy did not leave after that night for days. That's a Fred bullshit. Also, Fred Schrodinger, they sat at the bottom of the driveway for days, which is bullshit. And there's evidence in video and messages and proof and da da da. And even the detectives, law enforcement, feds know better. There's proof out here, and I've shown it that Fred's a fucking liar. Nobody sat at the bottom of the driveway for days. He also said Andy didn't go back to work. That's bullshit. Andy was back at work the next day, etc. Da, 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 da. And the vet and all these other things. Nobody sat at the bottom of the driveway for days. There's video and proof and messages, all that have been shown. So somehow and then he also put out that Andy left for weeks after that he never came back. That's also bullshit. Nope, nope, nope. And Michelle knows better, and that she aired this part of Killers where even killers should know better. And the public should know better by this point. Well, you see, that's where propaganda applies, and so they can build a narrative. Michelle should know better. I know Michelle knows better, and I know she knows where half of that shit comes from, which is Fred, which she supposedly doesn't believe. And she knows that Killer's doing it as propaganda, which she should easily be able to identify. Especially with her illustrious degrees. Yep. Right. Which is where you might want to put a pin in this.
Then returns, only to leave again for weeks this time. And Jorda claims that Andy told their daughter that he'd seen Summer's dead body. And that she died.
Michelle knows that's a lie, so does the public, but pinning them muted off the evidence of that in order to trigger bitch Andy and get him to come on all other things. They hid the truth. They also used that with PG and the rest of the crew to create hoax calls here and get feds at the door after others illegally ran certain things, did whatever, and to imply that Andy and to call in, and I know it was this group, so did the feds and law enforcement. They called in the false bullshit to get us terrorized with a hoax call saying Andy lived here, Summer's body was in the camper. I know exactly who was responsible for all that bullshit and how it applies to this group, including her fucking buddy Scott, who was damn sure leading her around at that time. It was her eyes on the ground here because Michelle, like most overseas, cannot get all the things. She has no perspective, da 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 da. Anyway, her and little Scott H and crew were absolutely connected at the time, but yeah, that's not true. I never said that, nor did Little. Nope. And the video proof of that is over here on mine. Also Little spoke out at other times and said exactly, And so nope. Now Monster tried to whiz it up and be like, it was a dream, I told him. No, it wasn't it either. But he was just mad. He was abusing us in a way that he knew would fuck with us about like tragedy pills do, right? Same sort of flavor. Oh, look, they're traumatized. Let me say the worst shit I can possibly say in order to really fuck them up, fuck with them, and get things real riled up so I can go bang the hole, right? And that's what he was doing. He was losing his shit on his own arm off. That bitch was dropping earrings like a cliche bitch in the floorboard to try to get him caught up with because he wouldn't leave. She was posting pathetic shit on her Facebook going, this guy doesn't act like he's really into me and I don't know what to do. She's desperate, right? I don't know, quit being a cockroach, mattress, whatever, and go the fuck on, right? But I told him he'd always meet a psycho at a gas station and not pull out quick enough and he'd get the right one. He knew he was done fucked up. And then the bitch throwing out my shit for my grandfather's funeral, shit important me in my damn car. Fucking pathetic bitch. Well, she thought it was his, though. It was great. So anyway, there was all that in play. He was losing his shit. And, I know his cycles, his abuse, that's all it was. And he was screaming that Dawn and Candace had murdered Summer, and her body was out there somewhere, and described in detail what any remains would do when left out in the open. He did not in any way say that he had seen Summer's body, or anything like that, and there's proof of that. Little never said that, nor did I. Okay, Michelle knows this, and the videos over here on my channel to prove that has been, they tried to yeet it away and hide it on the way back, but that didn't quite work for them. But anyway, yeah, that's not what was said. So Michelle's blatantly lying to you.
Died on Saturday. I need that clip. He left Jodie and her family home.
Oh, she needs that clip where I said this thing that I never said and that Little never said. And that she just attributes solely to me, but I never said that with Monster, nor did Little. But she needs that clip. Well, why didn't you go get it, Michelle? You didn't have time between walking your dogs and no job or anything else better to do. Oh, that was a call out to your audience and other psycho fans to go get the shit for you that you actually don't intend to use. You just say, oh, well, I need that clip or said it. That way it makes it more believable to your audience that the clip exists and that it was really said. And it really was never said. Mindfuckery of the highest order, Michelle.
And then here for good. After that night, for days, he then returns only to leave again for weeks this time. And Jordan claims that Andy told their daughter that he'd seen Summer's dead body and that she died on Saturday. I need that clip.
That was never said. That was never said. Any of you psycho fans or researchers for her, because she's such a lazy bitch, all she can do every morning when she wakes up is go through everybody else's shit, pick things, and then go on with the dogs for a few minutes and pull you in emotionally with those and get you all wrapped up in the worms. And just be a lazy bitch, not actually working on doing anything, just cobbling whatever together, especially if the group tells her to or what to aim at. That's what she does. And then she relies on others in the public to, in her little group, to send her the timestamps and the things and the clips and the shit she can twist. She doesn't do shit herself. Not ever. Now, I can see asking, well, let's try whatever, to help ferret down a piece or something. But this bitch don't do none of that. Like, it's every fucking day. Watch any of her lives. Every time it's, well, I wish I had that timestamp. If any of y'all have it, leave it down there. And, well, what do people do? They want to be part of something. They want to feel like Michelle's bringing it, and they're being helpful in Summer's case. So they do. They go right out and get those timestamps, put them in her thing, whatever for. And then the bitch gets to get up, take her lazy ass about something else, trespass on other people's fields and shit. Y'all know how I feel about that. But the UK is trying to stop what Michelle's doing with her doggies here. Alright, and she just won't stop it. But, and I mean, if she showed you where she was really located and all that, you probably wouldn't think much. But it looks better if some British bitch, is like, I'm in a field and I walk the doggies and whatever, and I have to agree. Bro, I tell you, this is a tragedy pimp from a known scammy Connie area, in her locale. And the bitch got fired for acting like a fuck twit online and a psycho crazy bitch, threatening to murder people over fucking eating an egg or cheese or chocolate or something. And then she didn't make enough money doing that, so then she moved into the true crime arena. She lost her shit. She had kids to support and doggies. And she's using her degree for all the reasons she's admitted openly, well before Summers, using the techniques and skill sets that she learned with these degrees in order to harm, manipulate, psychologically do, and screw with people inside of the Michelle hates eating meat eaters and hopes they all goddamn die, and she'll murder them if she can, arena that she was trying to find a little niche in, before. Anyway, yeah. So, whatever. So, like I said yesterday, do you think that's changed? Do you think she's not using that same skill set to do exactly that in Summers and every other high-profile active case that she latches onto in the U.S.? And ain't it weird? Watch how she behaves if it's a UK case, which is rare for her, versus a case in the U.S. See, she has to follow certain bounds in the UK. The shit they do in the U.S. Is different. They're, the way they're allowed to speak about things, because they can be prosecuted and brought up and, fucked with hard by law enforcement and courts and shit. If they did what they do in US-based cases to UK ones, right? But they make more money on the US-based ones. Plus, this group loves using foreign channels and shit in order to do the worst dirty work because they know it costs more to tap their asses civilly or criminally, and it's harder, so they get them to pump out the worst shit. They make the no-nos, whatever. Anyway, but yeah. y'all do go find her the clip where I said that Andy seen Summer's body and that she died on Saturday. Please do. I'd love to see it. It doesn't exist. Doesn't exist. And it's not true. Michelle knows it. But if she puts it out that way and swears to you that it exists, then you're more apt to believe it. And then, yeah. Mindfuckery of the highest order.
He left Jodie and their family home on Ben Hill for good at the end of July. Days later, Andy's son would be said to be caught in the Wells property, creeping around in the woods, said witnesses.
Oh, and they put up the words twice. But, we're not even going to go there. I mean, once again, it's trigger bitching over my children. That's picking up on the cycle lately again. Like every season. That'll fall back into her bullshittery again today. Nope. And we've been through that. And we've been through it for years. I'm not going to go through it again. I talked about years. It's like, you don't hear it? Go listen. It's fuckery.
Candace and Jodie both said he was
already debunked, by the way. Already, whatever, long before Cam chasing all them twizzle bitched it into some shit with Tiffany Marie Liftoff, all that crap, Squall, etc. By the way, Squall and all them played in the group from the beginning. And the well combined shit to steal and put out photos on one group and then, aim at my son about certain shit, and all this crap, and then every nice stuff, take it down, right, and then what happened was, later on, I started, calling out the tragedy pit bullshit, and this and the other, and the marathon shit, Squall and pipe up, and I was told that they were going to make my son look like XYZ, and put out whatever else, if I did not, you need to go tell Benny and Tiffany everything you know, Jody, right now, Squall's making your son look like. Yeah, that's blackmail. It's trigger bitching. That's them wanting me to yeet out everything, and then what the terror upon us will stop. They won't make my son look like. Yeah, all this is intentional and all I'm playing in it. Including Cam and Allie, Amy Tate, Sanchez's, the whole nine. And it's already been debunked, and also Candace not even out in the open said that, we all went back and forth, and that my son even had permission to be da-da-da. We also had dogs to retrieve if they got out at certain points because of interviews and all this other stuff taking place, so we would retrieve them. There were also times we were coming and going, and in order to get my car up the hill, he'd have to get out and take the chain and security measures down, hold the dogs back got to run and go, went up our driveway, and then he'd lock everything down, follow it behind. All those things are here. It's fucking stupid, ridiculous, and it's been widely debunked. And the picture is clearly not of my son that Candace released, to Jenna and all this crap. Even Candace said it was not my son. Da 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 da. Only people doing that are the tweakers that you'll see on WJHL with Candace Sr. and Robin just a couple days before the boys were taken, known as Amy Tate and company. Right, I have videos of that bitch over there too doing that, but yeah. Anyway, chasing shadow people, trespassing on other neighbors' properties with weapons out. But boy, they didn't want to be known for that, so they tried to, do whatever they did with all the, it's a whole big thing. If you've been here, you've been here. Carrying on.
In the mail, Andy's son would go the next day to file orders of protection against Andy, along with Jodie. Days later, Andy's parents put their Fields Road property into an untouchable trust.
Here's that Fields Road thing again.
Around this same time, Jodie and the kids move away from Ben Hill. When these events are laid out on a calendar, they stop looking at isolated moments and start revealing themselves as glaring anomalies. They don't read as coincidence.
Except the dates and all things are on the propaganda, and Michelle should be able to see them, and she does. But yet, she's doing this anyway. and all the things she knows better than. Right? But Andy, Jody Sue, Andy, Jody Sue, Judgment.
Not in the shadow of a tragedy this profound. They form a pattern, and patterns demand to be examined. When you shift the frame and you ask not who entered but who exited, the entire landscape changes. The timeline rearranges itself. The emphasis moves. If the only people with the freedom to move in that window were the same people connected to that property, that matters too. None of this assigns blame. It simply means if the only people with the freedom to move in that window were the
Holy shit, look at all those searchers and things. It's crazy.
same people connected to that property, that matters too. None of this assigns blame. It simply reframes the logic. It opens a door that has remained closed for too long. It invites people to look again, to think again, to question the assumptions that have calcified over half a decade. Sometimes the truth is not hidden.
She really played a piece from this fucking nutbin propaganda pusher known as Killer that was built up just like Ryan and Deception, all this by PG, Ziggy, and Shared, etc. Yep. Alright, bro. And he says over half a decade. And she just let that slide. Well, he seems like he's in the know and keeping up to speed too, right? Over half a decade. Wrong. Just wild.
It is simply misaligned. Ha, well, the cops certainly are focused.
Hold on, it's buffering. I don't know what the fuck's going on. No, dear. Hold on just a second, guys. Alright. Oh dear. Okay, so I think I'm back. Alright.
And start revealing themselves as glaring anomalies.
Alright. So I guess we'll just start from where this thing started at. Yeah. It's fine.
They don't read as coincidence, not in the shadow of a tragedy this profound. They form a pattern, and patterns demand to be examined. When you shift the frame and you ask not who entered but who exited, the entire landscape changes. The timeline rearranges itself. The emphasis moves. If the only people with the freedom to move in that window were the same people connected to that property, that matters too. None of this assigns blame. It simply reframes the logic. It opens a door that has remained closed for too long. It invites people to look again, to think again, to question the assumptions that have calcified over half a decade. Sometimes the truth is not hidden. It is simply misaligned. Well, the cops certainly are focused in that area between the back of Simpson Road and Fields Road. Again and again they have searched there. And hey presto, that's the very location where Summer's footprints were found.
Here she goes to that Fields Road shit again, right? And she's implying to the public that that's somehow where Summer's footprints were found. See yesterday's video for that shit. But, and there she is in the middle of it, at the first of it, talking about the 8 minutes walk to. But if that were so, that would only be on the main road on Beach Creek in front of God, everybody, every law enforcement, federal agent, search crew, aircraft, all the things, the command center, and then even in and up around Fieldsville, there's cameras. Then the mindfuck here is real bad when you consider that there were also search crews and all that, obviously, and everything inside of Ben Hill and going up the trails towards areas back in there. So no matter what you did or if you tried to do anything, I mean, you see how it works? The area was inundated with searchers, law enforcement, aircraft, all the big boy equipment, detectives, the feds, cameras, but they want you to leap over all that shit, right? They don't want you to think about this shit. Because then their propaganda machine can't run them into more dog bones and payments and profiting off of tragedies and the annihilation of real lives at the spear point of their intentional propaganda. Right? They can't benefit if they cannot make you all leap over logic, common sense, thinking for yourselves, critical thinking skills. If they cannot do that and manipulate you all as viewers in that way, then they don't have a goddamn career. And by career, I mean criminal organization operating in a well-formed group, violating federal, even international laws, Michelle. So, I don't know. Yep, Michelle and all this propaganda that her and Killer are putting out, Andy Jodeci, Fields Road, which is regurgitated horse shit, and it's you and Killer are about as tired as Ziggy and Fred with the Andes on the road have been in, right? Fuck out of here. Anyway, see how this all works? Did you hear anything else in this, yesterday or today, about any other neighbors? Anybody else? Did it not seem Jody Sue and Andy centric about like Ziggy and Fred and their obsession with putting out horse shit for them with the same group? No, but really, I dare any of you to go back and count how many times her or Killer say Jody Sue and Andy. Then I want you to count up how many times they mention any other goddamn names. Any of them. Did they concentrate on Dawn yeeting back and forth, driving around off the hill on foot, otherwise throughout the evening and night? Did they concentrate on Candace and her whereabouts before police get in there? Did they do any of that? Oh, did they talk about any of their neighbors, community members, etc., coming, going, da 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 da? Nope. How about even Fred coming and going that day? No, not really. How about Laura? How about any of the others they don't even know about? No. Did you hear him mention anybody else but Jody Sue and Andy? No, not really. Right? Mm-hmm. And did you hear him mention anywhere else but Fields? Not really. I mean, you heard her tossing a Baileyton or two, like when she did intentional bullshit and 4 or 5 pieces suddenly around January when Ryan and crew and clearly Van Hill were fucking around together. That's about it. That was when I was suddenly screamed at by people. Weirdly enough. Probably the most sus moment in all the years I've ever had. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's not strange, is it? Not pointed, huh? I'm just crazy. Just pointed at me. Alright.
Somebody walked Summer away. When? We don't know. But Wetton Road and Fields Road. Again and again they have searched there. And hey presto, that's the very location where Summer's footprints were found.
No, Michelle, it wasn't. But if Michelle or Killer or all them tell you that, it must be true. It must be true, because I guess the FBI and all the detectives and searchers told them so themselves, or raiders useless as fuck who didn't come until after or whatever else, right? Or because they seen a post on Facebook or did whatever way back in the day before they terrorized shit all those people did. I don't know. But she's giving the impression to the world that Summer's footprints, well, she's giving you the impression that Fields and Ben Hill are just like right there, and that you can walk it in 8 minutes. That's not true. That is not true. You could go out on the main Beach Creek Road in front of the feds, detectives, law enforcement, aircraft. I mean, there's cars coming in traffic, I guess, and maybe walk it in 8 minutes if you were sprinting really fast or something. But that would put you absolutely sore on ice. And if you went through the trails in the back in the mountains, goddamn, it's far longer than 8 minutes. You don't have to take my word for that. Look at all the news pieces with Coop and the searchers from all across the country and otherwise telling you rough terrain, blah blah blah, searching, da 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 da, and I don't know, watch people be brought out by ambulance from back that way. It's not an easy trek through there. It is not 8 minutes. And, like I've said, obviously cameras apply, equipment applies, searchers already inundated, ending up in the trails and mountains going that way. Duh, as you can see. And the main road's obviously full of. So is Ben Hill, full of detectives and feds and blah, 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 blah. And then cameras apply and all this shit. But they don't want you to think about this. They don't want you to realize that the command center is set up directly at the end of Fields either. They don't want you to know or hear or believe fact and truth that you can pick out, find, and prove to yourselves without taking our word for it, at least. To show that these motherfuckers like Michelle and Killer are leading you around by the nose, filling you full of fucking propaganda, and taking full on advantage of you all while targeting and pinpointing and putting out bullshit that destroys real people's lives, terrorize the fuck out of, get people, real life on all of us for their gain. And the only way they can do that is by this. This is also intentional shit done by a cool group. I'm done fucking around with y'all. Okay? I'm done with it. I know you hope everybody around the world's stupid, gullible, Kool-Aidable. It's the only way you all can do what you do in every high-profile active case. You try to discredit everybody around. You try to discredit law enforcement. You try to tell the world that the only way anybody know about these missing or murdered individuals is because you all are boots on the ground and your POs and this and the searchers and the Cajun whatevers and your dog handlers and blah, 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 and the Eileens and the bullshit. Y'all inundate, insert, get rid of everything real, make investigations damn near impossible. You watch every step that law enforcement's doing with stalkers and shit, and then if you think you've got a lead or something because you're following them or other locals or anything like that, then you latch it and then you try to get in there. Y'all are evil. A special type of evil. And anyway, so yeah, if you want to be mindfucked, you're going to need to forget the fact that there are searchers, aircraft, equipment, etc., up in the mountains and trails, etc., going all the way to fields and beyond. You're gonna need to realize that 8 minutes doesn't apply to walking the wood lines and that type of terrain to fields. That would only apply if you were on the fucking Beach Creek, and even then, I don't know about 8 minutes. And then it would also put you in eyesight, obviously. Right? And then you also have to realize that Michelle's trying to move Summer's footprint and act like Fields is right there, Ben Hill, and all this shit, and that they're that close, and footprint, you just can't with it. Michelle ain't ever been here, she ain't gonna be here, she can put out where she wants, and y'all can believe it if you like. Right? This was intentional. They ain't nothing but Jody Sue, Andy, Jody Sue, Andy, Jody Sue, Andy, Jody Sue, Andy, highlight. Target the kids, target the DV, try to make Jody Sue in her mouth, blah, blah, blah. It ain't happening this time, bitch. Ain't happening for none of you. Alright? It ain't gonna. I'm just gonna keep calling it out. Alright? Like I have been, and like I started my YouTube to do. Which y'all didn't appreciate. More on that in a minute.
Somebody walked Summer away. When? We don't know.
Oh, now, see, that's not my opinion. She's telling you that somebody walked Summer away. Really? And when would that be?
But it was in the 4 days before those footprints were found. They were found on June 19th. So the question is, how many people know from that horror what happened to Summer Wells? Well, recently, Jody Sue said exactly that people know.
But so many fucking witnesses, like so many.
In that piece, by the way, Michelle, I did not say people from Pin Hill itself knew, or that they were the ones lying, doing this there. No. Love the propaganda, though. And I'd assume someone on Ben Hill does, somehow, some way, or those connected with. It's a good possibility. I don't know, which is probably why law enforcement starts at the central and moves outward on investigations. I don't know. You might want to ask the last known people with Summer, and that would be Candace Senior and such, really. So, I mean, so I don't know. They're her parents. They were the guardians. They were up there with her when she vanished, supposedly. So you might want to start there. Alright? Anyway, but it's weird. Nope. None of that, though, right? Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. She takes Raider's word for shit there. It's always like, I believe Raider came back saying, like, she loves to play, that they believe Summer was dropped back off. And then that's where the footprints come from. Not ever in this world is anybody going to get me to believe that in the middle of aircraft detectives, police swarm with everything, it's somebody come there and drop Summer off. And then you'd have to go, well, then what the hell happened to her? You're telling me, like, two massive, tragic things happened, like somehow she was taken or something done on the 15th, and then she dropped back out, and then she just vanishes again? The odds of that are about as slim as two people in the same family vanishing. Anyway, hey, but, whatever. Whatever Tragedy Pimp Raider and Tragedy Pimp Michelle and Tragedy Pimp Killer want to feed you. Alright? Anyway.
To come out and speak. Amazing reasons they lied to law enforcement feds, and I'm telling you, I know.
And she also took this out of context. I was clearly also speaking about how these people were made afraid because of what those like Michelle and Killer and all this group do. And Michelle, even I believe today's piece talks about how they terrorized the footprint guy until he shut up. I don't know. It's almost like social media is affecting people in real life and maybe helping keep them from coming forward. And if you're someone like myself who holds evidence that you all are, you've clearly tried to blackmail us many a time, tried to set us up a bazillion ways. You've threatened us. You've tried to even get us murdered. No shit. And you've tried to shut us up in about a billion ways. Tamper with courts, judges here, separate cases, whole nine with your core group. Around Scott H, them two just weaseled right in, but it's fine. And then, so I could imagine others, and I know that that's playing a role in them not coming forward doing certain things, and I can't imagine how many are out there that nobody knows about that might hold information, but see, what the hell y'all been doing months before we were public, and with Dawn and Candace and Sarah were like, hell no, I ain't involved, I ain't being hunted down, right? I am in our lives destroyed because XYZ, and they're not coming forward. But Michelle wants to place out of context, right? When I'm clearly saying what you all doing is harmful. It's keeping people from coming forward. I don't say none of that. They make it look ways.
Some have fact.
Also, it's trigger bitch, alright? And that Killer and Curiosity and all that shit the other day apply. Alright? And then this, and the turning in of things is there. See this group. It's that more, they want more, they want it said the XYZ and certain stuff was turning da. And I'm sure others would love to know if this, that, and the other. It ain't gonna happen, bro. Hate that for you. Oh well. And I'd assume it's actually local critters or the person responsible or somebody worried and shooketh about something that might want that information too. On what's known, what's been turned in, what's been said, if something's been turned in. And well, considering that get back to the person or persons potentially responsible for holding information, I don't think you all need it, and they damn sure don't, and y'all be more than happy to help them skirt by like y'all the Leilani's and the Karen Reeds and everybody else, and I ain't about that life. So fuck all y'all, fuck whoever's responsible, fuck all those who have something to hide from, and whatever else, even if it's tiny shit and they're cowards. I don't give a fuck. What I do give a fuck about is Summer, her being brought home to her community, and her and law enforcement and feds and courts and etc. being able to tell her story. Simple as that. I care about somebody seeing justice meted out to them in the harshest form possible. That's what I care about. I don't give a fuck how shook somebody in the background is logo. I don't give a fuck how pissed people are. I don't give a fuck how mad you tragedy members are. And how much you'd love for me to shut up too. I'm just gonna tell you something, you can go fuck yourselves. I don't care how much I want more. And y'all be fucking around with everybody, including those most likely to be or under suspicion of this there, you know, I mean, that's a you fucking problem, you know, but I'm, nope. So y'all get someplace else. Carrying on.
When the plenty themselves were to go back and tell the truth, and all I can do is, I can't force that to happen.
So, Jodeci Brown thinks that witnesses, and someone else does, lied to the cops and lied to the feds.
Well, yeah. Also, I mean, shit, that's been happening since 15th. I believe you might want to start back at 110 in their bullshittery with Candace and Dawn and Candace Sr. and such. You might want to start there about their line. Wrong photos put out, all the bullshittery. I want to start there. Might want to start with other locals who are already fucking around with tragedy pimps and other cases that are all connected to each other, then immediately start fucking around in Summers that are also tied in relation to and in the dope shit and all this shit, and were real people the mains were fucking around with in actuality. So I don't know. Might want to start there. You might want to.
She can't do anything about it though, she's just got to wait to see what happens next.
No, I can't. I'm not legally allowed to go like just force people against their will to do things. Nope. I can't handcuff them. I can't drag them in. You can't make anybody do shit they don't want to do. Including tell the truth. You just can't make them do that. Nope. Carrying on.
Okay.
Seriously. I mean, if that were the case, I'd be on here ready and be like, with a magic wand, being like, Michelle, can't lie anymore, propaganda, just tell the truth. Oh, Killer has to fucking tell the truth. Oh, Tiffany, Benny, Scott, the crew, the Naners, the Skilos, the Adrians, the Jennies, the Chasings, the Pams and Alleys, the Ziggies, the Freds. Holy shit, whip me out like I'm one there. Yeah. Yeah. So, no. But do insinuate to the public like you can make someone tell whatever or to go back and do it. You can't do that. That's between them and law enforcement, man. Those are about the only people that can make that happen.
Waiting to see what happened next for almost 5 years.
Bro, if I had a magical wand to make people tell the truth, I would have started on Ben Hill about 15 seconds after 6:09 p.m. on June 15th. Gotta tell you, yeah, Yeah, that's where it would have started. Because even in real time, you know certain shit's bullshit. Despite you wearing a shirt, man, that's not fucking right. What else? I know you like, but yeah, yeah. If I had a magical wand to make people tell the truth or to do what was right or anything, I would have definitely been like smacking people with my fairy wand in their foreheads on June 15th of 21, for sure. Fact. Carry on.
And nothing appears to be happening next.
And once again, y'all are holding us responsible for the lies or whatever the fuck they're doing. Like we don't have control of other individuals and what they say or don't say to police. We don't have that superpower. We don't have the superpower to make them tell the truth to anyone. Like, you're holding us responsible for what other motherfuckers have said or done, though. Or whether they've chosen to lie or hide certain things. And a lot of it because of you all and your insertion and hunting down and destruction of lives. Man, it's like, y'all hold everybody fucking responsible for shit that don't even make sense. And then you never hold the ones that are actually responsible for shit. It's the wildest shit.
But people know. Whether that's Don, whether that's Candice, whether that's Don and Candice with a whole bunch of different neighbours, we don't know. But people know.
Like, if it were up to this group every day, and I have seen this recently, I forget which one of them did it, but they put a whole collage of all this together and said something about it was all the community working together, do whatever, and it had all of our photos together, and I'm sitting there thinking, these people in the world that'd be the dumbest bunch of motherfuckers I've ever seen. To believe that that many would be involved in something like Summer vanishing, and everybody have kept quiet. Nobody to have bent, broke, squeals, not being caught, data, this, I mean, the odds of that, you'd probably win the lottery about 9 times. Like, that's the difference. Like, I can't with you people.
People lied. So, that's where we're at. Great video by Killer Lux. Go and check it out. I'll leave a link to it in the description box. Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and I'll see you in the next video. Bye, guys. Cassie.
Alright. That's what she did out of the wild blue yonder yesterday. We went through yesterday. Go see that one if you want. This is
Alright, Jody Sue.
This is her banger today. This is her banger today. I don't look. Yeah. So she did that shit out of her butthole yesterday. Only after Killer and the group had gotten up to fuck shit, you know, wild coincidences, right? And then it followed long lines turning in shit and there too long, you know, whatever. We've been through it yesterday. So anyway. She puts that out there. Targets, obviously, I and Andy, and etc. Over and over and over and over and over again. I mean, that's clearly what you heard and can prove that video was nothing but Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Jody Sue Andy, Fields, Jody Sue Andy, Fields. Her and Killer are the new Ziggy and Fred. Carrying on.
I'll bite. Alright, Jody Sue. I'll bite.
Those are really her first words to her 30-minute banger today. I must have really upset the poor wee thing. Got her in her face. Alright. She did this last time too. She does this a lot. She gives the world, and by saying that, she gives the impression that I've done something towards her, and I'm baiting her doing whatever, and then she's gonna bite back. Like she's gonna bite whatever I'm selling, whatever I'm doing. No, bitch, you said some foul ass shit and put out propaganda again against us. Da 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 da. Defying all logic, common sense, critical thinking, real detective skills, truth, fact, all that, right? And evidence. And you did that. And then I said something about it. And now, if you say to the world, all right, JC, I'll bite, it makes it sound like I did something to you, and da da da, and I want to pull you in, do whatever, and have this tip for that. No, no, no. I love it though. But that's the intention behind it. More truthful words would be, alright, JC, I know you're reacting to the bullshit I was putting out on you and etc. yesterday. Here's what I have to further say about it. Rather than, alright, Jody Sue, I'll bite. No, I think it's absolutely right. And you're hoping yesterday would let you know, would respond to it. Y'all get shit, ain't gonna happen. It'll put more eyes on it by me calling out, of course. Whatever, you'll get to bark for donuts. It might keep me distracted a bit if we keep in this little world. Pick up everybody's bullshit. I don't know. Many different reasons, right? Whatever. I've been calling your ass out for years. I'm gonna continue to as long as you do this stupid shit. And then obviously, like your attempted bullshittery with the Van Hill shit, putting out those 4 or 5 pieces around Ryan time and all that crap. Leading up to it, definitely all of you planning a group circuit to try to do things in an organized manner around Van Hill, Michelle. I ignored you. I didn't even know you put out all those, It's like, what the hell? Other people had to bring that to my attention. Anyway, it's fucking weird, but whatever. You did that. You did that. And you were doing that Bailiff and Jody Sue, Bailiff and Jody Sue, and Killer was going on with it too, and so was Ernie and all that shit, right? It's probably fuck with Van Hill, but in all the years I've always said the same thing. Bailiff in 81, 26, they're all obviously options and shit. Detectives always said the same, always have. It's damn common sense anyway. But yeah, you did it to make Van Hill think certain things. That's what all y'all did. I mean, you trying to get shit started. That's what the fuck y'all doing. Tampering and hindering and fucking with people. Right? Yeah. That was Michelle's role in that. But anyway, what my point is there is I could ignore that shit. I could ignore you. Until I choose to go back and address your bullshittery. And and your bait that I'm supposed to bite and see and out. And I do often these days that way. Y'all can't be like, no, So anyway, I choose when and where. All right, so this right here.
Say my name again, and he'll kill him. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Tuesday morning, the 21st of April. If you saw my video from yesterday, I played some of a recent video by Killer Lux regarding the Summer Rose case and the fact that Jodie Sue, the neighbour, and her then partner Andy left on the night of June 15th, 2021 to get food in the midst of a huge search. It seems to have, angered Jodie Sue a little bit.
If you've seen my live yesterday, and I don't mean that in the sense of, hey, go watch it, my views that were low on it, and I just kind of need you to pick them up. I mean, I'm going to need you to revisit that. Does it look like I was angry or upset in the least about that? Or angry or upset, period? Not really. Does it look like I was triggered real good about her airing a video about us leaving Ben Hill? I'm scared of Darren. Did it look like that? Yeah. No. No, because it wasn't. Nor was I angry about it. I was just calling Michelle during tragedy pimp bullshit propaganda narrative garbage and a well-organized criminal syndicate here within true crime, where only the true crime content creators are the crime. Alright. Yeah, I don't recall being enraged, angry, upset in the least. I don't recall being trigger bitched. I don't recall any of that, especially because she went over a piece where I left Ben Hill. No, my whole life was just calling Michelle out and kill her out for their obvious propaganda, like I've done for years. But if she says that to a worldwide audience, well, they might just believe she shooketh the cage and rattled whatever, and they're getting responses, and look what good the tragedy pimps are doing. They're shaking stuff, and they're gonna get answers for summer, right? Right. Uh-huh. And that way people can feel comfortable watching this horse shit and what they're doing and pretending and justifying it to themselves and then paying these motherfuckers to do it. Yeah, right. That's how it works. Carrying on. But yeah, I don't recall being angry, upset, super emotional, shooketh, afraid, scared, any of those things. All I did was the same thing I've been doing for years, which is calling these motherfuckers. That was it.
So we're going to talk about that. I thought the title was interesting. Let's shine.
And let me tell you, her thumbnail today included 3 different pictures of Summer and then my face. And Summer's name. Carrying on.
Right into MichelleAfterDark and Killer's propaganda machine within this criminal organisation. So we're back to me being the head of some criminal organisation. I don't know whether I'm still the head, like one of the kind of leaders that is control.
What do you mean? See, she's implying that I've ever called her a leader or the head of this organization. Bitch, you wish. You wish I thought you were that good. Bitch, you ain't nothing but weak sauce, fucking pathetic con criminal from the UK doing con ass criminal, crazy woo woo batshit stuff. Cause you ain't got no bread and you got your ass on acting crazy, threatening people to murder them and shit over cheese and crackers and fucking chocolate. Lost your goddamn job and did what everybody else in your con ass village does. And you got your stupid ass online. And, whatever. This is the way you feel to make money, so be it, right? But you wish I thought you were good enough to be a head of anything. I've never called you the head of shit. Maybe a chicken-headed, pathetic, fucking foul bitch. You're just another fucking weak-ass cog in the machine. And I mean, honestly, with your illustrious degrees, you think you could do a better job than you do trying to mind fuck and propaganda everybody. You'd think you'd be a little bit more subtle about it, to where it wasn't even discernible. But it is. So that's how pathetic you are, and how skilled you are. Um, but yeah, you wish. But do imply to the world that I've ever called you the head of this organization. Right? Keep dreaming, motherfucker. Keep dreaming. Um, I mean, you'd love to be the head of anything. But, bro, all you do and all you've ever done throughout these last years I became aware of you is every day you get your lazy ass up and you pick whatever timestamp somebody's left you the night before, tells you throughout your comment section, whatever. You scan that, you scan what's in the inbox, you see what the group has planned for the party that day, you put something together. You're no better than the fucking piece of shit machines like CZ and fucking D and the rest, man. You're just over there. You're just over there. You don't even do your own shit. Now, you used to post them I mean, you'd see you watching the pieces or interacting with us, that's the other. Because I used to come on late night to where our times would cross over, right? When you were getting up, you'd be whatever. And the bitch tried to acquire me too. Anyway, the point is, remember the days when this show wouldn't even let them say nothing bad about me in the group or nothing? There wasn't no use in targeting, terrorizing. She was obviously aware of the cancer, the domestic violence, blah, 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 blah. Remember those days? Oh, they're so long gone. Anyway, so she wishes. Every day, all she does is gets up, grabs whatever's sent to her, goes with whatever the fuck they're all doing in the background, barfs out some horseshit piece within anywhere from a couple minutes to 30 minutes if she's really emotional about it. Or longer, whatever, puts it together with some dogs to make you all that's a psychological thing. It brings y'all back in. Cats, unfortunately, don't work the same way. But either way, that's what she does. And now she's just gotten super lazy. To where, I mean, and like, oh, God. It's ridiculous. But, yeah, that's all she does. Right? That is all she does. She gets together some bullshit that other people have worked on, done content on, puts together her own little propaganda machine in a few minutes, and goes, alright, and that's it for the day, right? Every day. Every fucking day. That is also not the only channel she has, and she has Facebook groups, she has all that shit going, she has about 3 fucking channels otherwise. Every fucking day. And none of which she does her own shit for. It's always somebody else. And she's always taking off of them. The bitch has never done her own shit. Ever. Right? And she never will. She's no better than the little maggots down here that terrorize and put out propaganda and do their own. She's no better. So the twat can believe that I think she's good enough to be ahead of anything when she ain't. She's just got a larger channel built up on bullshit. That's it, and whoop-de fucking do. I don't give a damn. But, yeah, that's it. She's no better than the rest. And she's just in the group still, but she is not the head. She wishes I'd called her the head. Keep dreaming, Michelle. Keep dreaming, homie. Keep dreaming. You're just weak. No spine, no brain, no heart, no soul. Weak. You'll do anything for a buck. You'll put together whatever. You'll destroy real people's lives with all the horse shit you put out for your own benefit. You'll destroy cases with them, and whatever. Because it benefits you, bitch. That's it. With a larger channel. Whoop-de fucking do. Alright? And you built that on all of us. Not your, I'll kill anybody eating chocolate and eggs. You remember that. It wasn't Watts and all the other cases you were involved in. It was Summers. And all of our fucking names and the bullshit you put out over the years. That's built your fucking bullshit, Michelle. Let's get me to 100,000 subscribers because I need the silver play button. You're pathetic. I remember a time when Scott and all the group told you to start turning against GSP and you didn't want to do it and you apologized for it. But then, I don't know what they did to you, but then you just flipped cold, right? I remember that, Michelle. Right? And then you pointed directly at my kids like the rest of these pathetic motherfuckers. And also evidence that you knew better from the very beginning with Jenny and Adrian and crew, and that you wouldn't allow certain things beyond a certain amount, and then you did it yourself, and all these years you've continued to do it. It says a lot about you as a human being and as a person, Michelle. And how low you'll go there, right, Miss Low? Morality is subjective, but there's a right and there's a wrong, homie. And if you're so weak-willed, you have to be into a group. In order to be part of a group or to gain something, some people, man, they'll bend, they'll break. They'd rather gain off the suffering of others than to withstand or take and stand on their own, and against that type of shit and remain themselves. Instead, they'll fall into a group, a crowd, and a gang. And they'll break. They cannot stand on their own. They can't be separate of. That's weak, Michelle. Thank God not all of us are built like that.
In this international crime syndicate from like 4,000 miles away. I don't quite know how it works.
And she says that right there, like, yeah, I'm the head of a syndicate 4,000 miles away. I don't know how that works. Look at this, it's 2026. Anybody around the world obviously can play in this true crime shit, be part of the little group, and otherwise, communicate with other people and do this shit in an organized manner, Michelle. But if you say that and laugh a little bit, people might go, how would she do that? She's across the pond and thousands of miles away. Leaping over, once again, logic, common sense, critical thinking.
Because, honestly, I don't follow Jodie Sue too closely these days. But if you're new to the Summer Wells case, and believe it or not, some people are, let me just fill you in on a little bit of the background. Summer was 5 years old when she was reported missing from outside of her home in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County, which nestles between the towns of Rogersville and Kingsport. This all went down on the afternoon of June 15th, 2021. In a couple of months' time, it will be 5 whole years, half a decade, that Summer has been.
Oh dear, did you just leak something? So you did watch the whole thing. She wants to make sure that, even though I said that about Keller not knowing the right time frame, and him saying over half a decade, which wasn't accurate, she wants to make sure that the public knows she knows that it'd be a come out until half a decade. But God, Michelle, you are pathetic. That's the little things that bother you, right? Little things that chap your ass. Always has been, girl. Always has been. Love it.
Missing. If alive, Summer is now 10 years old. That is crazy to me. Now, Jodie Sue and Andy lived on one of Andy's parents' properties at 125 Ben Hill.
Well, you're wrong again. Here's another little thing. Carry on.
Which is opposite Run 10, where Summer lived. They're like on opposing hills across either side of Ben Hill Road. Further down the road was a couple of properties owned by Fred Hill's family, Fred Hill being the cousin of Andy Bernard. On Simpson Road, close to Ben Hill, at the time lived Mary, who was a relative of Don Wells by marriage. Mary was the sister of Don's stepdad, who died many years ago. So there's a lot of family connections in that area. Julie Sue has had her own...
Well, Michelle, I gotta tell you, and all that right there, from the 125 to the Fred to the Mary thing to the gold and all that. I guess you better go shake that genealogy tree back down again. I know you love that thing, though it doesn't include everything, and not everything's publicly available or put online anyway for y'all to get. Some of us know, you all do not. I don't know. I would tell y'all like a mixed bag of fucked up and just fucking wrong and leaving shit out and not knowing all the things. But if you do the grabby hand on a Google map and you say those, and then you imply everybody's whatever, that those are all set, it's fine. It's fine.
Channel on YouTube since, I don't know, the latter end of 2021, in that area. Julie Sue has had her own channel on YouTube since, I don't know, the latter end of 2021.
Wrong again, Michelle. Hate that for you. Wrong again. Bless your heart. And I know you're fully aware of the dates and exactly when I went over to YouTube. Because it was all in your groups and shit, right? And on your things, and you were still being nice. He's trying to acquire and all that shit, right? With the crew and the databasers and the Methvins. You remember Methvin, Michelle? I bet you do. You, Serafina, this crew. Jenny, Adrian's, all them. Yep. I bet. Anyway. Wrong again, Michelle.
And she does almost daily or nightly live streams, sometimes for sister of Don's stepdad, who died many years ago. So there's a lot of family connections in that area. Julie Sue has had her own channel on YouTube since, I don't know, the latter end of 2021. And she does almost daily or nightly live streams, sometimes for hours and hours on end. People listen, so good on her. But she seems to have got it.
I'm sorry, what did you just say? Oh dear. You just told the public I went live, blah, 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 for hours on, blah, 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 right, Michelle? Well, man, let me see. I went live yesterday, and then 4 days prior to that. 6 days ago, 10 days ago, 11 days ago, 13 days ago. 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So there's a whole week in between there, looks like, or more. A month ago, holy shit, 2 months ago. Which there could have been a couple in there private, but nothing nightly. 2 months, 2 months, 2 months, 3 months, holy shit. 3 months, 3 months, and like I said, there might have been a few in between those during that month. But not many, and not nightly. 3 months, 4 months, 4 months. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. I don't know, Michelle. That really looks like uh, that's definitely nightly, Michelle. That's hour and look. Let me see, 3 hours, an hour and 53, 3:57, an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 34, 2:28, 5 hours. Oh, 4 hours, 36 minutes, an hour and 13, one for 44 minutes, an hour and 43, 2 hours and 16, an hour and 28, 4:47. Ooh, I did do a long one 2 months ago. It was 10 hours. I believe it was calling out some tragedy pimps. And then an hour and 26 minutes, 2 hours, 26 minutes, 2 hours and 2 months ago, 9 hours. I did spend 9 hours. An hour and 53, 4:50, an hour and 12. Ooh, I did another one. That was 10 hours. Um, three, ooh, 4 months ago, I did one that was 11. It was calling out tragedy pimps in the core group. Then there was a one at Christmas time that was 38 minutes, and yada yada. Yeah, no hell, there's one. It's 9 minutes 56 seconds. I think that was when it shut down. Anyway, yeah. All right. Now, I'd say that you defeat me on time spent online these days, Michelle. Every day it's some sort. I mean, every day that tallies up. So I'd say in a month you're spending more time online than I am, not including your live streams. Do you want to look at how long yours are? Just on one channel. Alright. Let me see. It looks like an hour and 2, and then 57, 48, an hour and 6, an hour and 54, 2 hours and 51, an hour and 58, an hour and 18, an hour and 39, an hour and 43, 46, an hour and 8, an hour and 19, 137, 131, 111, 147, 142, 158. Yeah, Michelle, looks like you've been spending a hell of a lot of time, and it looks like these times are about like mine for the most part. So you've been doing live streams more regular than I have, plus your videos every fucking day, every fucking morning, just on this one channel, just on one. This does not include the rest of your websites, your other channels, ma'am. Look, I've not even reached the 4 month mark like I did in mine. Look at this shit every fucking day. Right? 28, 18, 18, 8, 18, 23, 11, 20, 21, 12, 13, 17, This tallies up, homie. And then how long does it take you to put all the pictures and shit in every morning and to eat out some horse shit paste? So how long you spend every day doing all this bullshit online? Right. But see the implication behind Michelle putting out that I'm online every day for hours and this and talking is to imply I have no life. I don't do anything but la 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 la. Yeah. Now back in the day, it was daily, etc. It could be now. I don't give a shit. But it's also somehow what? Michelle, rules for thee but not for me? What the fuck is the deal here? You spend clearly as much, and these days you're spending more time online than I am, and getting everything ready to go and all that shit, and that's just on one channel. Not on all your groups and all your backdoor shit, and you're plotting and scheming and 3 channels deep, man. Yeah, you're spending your whole life. So anyway, I would love to know and see what you're implying to the public is that means I'm blah 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 blah. I have no life and I'm online professional and blah 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 blah. Which I don't know what world people think when I don't know. What do you think? I guess because you all are always doing the shit in the background and you eat, feed, and shit, nothing but YouTube, social media, and your true crime horse shit, and make a living, whatever. And that's all you all do. You assume everybody else is. For the most part, when I get the fuck off here on me, I'm off here. That's like implying to somebody that works 8 hours or does whatever else. That, I mean, the same time spent, whatever, and then they don't have a life outside. I mean, that's the same. It's insane to me, right? And when you all are online or doing all this shit together and whatever, and the amount of time y'all spend on all this shit through all your backups, your mains, your Facebook groups, all this shit, y'all are doing nothing but social media and this organized group shit. But what it's intended to imply to the public is that somehow you have a right to be online for hours or daily, and you're not pathetic for doing so, and that you have a life somehow. But we do not, and that we're on here, da da da. And it wouldn't matter if we were. But that's what you're doing. Okay? Love it. But that's what you're doing. Like all of you do. And I don't care. I'll stay talking wherever, however I like, for however fucking long I like. And you can kiss my ass. Didn't have a problem watching it or doing anything else, did you, back in the day, Michelle? When you'd pick through and do whatever you wanted and yada yada. Only when it became useful to try to use that as propaganda and rhetoric did you suddenly have a problem.
Into her head that I'm the leader or one of the leaders of some kind of nightly live streams, sometimes for hours and hours on end. People listen, so good on her. But she seems to have got it into her head that I'm the leader or one of the leaders of some kind of criminal syndicate. Not really sure how it all works, but who am I to judge? You do you, Jody Sue.
You'd love for your people to believe that I never called you the head of anything. Or that you were that skilled. You're not. You're just a bigger version of the rest of the pathetic pieces of shit who have to have a group of, no spine, no heart, no soul. Everything's for sale, including whatever you deem morality and, your compass and whatever else, But, anyway, yeah. I don't know, man. Like I said a few minutes ago, you wish I'd ever called you the head or I thought that much of you. I just think you're just like the rest. I have watched you and I've studied and researched you, dear, and your little things in the way back in many other cases and in your, I'll kill everybody eating cheese and chocolate days, right? I did. I found what the fuck makes you tick and how psychotic you fucking are, bitch. How wild you are and how desperate you are to be a thing or to be included or part of or somebody or whatever. I've seen how you actually debate and your skills in a debate. They're abysmal. And for somebody with degrees, you think you would have been in debate class or know how to debate. You do not. And you can't stand it. And every debate I've seen you participate in when they are actually called debate, by those with actual critical thinking skills, knowledge, and know how to debate, you melt. You melt the fuck down, refuse to budge, can't handle it, your ego can't handle it, you argue from emotion instead of fact, you fucking fail miserably every time, you try to weasel dick, walk back, twist and say it's not what you said, and everybody catches you and laughs at you every time. There are years of that shit online, well, some of which you've not been able to eat off into whatever. But yeah, I've watched your skill set, and it's ridiculous. You are pathetic, and you're weak, and you can't hold your own. A lot of your shit is fact-based. It is emotional based, lacks fact, reason, logic, etc., and you'll do anything to be fucking right. And included in this area, but you do not debate in the least from anywhere remotely nearing intellectual ability. It's all emotion and reactionary shit. And you fold and you lose every time. You're made a joke and an ass out of every time and shown to be exactly what you are. And there are years of that shit online. Shit. And you think some of your skill set should know how to debate, what's appropriate, what's within bounds, and be able to control your emotions and reactions to that. But you can't. And you can't be wrong. Even in intellectual settings with your peers, supposedly, you lose time after time after time and are shown to be the fucking joke you are. Your peers think you're as much of a joke as I do. Your skills are abysmal at best. It's why you're a fucking failure. It's why you were so Looney Tunes, come on, threatening to murder people and lost your fucking job. And then what about making this your career path to live on and feed on, even at the breakages and destruction of other people? Right? I see you. I see you, bitch. And you're weak. Your skill sets suck. I know you triggers and shit if I really wanted to hit them. I ain't trying to be you, though. I ain't about that baiting and cyclical life. Like, I just ain't, man. Like, she's gonna call you out for what you are. What I've seen, what I've studied of you. Very closely.
So there's been a suspicion laid at Jodie Sue's door, Andy's door, her adult son's door. But who am I to judge? You do you, Jodie Sue. So there's been a suspicion laid at Jodie Sue's door, Andy's door, her adult son's door.
Oh, she's targeting my kid again. Just like yesterday. Just like when she did shit for Scott H. Oh dear. And the crew. Oh my god. I'm gonna melt down emotionally this time. She knows it's a thing. She's doing it again. And I'm sorry, Michelle, who laid suspicion there exactly? Was it law enforcement? Feds? Was it any of the media? No. You all are attempting to do that. Despite law enforcement and detectives even telling you there's no suspect. Alright? You all are doing it and continuing to do it. Like yesterday's piece, where you made sure to include the butthole cleansing of Andy and mentioning Pruitt, but you did not include that Pruitt had said Jodie Sue's not suspect. Because, see, that would then eliminate and cancel out everything you and Killer were doing together. It's something this group does not want known. Because then it cuts out all the feeding of JSB and family, etc., and y'all being able to do this shit, right? Now, so I'll ask again. Who's created the suspicion out of propaganda, threats, real blackmail levied against us in the first days, and the way we were hunted and acquired before we were in public, all these things? Who did that, Michelle? That would be Scott H. and the crew, and Penny's, Jenny's, Adrian's, Fustos's, the Linders, this, that, the others, and the crew. Along with Don and Candace feeding us all out to the goddamn wolves. Yep. The squalls. And then you all. You all did that. You all continue to call people suspect that have never been named that. Or murderers, or worse, or persons of interest that have never been named by law enforcement or feds to be such. You all are the ones that say such. Which, by the way, violates certain things. But, who's created that, really? Yeah, I mean, people could have heard us speak and had their own thoughts and shit, but damn, you put years of propaganda and horse shit like you, Killer Russ's group do on it, man. You say such wild shit as like Killer and PG and them do. It was like, you remember that time PG was like, yeah, she cut off Summer's feet and went around making the footprints herself, and all that shit, and then Killer and all the rest. Seriously? The propaganda you all put out puts us in harm's way and destroys. Our words are one thing. What you all do with them and twist them and narrate them and create from them intentionally with a group, that is why y'all are called creators. Bruh. You're creating bullshit. Bullshit. So, remember, man. Y'all are creating these giant clouds of suspicion where there are none, where there's and it defies logic, critical thinking, all the things. That's a you all thing.
I've never accused Jodie Sue of doing anything, but some things she...
Bitch, you have too. And you don't necessarily have to outright say something, do you, Michelle? Your weak ass skill set, you know enough to know all you have to do is imply something. Or leave things open, hint, wink style, like you did with yesterday's shit. You know that you do not have to directly say or accuse anything as long as you create the environment and seed it and feed it well. People will come to their own conclusions and thoughts based on what you all just put out for them to hint, wink, think. But yes, ma'am, you have accused us of a great deal many things.
She says are really suspicious, not just about herself, but of other people. In particular, when she's angry with Andy and they're split up in September of 2021. So just...
Yesterday I called Killer wrong about shit in my video, so she must have watched a bit of it. She's making sure to let y'all know that she actually sort of knows the dates. Which, Michelle, wouldn't that say that you knew Killer Looks was lying when you ran his piece yesterday? Schrodinger the shit out of that, Michelle. So you're wanting us... Now you're in your feels. You caught me saying Killer was wrong about dates. You want to let the world know that. You might know the dates. And, so that chapped your ass again. I did it, that little thing. Now you'll make sure that, just like you did, half a decade. That's funny. And so that tells me, Michelle, that you were fully aware yesterday when you run Killer's piece to seed and feed the hint wink machine and targeting machine, that you knew Killer was full of shit and that you were full of shit running it. So if you knew he was wrong, why did you allow that? That sort of blows his whole interesting video all to hell, don't it? When you were obviously aware he is putting out misinformation, wrong dates, wrong on everything. So you knew when he was doing it, and then you chose to pick that interesting video to run. It was full of shit. So then, it begs the question, then why did you do it? Why did you do it, Michelle? You can't walk that back, bitch. You knew. And you knew what you were airing was horseshit. You knew airing his shit, and his shit was horseshit. Walk that back, bitch. I'll wait. I'll wait. I mean, I know this is an attempt at walking back all your wrong yesterday, but there's so much wrong already in 4 minutes. It's fantastic.
A couple of months after someone went missing, he married someone else. I don't know whether he's still married. He has his own channel as well, but I don't see...
Oh dear, she's included. He married someone else. I don't know if he's still married or not. Because Michelle, like the rest of this group, thinks it's a trigger for me or bothers me. It does not. Especially if you mean you got a recording saying from the motherfucker's own mouth, I'm only getting married to get at your ass. Like, And because he's stuck with something, he's really stuck with it. That's a him thing. Me personally, I find it just as I find it fucking fantastic that he was gnawing his own arm off to get away from me. He expected me to break it apart like I had the other whores in her years. I just didn't care, but it's like whatever. It didn't happen, man, and he got one crazy enough, like I always told him, and he also hates me being right, and I just find it just as hurts. I know what he's stuck with. I know what he hates. I know it boy better than he knows him. That motherfucker, I don't care what y'all think, is miserable as shit. I hope he stays that way for the rest of his life. He deserves nothing less. He lost his little bitch in a box. He lost it. He lost the prized possession. He had no choice. He lost everything. He's a fucking loser. And he's stuck. I find it funny on the fucking daily. You couldn't find a perfect pair of pieces of shit. Like I said, I'd send him a card and a present, honestly, if I could throughout all these years. Be like, congrats. So y'all keep doing you. And throughout all these years, it's something all of y'all have done. Y'all act like I'm jelly beans or something. I'm not made that way. I've never compared myself to other women. I wouldn't dare. I don't. I'm not like, oh God, she's better me. She's this, she's that. I don't compete with no motherfucker. Alright? I do me. I ain't got no reason to be like, oh, do I have her? What does she have that I don't? I ain't built that way, bitch. But y'all operate on basic bitch and what you would feel, and you project upon me. I don't give a damn. It's like y'all project that shit of, oh, Jody, so you need to find another partner, and, well, loneliness, and she must be this, and she must be... Bitch, alone ain't lonely. And I was one of those bitches where if ever I was built for something, it was for one. And that was it. And I'm not going to waste any of the remainder of my days on this earth attempting a number two. I got better shit to do with my life. Alright? I got better shit to do with my life. I am built in a way that I can maintain and keep from attachment and be like, alright, so is XYZ fine with you? You got a 2-hour slot there. Let's do the thing. I don't want your toothbrush here. I don't want your spider nut bag. Don't hold my hand. Don't get attached. And it's fun time, and that's it. And that's what it will be for the rest of my life. Long-term wise, and agreeing, consenting, people who want to, do that in a manner, and, no marriages, no, you want to, get married? No, and so that's where my happiness is and will remain if I so choose to do that. And, I don't have a need for number two. I don't have the need to put myself in harm's way again, because I am at more risk for getting back into another relationship that is harmful to me, or abuse and shit like that. I will never take that risk again. Never, never, ever. Because I know what'll happen next time. Next time it's going to be one red flag and somebody's going to fucking prison. That's what the fuck it's going to be. Because I'm going to take exception in a way that, touch me once and somebody's going out of body bag. And so, because of that, I'm going to maintain my freedom from all things fucking around in long term. So, for all these years, though, you all have been like, oh, lonely partner, marriage, just needs to give some man this whole bitch. I was taught that I am whole by myself. I do not need another individual to make me whole. Okay? Or to complete me. if ever I wanted a partner, it'd be one that walked beside of me, not in front of me, not behind me, not wanted to keep me in a cage, not wanted to love me for all the things that make me me, and then try to destroy those very things. I don't need any of that shit. Alright? Now, I was built to be whole alone. A partner is a partner. They do not complete you. They do not make you. They are not hole fillers. They are not healing machines. It is not their job to fix you, love you better, or you to do that for them. It's not. Alright? So, no. But most women are taught to be, oh, partnership, and men are like, oh, well, my heart's broken. I'm going to go pick up another bitch and bang my way to healing, and some woman's going to heal me, and some man's going to heal me, and blah, blah, blah. No, fuck all that. Alright, and y'all think you got partners you should be happy. Well, if that's what you think or whatever, then that's a you. Everybody choose their own. But that ain't a me. So for all these years, y'all doing all that shit, you're projecting your basic societal bullshit on someone who does not and has never been like that, nor was raised to be like that. We were raised to stand on our own and be whole alone, and to seek out a partner that can walk beside of us, not take us over, not walk behind us, not walk in front of us, you know. So, and I gave that a good go, well beyond it deserving it. And then I was like, I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. It was too weak, had no spine, wanted to take from, destroy, and all things that make me me, and I never broke in that regard. I maintained me even throughout all the abuse. And if ever I'd broken, it would have probably ended sooner, because, you know, that's what I wanted. Anyway, but either way, y'all know. So y'all need to quit projecting that shit. Michelle and the rest of you need to stop, like I've told you for years, with the, he's married, he's where, I don't care. I know the person that owned those rings would have done smack the shit out of the motherfucker and for wearing its things. But, yeah. Matters not. But, anyway. Alright, kudos. Right? I don't care. I do not care. And that you all encouraged it and paid for that ugly ass shit to occur on Summer's name. And then he only did it to get at me. It makes me laugh. Mightily. And it always has. So, you know. And it always will. I hate that for him. But y'all just need to stop. So, him being married, him fucking 40 other whores on top of that, and everything else he does, it matters not to me. It bothers me not. And you all doing this whole, whatever, all these years, it's ridiculous. All the way from Shay going, oh, he's good enough fuck, I'm gonna take him and fuck him by Jody Sue trailer, ram him and cream him, and then I'm gonna go buy the Xanax, and the next holler, girl, I was so mentally unwell, I had to quit teaching. All the way back then till now. Y'all need to stop being basic bitches. Anyway, Michelle thinks it triggers me. Y'all think it does. And then if I have to explain it over and over again, for some reason y'all take that as triggering me. And it's not. It's me explaining again, hoping you all get the fucking point that I don't give a damn. And to stop using it. Pick something different. But all you got is Andy and Bucket 5. You know, and and let me see, and my kids, whatever, I don't know. My voice, my cancer, I'm on live streams for hours. I mean, y'all gotta pick a new tune. Y'all gotta pick a new tune. Jesus Christ.
In person after that. And then, of course, Fred married YouTuber Ziggy, so he's online a lot. So, these people, they've said a lot. And their words their actions.
Why is she laughing that I or Andy or even Fred are online and these people have said a lot and they got their own joke? Bitch, who are you to any of us? Or to Summer herself? Or the Beach Crate? Or to the community? Or the Tri-Cities area? Or anything? At least we're here and we're locals and we know Summer. What the fuck are you again, Michelle? You have a YouTube, like 3 YouTubes and 16 different groups, all going over cases you're not close to, part of, near, know anybody within, and using everybody's name to make your money. Who are you again? To have a YouTube. And why is it, I mean, your laugh there implies that somehow we're bad for speaking or doing that, whatever, right? But you're okay, right? As a stranger around the world, speaking on all this, using Summer's name, photo, all of our photos, all of our names, and well, the words we speak in order to propaganda shit up and fuck with people and take advantage of your subs, viewers, members, audience, and that, and it's right. It's okay for you to have a YouTube. It's okay for you to speak online. It's okay for you to say a lot. These people have said a lot. Well, okay. And then you took and twisted all of it to hell and back. You know none of us. And even still, after all these years, you don't know shit about any of us, really. So what gives you the goddamn right to use Summer's name, any of ours, or any of our pictures? Or to twist and weasel dick our words around? I'll wait for that answer. Why is that not laughable? We don't know you, bitch, and you don't know us. But you're pretty comfortable talking all you want for hours every day and working on us and feeding it out to your audience like it's just fine. You're a stranger to all of us and doing this to all of us that creates a world's view of us that is not true for your benefit and our detriment. It's okay for you, right, Michelle? Who are you again? Other than a failed piece of shit who can't use her degrees over there. A nutbag who doesn't even understand basic debate styles. And melts. It has to be part of something included or go to any low. Who are you again?
All been scrutinised. All the people that have raised their head above the parapet have had their words and their actions scrutinised. It's just what the internet does. I'm not saying it's right.
Okay, so I guess under that, you have a YouTube. Can we go back through and scrutinize your entire goddamn life? Your history, your genealogy? How about your children, Michelle? That a couple of which are still minors. Should we put your now adult son online? I mean, I can. Should we replay all your moves where you're threatening to murder people over goddamn chocolate and cheese and not in a tragedy pit, playful drama way evil? Or where you admit to openly using your skill set to actually harm people and to force them to whatever, you know. Should we play that for the world? Show them who and what you exactly are. Do we have the right to then go back through everything? Can I call classmates, your doctors, your kids' doctors, any of that? Can I really insert in your life like that since you're online? And then just air everything? Should I do that? Does that make it right? Because you're online, Michelle. Can I just get on here every day and say whatever the fuck I like about you? Can I start on your children? How about your parents? How about putting out that y'all drive XYZ and maybe Scott H is like eating somewhere overseas or something to you or whatever? I mean, can I just do any of that irresponsibly. I mean, any day of the week I can get out here and say shit that ain't true about your children or you. Well, because you've raised your little head and you spoke an awful lot online. And I don't know you. I don't know if you've ever been here or not and all these other things. I don't know. But I think people should know who the fuck they're dealing with and listening to. It's weird though, but see, I'm built different than that. But you are nobody. You've gotten your ass to YouTube like anybody's entitled to do, and you're doing whatever the fuck for real nefarious purposes. So does that mean what's good for the goose is good for the gander? Not to take words from the inner. Well, it's one of her favorite phrases. But are we entitled to do that to you, Michelle? Would you feel good about that? Should I find some crime or missing individual in the UK that's based really close to you and make it about you and your children, or find some connection, or how you live a block down, or you drive a vehicle, or anything, and start associating you and doing this, man, putting out propaganda as a police? Should I do that? Would that be sound? Would that be reasonable? Would that be the right thing to do? I mean, where is? I mean, seriously, where's your line, Michelle? I'm gonna bet you wouldn't like that. I'm gonna bet you would scream to high heaven about it. You do anything to stop it, would be my guess. And then you tell people that didn't need to be done to YouTubers, most likely. Because YouTubers is true. Y'all are the ones in danger. Y'all should be, your lives are private. Right? That's what all YouTubers do. Ain't it? All the creators, all you bullshit artists. I mean,
Just saying that's what the internet does. So, Opie have had their words.
And this is language that you hope separates you from the rest doing it.
And their actions scrutinised. It's just what the internet does. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's what the internet does.
You mean the internet? Well, their actions is they're scrutinized, and that's what the internet does. I'm not saying it's right, but it's what the internet does. That's you trying to separate yourself from the internet, when clearly you were the internet yesterday, and you're the internet today, Michelle. Doing it. Scrutinizing. Suspicion. Triggering. Doing the things. Putting out the bullshit. It's not right what the internet does. But here you are yesterday and today, again, for the umpteenth year in a row. But you're separating yourself by calling it the internet and saying that ain't right. But you are the fucking internet, and you're doing it again. And you're wrong again so many times within like a 5-minute period now. Come on, bitch. Give us a propaganda break.
So, we're going to play a few minutes of Jodie Sue's live stream. And I've not watched it cover to cover. I've clicked in and out. So,
clearly you're full of bullshit. We can tell this by your leakages of the half a decade shit. And what else was it there that she did that clearly implied she'd listen to? Yeah, you're full of shit, Michelle.
If there's some important bits I've missed, then forgive me and just pop some timestamps down in the comment.
Oh dear. There you are again. Oh. A, you've watched it. B, there you are again. Like every day in your videos and lives, asking others to leave you the timestamps and the things to sit and do your work for you so you can get your dumb ass up every day and do these stupid things that you put almost zero effort into.
and I can do a follow-up video, but I've just clicked about and I've it's of Jodie Sue's live stream, and I've not watched it cover to cover. I've clicked in and out, so if there's some important bits I've missed, then forgive me and just pop some timestamps down in the comments and I can do a follow-up video. But I've just clicked about and I found some clips that I thought were interesting. So here we go. Jodie Sue has been her own worst enemy, honestly. She's been her own worst enemy because of a lot of things she says. When she's angry with Andy...
There you go, that angry with Andy thing. And implying anything I say about that dude is because I'm angry. I don't like being beaten. I don't like my children being fucked with. I don't like the abuse. I don't like that he's a monster. I don't like that he continues to work with you on this group and doing fuck shit. I don't like that y'all continue to do it with and to use his name every 4 seconds to try to get a reaction. It ain't gonna happen, but yeah, anything I say, it must be. Sure.
He claims that he sold drugs to the children at 110 so that the little girls could be sedated and touched. She can walk things back.
Find a new script, Michelle. This falls back into wasting my goddamn time and the world's. If you keep repeating that, blah blah blah, and then I have to spend time, explaining it again, and we never get, I'm just not gonna do it anymore. And I know I've said that for a long time, and I don't go as far. I'm not. And then you're going, what? You can walk it back, Jodie Sue, but bitch, ain't nobody trying to walk anything back. Just giving further context to and all the behind the scenes and in front of the scenes movement with the groups and what was done on purpose and intentionally to trigger bitch and all things. With Monster and backup playing fully and profit off of it. And so I don't really give a damn these days. You play that piece all you want. It's one of y'all's favorite things. I do not give a fuck. Get this. We've talked to feds and law enforcement about it. If it was a thing, I believe something be whatever by now. Anyway, and hell, who knows? Maybe one day it will be. I don't know. I ain't law enforcement. I don't really give a shit either. But I'd say they got more big boys associated with, and those several and 110 to do it. But hey, what the fuck do I know? And what do I care? Point is, yeah, just keep making it a thing, y'all. Keep recycling it. I don't know, put it up as 24 pieces or something. I don't give a flying shit, man. I do not give a flying shit. Please find a new script and high point triggers and the same, just redundant shit. I'll be right back. So anyway, like I said, y'all go ahead and find new things. New things. This shit's old as fuck.
She can throw shade at other people as much as she likes, but she said these things out of her own mouth. She never been to her head when she said them. She was just angry.
Don't let your vacation rental.
And why not say, because you know what? Like I said, find a goddamn new sugar bitch path, you pathetic motherfuckers. God damn. There's a redundancy of horseshit.
And it's cool. Be invisible. Get seen, get booked on Booking.com. Remember when overtime didn't always feel like yours? When tips didn't always stay in your pocket? Working
Them, she was just angry. So, she's been her own worst enemy. I think some of the things that have been said against her are unjustified. But then again, we don't know what happened to someone else. So, nearly 5 years later, can you blame people for still wondering?
And once again, I gotta ask, how my own worst enemy, you'd think that would fall on the Jackass or any of those motherfuckers. But y'all never go on about that though, right? It's like when y'all attacked me over the Dawn Summer shower thing. Even though he'd already said it, y'all had hidden the content at that point where True said it. Others had talked about it. I didn't know that. But y'all ate me alive, called me a liar about it. Candace got on pretending she didn't know, acting sick with her. Right? And y'all ate me alive over it. And I didn't know the others knew. I didn't know Dawn had done the event. I didn't know any of that shit. And then y'all were like, oh, she said, look what she said, look what she said, like it was bad. But y'all didn't do that. It's true. You didn't do it to Dawn. You didn't do it to this. You didn't do it to that. But you hammered down on me, and I didn't know. I didn't know it already been said anyway. What the fuck? I don't know. Probably to get rid of that shit. Because y'all got rid of the others for the crew and Dawn and Candace and the cleansing cycle. I didn't know. Like, what? It's like you all somehow make everybody else in the community more responsible for Summer than her own damn parents or Candace Sr. or anybody else that was actually with her. Or those like Marlena's and the others that had front row seats, or the Robins, or the fucking whatevers, or whoever's were up around their damn hill, or the whole anybody else, right? Or the alleys. Seriously. Wow. But that's intended, Lord. Carry on.
It's a time of year. It's like Christmas film. Yeah, I got a similar producer and a lot of blood, the food's entertained, and then I got a target people and put up crap, and over the next 2 weeks you can expect attacks on your children, propaganda put on you, and screaming at weirdos at the van, blah, blah, I don't know.
And that was me yesterday talking about how, it's that time of year. They try the same tactics. The Andy, the children, da-da-da-da-da. It's always around these months, which used to coincide with court days between Monster and I. They just stick with it. It also leads up to their Summer's Day or whatever event they're having. So they can make the most and pretend they care about summer, and the group can do whatever. Right? That's what I was talking about. That's a piece she picked. I don't know why she would have found this interesting.
Fires, whatever the fuck, right? History on it.
And how I was talking about how every year it's all that bullshit, same rhetoric around us. Namely me, and then them accusing me of being a danger to them, or implying whatever, or car bombs or fires, whatever, right? This is a piece she picked.
Blah, 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 same rinse, repeat, and propaganda put out, and it makes time with family. Hey, the fuck I know, right?
Yeah, okay. I don't advocate for anybody going real life on anybody. Please don't. Me, Mick.
You don't have to advocate for it when you put out the bullshit that people can literally think bizarre shit like Epstein Island or fucking Pizzagate and then want to come kill people over it. Or is put it by the group an awful lot. And then the group also absolutely tries to get us murdered on purpose anyway. It doesn't matter if you advocate for going real life on someone, Michelle, the type of shit you put out in the propaganda can cause real people to really be fucking killed. But what do you care, right? It makes people believe that going real life on us is justified, or they need to, or they need to inundate police, and they need to do this and that, and you don't care.
In that video.
And I'm sorry, but what you do does go real life on us. You participate in that fully. You put out the shit that causes it, that helps it. You're doing it with the motherfuckers knowingly who do go real life on us, like Scott H. and his little stalkers locally, and the group, and the Andys, and everybody else connected to that. You absolutely have awareness that those like Chasing and Jenny and Adrian do go real life on us, and Scott and da-da-da, and what you do helps it along, and you are fully fucking aware of it, and you cahoot with those people, and you know exactly what this type of propaganda put out can cause. And what it does. It does go real life. When it destroys real lives, Michelle, of the internet.
Yesterday is nothing to do with the fact that in 2 months' time, it will be 5 years since some else went missing.
Yes, it does have something to do with it, Michelle. Because every fucking year, I encourage any of those watching or coming across their new eyes or anything, go back and look at all the creators who still have shit open, of course, and not hidden. Go back to every year in these few months surrounding and leading up to June. And look what they do every time with this same shit. And who is it mostly targeted at? Yeah, I think the proof is in the pudding of the creator criminal org. Ain't nobody lying to you. It's every fucking year. Every fucking year at this time. And then another time near Christmas. It's what they do. Same dates, same months. I know some put out shit on the daily. But there's a difference. During this time of year, every year, they do this. Every fucking year. Dates and times do tell. Same shit, different day.
Right, a whole 2 months to go. So she's saying that, this is all...
No, there's not a whole... No. No. There's not a whole 2 months to go, Michelle. You and Killer and Donald just can't get your dates and times and shit right, can you? Bless your heart.
Building up to June 15th and some kind of Christmas-like spree of money.
Yeah, every year this time. And it used to correlate, like I said, with the orders in court and orders of protection every year, and da-da-da-da-da, and then y'all just continue it every year, leading up to Summer's Day, or all the missing children, whatever y'all want to do it, and then wildly enough at Christmas time. It's a thing. And sometimes hard set things in between, like Van Hill happens, y'all start targeting the shit out and trying to gobbledygook shit together again. But, yeah. Usually, or when the whales are in trouble for something else, or don't want something else heard or seen or coming out, y'all all suddenly put out shit on the rest of us to go, look here and look there and look everywhere else but what the whales are fucking doing or whoever's doing. I can't imagine that's accidental.
That's and doesn't she earn money from YouTube? You could also say it will be 5 years since some of else went missing. We've got a whole 2 months to go. So she's saying that, this is all building up to June 15th and some kind of Christmas-like spree of money that's earned. Well, doesn't she earn money from YouTube? You could also say that her...
No, not really. And Michelle knows this. My channel's not been monetized for several years because this group just decided to fuck with it, and the bullshit baby fied way several years ago with some of the critters and Tiffany Marine set up a shit, and I was like, fuck it. You also leaving out a whole lot of info there, Michelle, which includes the fact that I never monetized anything that was entirely about Summer. I do not put Summer's name in things. I do not put her image in my thumbnails. And most of the lives or videos I ever put out have music in them and shit, and that automatically is like, no money. And, yeah. So, Michelle's full shit. I love it though, Michelle.
Nightly live streams and cash apps and this and that. Could also
What was that?
say she's cutting. That the whole 2 months ago. So she's saying that, this is all building up to June 15th and some kind of Christmas-like spree of money that's earned. Well, doesn't she earn money from YouTube? You could also say that her making nightly live streams and cash apps and this and that.
Well, that's a lie, Michelle, and you know it. I don't do nightly live streams, and I rarely throw up a cash app during them. And if I do, who the fuck are you again? Do you not have all your P.O. bark dog boxes and all your merch and all that shit? Or do you not have your super chats, all that shit going? Oh, look, there's a Springer, there's Miss Tillington, there's all your channels advertised. Facebook groups, PayPal, here you go. Your live stream has Summer's name in it. It's all about me. PayPal donations, yep, there it is. Cash App, there's that. There's a tag for that. Your P.O. Box so people can send you gifts, there's that. There's your dog's wish list. One for each, of course. And then there's your Twitter, your TikTok, your Facebook groups. Oh, and look, there's other income source. Buy me a coffee. There's your Michelle After channel on YouTube. There's your Springers with blah 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 channel. There's your Tillington channel. There's your Walks channel. And then you have Michelle After Dark. So what is that? That is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 YouTube channels you have. There's a Facebook group. That's a Twitter, a TikTok. Yep. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 forms that people can send you money in. And that is not including your super chats and donations, etc. through YouTube or Facebook or anywhere else. Well, I use mine and Summer's image and both of our names. And you really, and I guess your dogs, there's how they can benefit. There are 2 donation and an Amazon list for them, I guess, right? Damn, Michelle. There's Summer's name. Thumbnail has Summer and mine's image in it, da-da-da-da-da. Right?
Could also say she's cashing in on a tragedy. So her making nightly live streams and cash apps and this and that. Could also say she's...
Yeah, but see, I'm no longer doing nightly or daily or whenever the hell, and even if it was, fuck you. And cash apps aren't always in them, so fuck you double. I want y'all to go look below my video. I want you to see How many links do I have in there? How many lists or anything like that listed below? I don't even think I have a list up for myself up there. I think Littles is up there. In the, like, way in the back somewhere. But it's not here below the video. Summer's name is not in it. Etc. Not even Michelle's real name's in it. So, tell me again. Michelle knows what she's putting out here is a lot. That I'm not going live, not leaning for the word. What the hell does it matter? You know who goes live and also does a video daily on just one channel? That's you, Michelle. It's you. With all these payment portals, methods, and advertisement for your dog's wish lists and everybody else. Hey, tell me, Michelle, why don't you have any up there for your children? Right? Anyway, but yeah, every fucking video, Michelle, you do. On Summer's name, image, and then all of ours. And who are you to all of us again, including Summer? You're nobody, man. Alright? So, you know, it's cool with you, right? You go live, and you also do videos daily on just this one channel out of, what, 7 here, or 5, or what it was I listed? Making money through all of those. Every single one of those is monetized. Every single one of those brings in donation, and every single one below the videos has your same portals to link to and to watch, and this, there, and everywhere else, and the wish lists, and yeah. You have many, I mean, if that ain't greedy, I don't know what the fuck is. But I dare you to show me below mine in the description where any of that is. Am I telling people to go Facebook or this, or which ain't even open anymore? But am I telling them to go other places? Are all my things listed in that down there, in that? I'm like, no, they're not. And last I recall, that's my name you keep using, and my image you keep using, along with Summer's, Andy's, everybody else's. That's not your own image. It's not your own story. It's not your own words. You ain't that interested. I mean, yeah, it looks like you wouldn't be able to do what you're doing without any of the rest of us. And the destruction of it and your propaganda bullshit. So who's raking it in again? Are all your videos titled Summer Wells with her image and all of ours and our names in them, are they all monetized? I'm gonna bet they are. Mine never have been. And I don't put our name in titles, and I don't put our picture as my thumbnail. But you left all that out, didn't you? And you make it like it would be bad for one of us to throw up a cash app or to monetize. But it's okay for you to monetize, not just this one channel, but 5 billion. You greedy bitch. And you aren't shit to anyone here. Make that make sense. But you have to your audience and members and the gullible, don't you? That it's okay for you to destroy and annihilate and propaganda and terrorize people and use their names, images, and words and do whatever to monetize and be this much of a greedy motherfucking bitch. While you destroy real people's ability to live, even do basic things daily around their area safely or otherwise, or to be safe in their own fucking homes, or to have jobs or do anything, right? And as I've shown to the public, you know, the actual, unlike you son of a bitches, Michelle, I dare you, I fucking dare you to get on your stupid fucking, any of your 85 channels. Show what they bring in a month. And then show your actual Cash App and PayPals and shit. I have. Show your AdSense and shit. I have. I ain't seen your ass do it. But anyway, I want to know what the hell the difference is. At least we would be using our own names, our own words. So why are you entitled to make money off of us, but we can't throw cash up and monetize our channels? I'll wait. The only reason y'all say that is to fuck with the public and make them think y'all just like, 'cause y'all solving something. You're real detectives. You are in the right to do this to all of us and to make money off of it. But oh God, if you give anything to them, you're bad. Oh God, look at them. And bitch, I created this channel to call out YouTubers like you, and that's what I've been doing all these years. So I think I'll throw up a fucking Cash App or whatever the fuck I feel like. I also made it clear my intention for creating this YouTube was to call you some bitches out and hunt you. It's exactly what it's for, and to speak about domestic violence, cancer, etc., and summer, when and where I chose. So I've stuck by that and with that. So yeah, I think if I want to throw up a fucking Cash App on the terror you all rain down on our lives and shit, which is when the Cash Apps might come out, or when this year. Usually I just put a post over anymore if I need help with something or whatever else, and those who want to give. If they don't, they don't. And then I stop any incoming at the mark and I show the receipts. So I don't know, Michelle. You left all that out there though, didn't you? And you knowingly lied to your subs and members again. You daily streamer video maker, you. Taking in all the shit from all the methods. You implied wrongly and intentionally to the world that it's every day and all night and I'm on for hours and I'm just cash apping it up and everything's monetized. You know you lying, Michelle. You know you lying. But guess who is daily posting and live streaming and got about 45 different payment methods and wish lists and all the shit up on all of our names and images? Be you, Michelle. On all your channels and groups. Dare you to show what all you bring in on all those. And your snail mail. And your lists. And all that shit. Dare you. Fucking dare you. And I bet you won't. If you do, it'll be highly edited. Show me what you really make, Michelle. You know what I can tell you? That over the course of these years, Michelle, less has been taken in by us than the poverty level for 1 year. That threshold. Less than that has been taken in. It's wild, ain't it, Michelle? But you've been able to sustain yourself and your minor children and everything else mighty well. Somehow without a job. On all of us. Ain't that something, Michelle? Marie, this case is sick and twisted, and most of that is because of these true crime, tragedy pimp, criminal motherfuckers. Just like they make every case they insert and embed in and do is too twisted and sick as fuck. And they are the twisters and the sick motherfuckers. So, I just have questions. Do you think it's right? And you ain't got to put no ones or fancy hearts or anything else in chat. Just think to yourselves, do you think it's right that this random cunt in the UK isn't from here, doesn't know any of us, never met Summer once, puts out all the bullshit she does daily on that many channels and has that many income portals? Do you think that's right? When it leads to our destruction, harm, danger to us, does go real life. And she is working with a bunch of motherfuckers knowingly that is out in public, that Scott H. sent stalkers by for the group, and still does. They're in the core group, surrounded on against. Do you think it's fucking okay? And then she keeps busting herself out. Like, she clearly knew what, and in this video, there's the, clue. She knew what Killer was putting out was bullshit and wrong information, but she put eyes on it. You can't walk that back, Michelle. And when you're using that because you're a lazy bitch who just puts up the laziest thing for the group or whatever to put out a video day and to profit off of that many methods of intake, how greedy do you have to be to make your life okay on the destruction of so many that you make not okay and put in danger? And that you are working with people who absolutely do go real life and you fucking know it. So you're going to go fuck yourself. Okay? I have never once in all these years put any of that type of shit up in my descriptions on my videos either, bitch. I ain't never used Summer's name in them. I ain't never used most of the creators' real names either. Even when I'm talking about you all, I don't necessarily call any of you by your real names. Every now and then I'm like, mostly you all each have nicknames. Do I go real life on you? Do I out your children? Do I contact your relatives? Do I contact your exes? Do I do this? Do I air that? Do I try to make you all... No, I don't. I call you out for what the fuck you all are doing in Summer's case and everybody else's. Because it's what the fuck y'all been doing. So you're gonna kiss my whole ass, lady. And you just lied to the public. And they can see it. If they have a brain cell or something rubbed together, or don't leap over logic and common sense, and they can look over at the channel and realize, hey, I'm not going live nightly for hours with cash apps running and payment methods, and my channel ain't been monetized in almost 2 years. With, and, so it's like, and I've shown receipts for all of it. I'm like, you motherfuckers. You get a tragedy pimp to show you the real shit and all the incomes. Get him to do it. So y'all just continue on. Right?
Cashing in on a tragedy. Earn money from YouTube. You could also say that her making nightly live streams and cash apps and this and that. You could also say she's cashing in on a tragedy.
So what else comments?
So, nope. Now, granted, obviously people know who we are, and because of some, but also you'd have to deny that you, this group, your critters that embed and insert and use multiple social media platforms and then to yank people in, hunt them down, trigger bitch them into talking on YouTube, etc. That didn't exist, and it does, and we have proof of that you are hunting us down in the first days. Alright? And then eventually get calls in. You have to also lie to your audience or not include that information. It's as you all intend it to be and how you all intend it to be. You'll have to acquire people around the case in order to do this shit, right? Every time. So leave all that information out to your audience and the truth of that. But also, you're admitting that you do indeed profit off of tragedy there, Michelle. And not just that, then you go further. You see, you go further. Not only are you profiting off of the tragedy and tragic nature of Summer vanishing and her case, you are then terrorizing innocent people around her community and witnesses. However the fuck you like. You're creating more blood on blood. You were destroying everybody and everything. People who have never been named as sus and this here, but y'all made or listed or named yourselves, made up and fairy tale world propaganda bullshit. Alright? You're creating more tragedies for innocent people and their lives and their futures that will remain forever on the internet, Michelle. Within a criminal organization operating as true crime. So, I don't know. But no, man. I'd say no. Yes, people know us more because of Summer, obviously. But I created this channel to call you out, and I've stuck with them. And those words are over there if you don't get the clip. Michelle, everybody has them. I said I will hunt you motherfuckers to the end of the fucking earth for what you're doing and around Summer's case and all of us. Fuck you. And I did. That's when I made the leap to YouTube. As promised. So no. No. Trying to shut down some of your own shit and calling you on it, making the world aware of what fucking beasts you are. No. Mm-mm. So, and regardless, here's what I'm going to say about that. I don't care whoever in here wants to throw up a cash app or monetize whatever. At least for us, and we're here, and we know Summer, and we know our own stories, and that's what we speak on, so I think we have a right to them, our own images, and our own names. Yep. You, however, are a fucking nobody, decimating everyone for about 45 intake methods of payments and about 63 channels and wish lists for your goddamn dogs. And a silver play button, apparently. Because you couldn't hack it in the real fucking world. And you could not be a crazy bitch threatening to murder people. And you absolutely did go real life on people. And you got your ass fired, homie. So, and by the way, Michelle, that same little tremor in your voice when you said that, that's when you are knowingly lying. I heard it when you weren't comfortable going with Scott H&M and attacking me, my son, the first time, and you took it back. You walked it back real quick and you sort of apologized, but then they really, really forced you. It's the same quiver, bitch. You got your tails. I heard it. I know when you know you're lying, like full out bad, you can't not have response. Yeah, you can't not give yourself away when it gets that bad. It's there.
Yeah, I mean, if you just send that way about people like that is stupid stuff for us, it's not a big issue, but we do it. Like I don't mean that obviously YouTube is another by stupid, but there are just far too many that enjoy this as entertainment. It ain't entertaining, it is shit that goes real life on so many, and Nancy getting killed, and all kinds of crazy shit, doing their fucking lives, while some whoreback who has no right, and some douche smells over there. Make their lives better on the blood and back of missing, murdered individuals, their families, neighbors, communities, witnesses, and the destruction and absolute intent to destroy open and active investigations. Alright? It ain't funny, it ain't fucking entertainment. If you feel some type of way about us feeling some type of way, I don't know what to fucking do.
You ever think that your life as a parent feels like a juggling act? With Purdue Global, the juggling act just got.
Feel some type of way about us feeling some type of way, I don't know what to fucking do. So, but it's harmless, it's just the internet just turned on. Yeah, no, it don't work that way.
Wow. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. True crime has become a huge industry. There's whole channels with millions of subscribers.
Oh, way to justify it. Now, a minute ago, you were all like, doesn't that mean you're profiting off tragedy? Now you're like, well, true crime, there's millions of it, and it's an industry. Never should an industry be built around dead, dying, missing, or vanished individuals. Michelle, in what world do we live now that there is an industry of profit to be made around? What the fuck is wrong with the world? Secondly, you just called it an industry. First, it was a tragedy. Now it's a whole industry built around what? Oh, dead, dying, missing, usually children and women, the worst things being committed against in the most terrible of manners. And it's okay because everybody else is doing it. Well, if everybody else jumped off a fucking cliff, Michelle. And see, there's true crime, and then there's tragedy, Pimp. Michelle, I hate to inform you. They're responsible creators and YouTubers who do not go real life. They are good enough at what they do and responsible enough with some moral compass that they stick with basically the news. If they take our words, they do not twist and narrate or imply what we mean or this and there. They don't put up propaganda. They do not. They do not touch people like you or killer with a 10-foot pole. They do not use your fucking content because they know it for what it is. They do not encourage the public to watch you people. They stay the fuck away from you. And those do exist. And more power to those. Alright? They are responsible with what they do. They do not do it in mean-spirited ways. They actually might do it for the right things. They stick with mostly journalistic pieces. If they do get, words from those in and around the cases, they use them responsibly. They do not imply, twist, narrate, take out of context. They don't do that. And, I have no problem with those. I have a problem with you, criminal ass, low down, dirty motherfuckers, inserting, embedding, destroying, etc. in a criminal organization and just going any low. Including getting people hurt, killed, harmed with the horse shit you all pump out and how real life you go and what it causes. And you know it and you don't care. Real true crime doesn't commit the crimes, Michelle. Real true crime does not take what they're saying lightly, and they try to do it in a responsible manner. And I've yet to see any of y'all be somewhat responsible with anything you put out. You advertise each other, you just maggot together. And it's why true crime, the real true crime, will not touch any of y'all with a 10-foot pole. It's why you don't hear me mentioning their names that are responsible. And I do not include them with you all. Because they don't touch you all. They don't touch your content. They don't advertise it. They don't go around every morning picking the killers or the sheriffs or the beanies or whatever. And be like, ooh, look at this piece. I can gobble together. Make a quick buck. 70 channels deep. Right? They are responsible with their words, their actions. They stick with knowns. They don't do what you all do. That's true crime. What you all are is some devilry. Fuckery and criminal bullshit. That destroys. Pours blood on blood. Opens wounds, slices, rubs salt in them, further harms, and with the intent of destroying the active or ongoing investigation because that profits you all more. But that you think it's okay an industry has been built around tragedies is fine. But you don't call it that when you say it about yourself and now this is your justification for you being able to do it. But a minute ago you're like, oh, that doesn't mean you're profiting off a tragedy. But when you start talking about yourself, you put yourself in a different arena, like true crime. It's an industry. That way your members and shit will be mindfucked into thinking, see, y'all doing Lord's work. You have a right to do and you have a right to profit off of it. Right. Michelle.
that are true crime based. You can look at reporting sites like Court TV, Law and Crime. Some YouTubers with over 1 million subscribers are true crime based. It's
Yeah, other places, not you. And those you cahoot with and take pieces with her, Mark. Michelle. And Court TV, don't get me started on that shit show. And how they actually do allow you motherfuckers space and air to breathe. Yeah. Ain't a faux news place doing that. Nah, ain't real news to me. And they're tragedy bits. About like Nancy Grace and the rest. And hell, even Nancy Grace can't stand y'all. Look at her kicking ICU and Justin's teeth in for being such tampering, lying, cahooting pieces of shit and altering things. Right? Even Nancy Grace is kicking y'all in the teeth and eating away at it. Like, holy shit, man. That's how bad y'all are. Carrying on.
a huge industry. But it doesn't mean to say that everybody who is making true crime content or who is publicising missing person cases is making bank. It's actually quite hard to make a lot of money on YouTube. Yeah, if your channel is monetized.
But yeah, all your channels are, and all your things are, and it's quite hard. But you've got how many channels? So it must be lucrative. Show us the receipts, homie. Show us the money. I mean, I have. Show us the money, Michelle. Right. Fucking tragic industry, bitch. You ain't. Give me this.
And you've got ads playing, or you take donations in live streams, or you publicise your Cash App, or your PayPal, or you buy me a coffee. And thank you to all of those who do buy me coffees. Thank you so much. I always forget to thank people who send me donations like that, but thank
You took that opportunity to remind people that they could buy you a coffee and look down in your description for all your payment portals and other channels. Damn, Michelle. You greedy, greedy little maggot, you. And can you even drink coffee without threatening to murder people? It might have like a drop of cream or something in it, or it might murder the bug or something when they pick the cocoa. Or like, whatever. Fuck out of here.
you. She's doing it. I'm doing it. People who make videos across all different types of genres are doing it. Is it entertainment? Well, I don't like to think of a missing child like somewhere else as entertainment, but are people watching it? Yes, they are. And
Y'all know how I feel about that.
Summer Wells has always been a popular case. And because Summer Wells is a popular case, her case has gone national. Dr. Phil covered it.
Hold up. Let's rewind that.
But Summer Wells has always been a popular case. And because Summer Wells is a popular case, her case has gone national. Dr. Phil covered it.
It's gone national? Have you seen a map lately? A globe, Michelle? Do you know where you're actually located at? I believe you're in the UK. Therefore, you and all the Australians and AB, y'all make it international. Wow. How educated are you again?
But there's many, many, many thousands.
Just like when you take money from U.S. cases and they go to you internationally, and the crypto, all the things like that, well, that puts certain things in the lights of all the countries, money swapping one country to another, Michelle. Well, for all you dirty deeds. It's internationally profiting off of U.S. based cases because you ain't allowed to do this shit under these same rules in the UK.
Of missing persons out there who do not get the coverage at all. And that's terrible. That's really bad. I tried to...
Summer was getting coverage. Real media sort of stopped covering her a whole lot because they had to deal with you son of bitches. And y'all's bullshit. You all took it over and made it a thing online. Otherwise, chances are her face and name will be out there non-stop by real media. And I hate to tell you this, but despite how many what you all even more could have seen her face, image, and information in case on real news stations, real this, real articles, than if y'all had not gotten involved or inserted in. Y'all made it a thing. You all took it over. Y'all are the ones that did all this shit so that you could contain air online and control it and profit off of it. And so if you actually wanted the best for summer, you would have left it, just like any case, you left it to fuck along with this type of tragedy, pimp, true crime. Right? Because a lot of people refuse to touch upon Summer and her case because of you all. I've recently heard some really responsible, actual true crime channels finally start picking up Summer and her case because it's been so long. And they don't get involved at the very beginning of cases because they find that irresponsible. And so they wait a while if they're not solved, and then they talk about them. But they do attribute a lot of it, making this many years, for some of the bullshit you all are doing to tone down a bit before they mentioned Summer and her case. And they have far larger channels than you all and could have gotten her face out and name out and information out far more than you bastards. So if that was your concern and putting a highlight on, no. Y'all are detrimental, homie. Homies. Just how it is.
Lots of cases, but the popular ones are the ones that get the views, and Summer Wells is one of those cases. It's as simple as that. But go in real life, no. I don't want people to go real life on anybody.
When you put out the type of content, capital C-O-N, that you do, Michelle, clearly it can cause people to go real life. It is detrimental to people's lives, current and future-wise, forever, because it's on the internet. It annihilates their lives, it harms them, it does all the shit. And when I know that you know you're working with Scott H and crew from the beginning who went extreme real life on us and still do and have real stalkers and playing all the shit, by God, you were okay with it. And chasing and Jenny and Adrian and their misinformation and propaganda and lying and all the bullshit. Bitch, you know. So don't tell the world that you ain't okay with people going real life. Because you work with real lifers and what you do goes real life. Can it, Michelle? All of us know better.
No matter what I think, just don't go real life on people. And I know that some of the locals there in Beach Creek have been upset by the things that have been said. Rendon Wells was online almost nightly, drunk and disorderly.
Now she's like, oh, I know the Beach Creek closed their mind when Don was on live and drunk and disorderly. You're going to put it back to that. But what you're not going to take responsibility for is you and the rest of these tragedy pimps putting out anything you could find in a news article and dead horse and running horse and twisting of and gobbledygook and trying to Trigger bitch more, and Scott H's little locals giving out the more, and stalking people and anything and everything you all could get, and trigger bitch out of anybody, manipulate out of anybody, blackmail out of anybody, and destroy real lives to get, and then you all would air. But y'all was going to put it back on to what? One of us, but not you all, and how you all work within and for and all around this group. And absolutely go real life in order to get. You're gonna be like, oh, well, Dawn, I know Beach Creek's upset. Well, Jody said on Beach Creek's upset. Blah, 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 blah. Anywhere but you all. How about you own some shit, Michelle? How about some ownership, bitch? How about that?
You could make a lot of content about Dom, but now he's gone quiet. Jodie Sue is still there. And Jodie Sue, when she's mad, she says things that are easy to jump on and to critique.
But none of these pieces you've played, Michelle, today or yesterday, was I mad? And why do you keep implying to your audience and members and all this shit into the world, internationally even, that I'm mad, or that I keep saying things when I'm mad? Do you really think you have that power over me? Or what, homie? Yeah, y'all trigger bitch me and my abuser and saying if that ain't a hell of a thing to do to a survivor, Michelle, I'll tell you what. And that you continue to do it today, yesterday, you're a weak bitch. To use a woman's abuser and the marriage, you are weak as fuck. Weak. That you have to rely on reactionary emotional triggers to do whatever, man. You are fucking weak. But none of these pieces you've played are me angry, but you keep implying to the world that I'm angry. Everything I say, it must be angry. I'm angry, so I say things. And then, bitch, I ain't angry at nobody but you motherfuckers. What you do. And I ain't that it, like, I'm like, I ain't over here raging. Flames ain't coming out of my ears, so some days I feel like it. But watching y'all through all of these cases, not just Summers, really is infuriating. But you show me where in any of these clips you've played just in these few minutes of this video where I'm angry. I'm not. But every time you're like, angry at Andy, she says things. Angry at this, she says things. Angry at this. Judge Wapner at 5. Andy and Jody Sue. Judge Wapner at 5. I gotta create. Create! Bitch, it ain't true. It ain't true, man. How in the fuck do people watch the pieces that you just played in there and they're like, yeah, dude, she's angry. Wasn't angry. It's calling you the fuck out like always. Like, angry is when you threaten to murder people. Y'all should hear. Threaten to murder motherfuckers and shit over chocolate and eggs. She's raging, and it wasn't in a pretend drama way either. Alright? I mean, y'all, you have to just keep saying shit like that, right? Repetition is part of propaganda and emotional and mental manipulation and the abuse. Because you are hurting your own members and subs and all them. You are emotionally and mentally abusing those who watch you, Michelle, when you lie to them intentionally. And you put out propaganda that they're to believe or take their own things from intentionally. When you are lying to them and feeding them nonsense, and you know the shit is lies in this era, you are taking advantage of people mentally and emotionally. And on top of that, you are making them more susceptible to that type of propaganda and bullshit out in the world. You're making it easier for others around them in life to abuse them or take advantage of them in the same way. You are victimizing your chat and members and subs for your own gain. You are hurting people internationally by what you do. Not just those in and around active, high profile cases, bitch. And you know it. You know it. And really, if any of your subs and members wanted to, they could be like, holy shit, MichelleAfterDark there has really been mind fucking me to the degree that I don't know if I can trust people ever again, or be online again, or that I'm not blah blah, or susceptible to something. And they could sue the fuck out of you. Even in your own country. Even if you are reporting on US cases. Because of what you were doing. And if people got smart, they'd start fucking doing that to some of these creators. I'm just saying.
It's words out of her own mouth. What can I say? It's words out of her own mouth.
This woman built herself up with some, degrees and
So this is about...
Show me where I'm angry.
Me, right?
Honey, Mortgage Money 6 says we should keep renting.
My God, there's another
Realtor
ad.
says more realtor agents...
degrees and
So this is about me, right?
She's supposed to have, she should be able to see that killer or anybody like your mom. And she should know better than to be advertising others or the nut jobs and else putting out shit. Over making videos from their content, she should be able to put that. It's weird she can't do that, That's not really responsible for such a professional as she. It's certain supposed degrees and shit, now is it?
I really don't know what she meant by weird, hey? Yeah.
You know clearly what I mean, Michelle. But if you laugh about, I really don't know what she means there. But yeah, you did. I was very clear about it. I said that with Michelle's degrees and skill sets, she should be able to easily identify, and I know she is capable because when she built her channel, acting more responsible and all professional, to build on like they all did in the beginning and they all do in each case, that she could identify propagandists and we call it out, right? About like Ryan over there can't find shit. They all do the same thing. But I clearly was like, yeah, Michelle, with her skill set, should be able to easily identify propaganda and bullshit like killer. Weird she couldn't though yesterday, eh? But giggle about it, Michelle. You know clearly what I'm at. I said it very clearly. Your audience should catch on that you should damn well be able to identify. And what you've clearly busted yourself in here is that you knew Killer had dates and all this other fuck shit wrong. You chose to air it anyway, to put eyes on it. And, so you busted yourself. So you knowingly put out content that was wrong, misleading, disinformation to go through on your propaganda machine. Both of yours. Again, you knew it yesterday when you did it. It ain't a joke today when you're doing this one, and you're not free from it. Right? You have these skill sets to know the bullshit when you see it. I've seen you do it. So you knew yesterday, just like in here, you knew yesterday what you were playing off of a killer to do that propaganda shit was lies, wrong information and shit. You chose to air it anyway. Now here you are. I guess walking it back after dark. Oh, lovely. Trying. Failing. Again. It's okay. You said it out of your own mouth. You must have been really upset or angry. Your own words, Michelle.
Got college degrees. However, I am not on YouTube as a professional. I mean, sometimes I talk about psychology because I used to work in psychology, got a PhD in psychology.
Yeah, you can have many different versions of PhD in psychology, but Michelle's sort of full of shit. Anyway, yes, Michelle, when you began your channel, and when I became aware of it anyway, after being lured earlier, you very much were constantly in the, I have a degree, and here I am, I'm cited by, and I'm this, that, and the other. You very much did. Just sit on that stool and whirl it around. It's how you made people believe you more, trust you, etc. Make them think that you were something special or a professional in order to watch you more, or you were more responsible than their creators, just like all the rest of these jackasses with some badge at one point, or this, the other, or a degree, or whatever that they all suck at, And now we're online. But people buy that bullshit and trust it, unfortunately. And just because you have any of those things doesn't mean you're good at those careers, or that you were not crooked or dirty, or that you wouldn't say your soul off, or be a criminal instead of a good guy. Hate to tell you all that. But anyway, yeah, Michelle, you did absolutely just stand on that. I have degrees, and look at the citations, and look at this, and look at that. Sure did, bitch. And you did it in the vegan witch community, too. You sure did. Now, no, you don't go with it every day, but by God, you built yourself up. Just like Ryan, I'm not about conspiracy theories and religion, this, there, but then what's he do? Not about psychics, then what's he do? I don't know. All y'all built the same.
That in 2002, but for the bulk of the videos that I've made about any case, I don't tell people I've got degrees. I don't make videos as a quote-unquote psychology channel. I'm not here as a professional. I'm here giving my opinion on...
Hey, Michelle, look, what she just did was intentionally missed the point. Is that, she, no matter if every day she comes here or not, going, I'm a psychologist, I'm a psychiatrist, I got a PhD or not, she still clearly has the ability and the skill set, right? And that she uses those things to manufacture and make propaganda. She's knowingly using those skill sets to do that. And she, unlike just common criminals, actually knows and has the ability to know in more of a skill-based way than just your average con how to do these psychological and emotional techniques and get propaganda and all that, right? She holds, more responsibility bearing and better understanding. Just because she doesn't come on here every day and say, oh, I got a degree and I got to do this and there, she still has that skill set to use it, to know what it is, and to know what she's doing, and how she's doing it. But see, she yeeted around that. Did you see that? See that? She did it. She intentionally and purposefully missed the point by saying, oh, I don't come on here every day so I have a PhD, I have this and there. When clearly what I said is she has the skill set to be able to do what she's doing, intentionally and with more knowledge of it than others would. That doesn't go away just because you don't mention it in the video, Michelle. You don't have to mention, oh, I have a PhD, I have this, I have that, I'm a psychologist, whatever, every day, in order to then still hold those skill sets and then use them against the public, or in nefarious ways in and around active, high-profile cases, and to even mindfuck the shit out of your own subs, members, watchers, etc. Good job on you, though, mindfucking again, and intentionally missing the point, and trying to eat it away. I love it. It's amazing. It didn't go beyond me, homie.
A bunch of cases, including Summers. And if I see a video that I find interesting, then I might comment on it. And the one from Killer Looks, it was interesting. So I commented on it. Simple as that.
Oh, wait a minute.
How in the hell does an intellectual being that's supposed to be hold all the degrees look at anything Killer Looks and go, yep, that's interesting, I'll comment on it? I don't know. But you just lied again, bitch. You didn't just comment on the video of Killers. You didn't go, oh, well, that's not what you did. You used Killers to advertise his shit, but then you based and added to his bullshit. You seem to make it weave together right nicely, you twat. With your propaganda combined with his propaganda, that you could clearly and did see was wrong information, misinformation, and disinformation on his part. How in the world such an amazing, beautiful minded creature such as you could have missed all the propaganda thrown at you, but you didn't? That's the video you chose to weave your propaganda with and put out bullshit? Very Jody Sue and Andy centric. You and Killer are right on your way to Ziggy and Fred territory. Jody Sue and Andy, Jody Sue and Andy, Jody Sue and Andy. Fields Road. Shut the fuck up. Lord of mercy. Lord. Anyway, yeah, that's not what you did. You didn't go over Killer's video piece by piece and correct him. You didn't go, well, this is whatever. You didn't do any of that, Michelle, and you knew what you were allowing to be aired through and on your channel that you wove along with to go with his narrative and yours. You didn't do any of that on me. You didn't comment directly on his video or what he was doing. You allowed it to play as you wove in your own bullshit. There's a difference, bitch, and you know it.
I've been looking at these things and see where Andy and I went, and the phone calls and the names of players if we were actually contacted by Eddie and by kids and company and shit, like, hey, Freddy,
that was me talking about her propaganda yesterday, and now she wants people to leap over logic, critical thinking, common sense, fact, proof, evidence already out here that proves her and Killer both dumber and fucking shit, and what they were doing, etc. And, but hoping people will leap over logic and common sense and reasoning and everything else. So that's what I was saying. I was like, oh yeah, ignore the fact that there are search crews and the command center and that the entire, I think during that piece, I was talking about how she had aired, and they were talking about how we'd left the road, we'd gotten outside the perimeter. But the entire time, cars had already been searched, we've been talked to, we've been interviewed many times, we were allowed and approved to leave the road. We were in contact with law enforcement during the few minutes out. I was clearly on a live stream. Obviously, GPS, data, connections, all that shit would apply. And we were in contact with the feds in a way as they hit ground and started being Hill. The cars were already searched by dog, detectives, everything else before dark. And then again, as you came and left from Benny they would be searched in and out. So it kind of made the propaganda being put out by Michelle and Killer moot as fuck. Kind of canceled it out. About like their propaganda around Fields Road. Right? And there's enough out here that they both know that makes it all nonsensical and what they're doing, known intentional lying and propaganda. They know. And they continue to do it for years. It makes the shit they're trying to make the public believe of any of us or Fields or I and Andy or Darn, all this other shit, it makes it absolutely impossible on what they're trying to feed out as narratives and propaganda and attack and target and make the public believe falsely about any of us, And so they don't like it. Hate that for them. Oh well. Anyway, but yeah, I look super ragey and angry here. Oh God, was I mad at Andy or something in this piece? Was I mad or something? No. I was raging. I say things out of my own mouth. Anyway.
Oh my God. Oh my God, this was pertaining to her and Andy going to get food on the night of June 15th, 2021. So they'd locked the horror down. But as I said in my video yesterday, they couldn't keep people who live on Ben Hill prisoner. People were coming and going. One such example was Jodie Sue and Andy.
Bitch, nowhere in your video yesterday did you imply it was about everybody that could be coming and going from Ben Hill. You and Killer only concentrated solely on Andy and I. And then added in Fields. Why are you trying to walk this back, ma'am? It come out of your and Killer's mouths. Well, his chat voice, or whatever the fuck it is, but still yet. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Killer's whole thing was Jodie, Sue, and Andy. Before property was searched, and this was searched, and they were interviewed, they made it outside the perimeter. And then you went along with it, and all you did was name Jodie, Sue, and Andy. Jodie, Sue, and Andy. Jodie, Sue, and Andy. And then the only time you talked about anybody else was really Dawn or Fred talking while they're in Ben Hill. Other than that, bitch, you didn't say shit about other native people to be going this. Hell no, you didn't. You did not, ma'am. And you didn't go one such example as Jodie, Sue, and Andy and leave it at that. Or include others. No, ma'am, that is not what you did. That is not, I know you trying to cleanse. I know you trying to twizzle. I know you trying to walk us back, honey. But that piece is still up. And you did it with young little fingers and young little mouth. You trying to backtrack. You propagandaing your own members and subs and chat, right? That's what the fuck you're doing. Bitch, that ain't what you implied or meant. That whole damn video was nothing. Y'all heard it at the first list. Jodie, Sue, and Andy. Jodie, Sue, and Andy. Jodie, Sue, and Andy. Perimeters. Fields. Jodie, Sue, and Andy. Jodie, Sue, and Andy. But Andy's been not a suspect. And well, Dawn and Fred met in the road. I mean, that was it. Otherwise, it was Jodie, Sue, Andy. Jodie, Sue, Andy. And then when I proved to the world that you and Killer are full of shit, showed evidence of it, even as you put, I mean, like, bro. And now you're in your feels about it. Well, I can't help you goddamn feels. And that I can prove you motherfuckers liars and propaganda motherfuckers and true crime criminals doing what the fuck you're doing, which is exactly what I've been saying you're doing. I hate you're in the feels about it. I hate you're mad about it. I hate your asses are chapped about it. No, I don't. But y'all doing it, and you continue to do it. When you stop doing it, I'll stop calling it out, and I'll stop showing the public how the fuck you're doing it, and proving y'all to be exactly what the fuck I continue to say you are, and how you're doing it in every case. You don't like it? Well, tough titties, bitch. See how it works? Alright then. You be lying. Y'all really go back over that video that I played earlier in this. You see if that's what she said. If she just said, well, Andy, simply, Andy and Jodie are one example of that. And then gave more examples. Did she? No. Did she ever say, well, they're just one example, though? No. No, she did not. Neither did Killer. Give us a break, you two. Ziggy and Fred 2.0. Get the fuck out of here. God damn, y'all are glaring and blaringly obvious with what the fuck you're doing. This is some weak shit after all. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, they went for food. She's on live stream on Facebook. And you can hear the person giving them the food, asking them stuff. So, live on Ben Hill, prisoner. People were coming and going. One such example was Jodie Sue and Andy. And yeah, they were.
Okay, so does that mean, Michelle, that from this point forward, are you going to do a series of the rest of the people that are other examples of that? Should we expect a series from you and Killer about all the examples of people coming and going from Ben Hill that escaped the perimeter? And then are you going to tell the public at the same time with each of those additions to your series that, well, all the cars and vehicles, everything else, were checked on the way in and out every time that people came or went from Ben Hill? I bet not, because that ruins your goddamn narrative and your propaganda. Eh? Wow. Yeah, I can't wait for your series on the rest of examples, though. Can't wait. Love it. Anyway.
For food. She's on live stream on Facebook. And you can hear the person giving them the food, asking them stuff. So nobody's doubting where Jodie Sue was when she was getting food.
But bitch, you used that exact live stream from Facebook to twist and narrate that I and Andy had escaped the perimeters of Ben Hill before being questioned or searched or anything yesterday. You and Killer used that exact live stream that I told people. I was like, see, this is the bullshit Michelle and them are doing. She's actually airing evidence and proof that there's no way anybody got up to no shenanigans that night and a few minutes they had outside of Ben Hill after approved by police and detectives, right? And car socialists, and then you know people heard it, and then you're like, ooh, gotta walk it back. Gotta walk it back. You showed the best evidence that you were a goddamn liar and propaganda maker with Killer yesterday. That includes that fucking video. Now you gonna try to walk it back? Bitch, you better keep walking on back into the dark. Right? Are you serious? I want y'all to also think about this again a little bit further in a different way.
Going. One such example was Jodie Sue and Andy. And yeah, they went for food. She's on live stream on Facebook. And you can hear the person giving them the food, asking them stuff. So nobody's doubting where Jodie Sue was when she was getting food.
But that's all you and Killer did yesterday. You tried to use that piece to say that we'd escaped the perimeter and make people go, I wonder how long they were out and did they have summer with her. And, well, you could have gotten summer. That was the intent yesterday. Was to say we could have taken Summer in and out, and I believe that was said somewhere along the lines that somebody could have gotten Summer in and out or taken them in and out of the road or whatever else. But that was not possible. It was not possible. And to imply that we could have gotten up to other stuff. You wanted people to reach over and leap over logic, common sense, basic reasoning, fact, and real shit. You use that piece with Killer to do that, to imply that to the world. Internationally, Michelle. Internationally. But today, suddenly you get it. And suddenly your audience today, you're like, oh, well, I know she was on that live stream on Facebook and they were getting food. You could hear the service worker. And so nobody's doubting where she was. It's just all your propaganda bullshit with Killer was yesterday. You are pathetic, Michelle. Pathetic.
And if the feds wanted to check up on her to know exactly where she went, sure, they could have done in that instance. The point...
You watched the whole thing. Yes, you did. That's why you're including that. because you knew after I responded yesterday that feds did indeed, and I've said that for years, they did know where we were at. Just like all the state and local agencies did. They that approved us leaving Ben Hill. That also were in contact with us on cell phone. But now you know you've uh-oh'd. And that there's that much receipt and proof. And your audience might not take well to being mindfucked by you. So now you're going to try to walk this shit back while proclaiming I'm the one walking shit back. Bitch, no way. Uh-oh. Michelle, aisle 3, she's trying to clean up her own shit. Oh, bless her.
Was certainly that I wanted to get across.
Now that Super Detective here has to address the fact that nothing they're putting out about Fields or Ben Hill is possible or was able to be or anything like that, and it's fully out here in a short minute where people can watch it, etc. And they're aware of command centers, cameras, aircraft, all that shit in one go that's short, not 11-hour stream. And that cars were searched, we were interviewed, all these things. We were allowed to go out, we were in contact with police agents, we were on live, and how absurd what her and Killer are doing yesterday and what this group has been doing for all these years is absurd. She's got to find a way to make this better. Real quick, like. You know? So, yeah. Love the walk back.
Was that even though Ben Hill was shut, sure, they could have done in that instance. The point was, certainly that I wanted to get across, was that even though Ben Hill was shut down, people were coming and going, including Jodie, Sue and Andy.
That is not the point you were trying to get across, Michelle. It was not. You didn't include any others. You didn't say shit about. You didn't give other examples of. All you and Killer did was Jodie, Sue, and Andy, Jodie, Sue, and Andy, Jodie, Sue, and Andy, and Fields and perimeter, and not checked, and not searches, and not this. That's what you did, is you wove shit together. No, ma'am. You cannot change history in your own mouth, in your own propaganda piece, in that short of a time. No, ma'am. No, ma'am, and we're not going to do that. So, I don't think so, homie. And also, if that was your point, why were you making that point that people could come and go? What, with all their vehicles checked as they were coming and going each time? For weeks? And you had to live on Ben Hill to get on Ben Hill? Or, well, like the freaks and geeks of Dawn and Candace, I guess those could be invited up. But still yet, your cars and vehicles were searched on the way out and on the way in. Yep. So tell me again what the fuck it matters, who was coming, going, etc. After once the police ran and Slimmer vanished. And all that. Tell me. When people are being searched on their way out and in. I'll wait. I'll wait, Michelle.
But people in that hollow were moving around. They had to let people out. They weren't prisoners. So
yeah, they had to let them in and out, Michelle. After vehicles were searched on the way out and in. Alright? Yep. Sure did. And then the rest of the time spent in there was spent in there with search groups, detectives, law enforcement from every local surrounding agency and state and federal. You could imagine helicopters, aircraft, equipment, all inside the road, on the exterior, on Beach Creek, everywhere. News crews at the very end of, and at the command center, and oh my God, Michelle, y'all. So, but see if the public knows it, then it starts shutting down like 99.9.9.9.9.9.9.9% of any of y'all's bullshit around any of the locals, honestly. Or the Fred said originating lies of Fields Road, the Sarah Seminary, I don't know. All the things, all the shit y'all go with. See how it works? If people know the fucking truth and facts, it shuts you all the fuck down. Which is why you don't want it heard or known.
It would have been absolutely possible to get Summer, alive or dead, out of that holler. But personally, I think so. Ben Hill was shut down. People were coming and going, including Jodie, Sue and Andy. But people in that holler were moving around. They had to let people out. They weren't prisoners. So it would have been absolutely possible to get Summer, alive or dead, out of that holler. But
no, it wouldn't have, Michelle. And then I would dare anyone to come back in that hall that had her in any shape, form, or fashion in the vehicle. Oh boy. And those dogs to be in there for weeks, man, and surgery. Holy shit. I think it would have been lit up. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sure all the cops and equipment and camera, they would have just missed all of it. But you gotta keep it open, though. You gotta keep it gearing towards propaganda so you can just target and redo this shit and rinse and repeat, right? Otherwise, what are you gonna do for old 75-year payment portals and shit, homie? All your channels. You're wild.
Personally, I think Summer Wells was walked out of that holler. One of the reasons why I think that is because of the footprints. Now, I've done lots of videos about the footprints, but people do still ask questions.
And see, here you are playing off yesterday's propaganda, the footprints that you wrongly put and acted like Fields Road us right up against Ben Hill and 8 minutes away and all shit. None of that shit's true. And you're saying walked out of, but what, onto the main road of Beach Creek? Days later, after Raider or whatever's like, oh, she was dropped off, and then blah, blah, blah. What, huh? But then if that's the case, then why are the prints supposedly where you all say they are? And then one has to go, well, but there are searchers and aircraft and all that shit that way, and dogs that way, and everything else, and then you have to go with another timeline, Michelle, don't you? Because that ain't no 8 minutes.
About it. So, for example, GCT16 said, and this is a comment from yesterday's video, does anybody know which dogs hit on Summer's footprints? Was it search dogs or cadaver dogs? And then Slack Babbeth said, no real proof there were prints at all. Well, law enforcement have never said that there were prints, but I did.
Ha! Okay.
Ask Leslie Earhart, the media person from TDI, and she never got back to me, so.
Oh, she didn't give you the info you saw it as a YouTube tragedy pimp to create markouts? She didn't do it? Well, damn. Well, I'm glad y'all got the real information from real sources and all. Got all that. And then, oh, wait, you didn't. But then that didn't keep you from terrorizing other people or putting out propaganda of killer yesterday or today about it. All right. Implying, I guess, that I suppose Andy and I walked her what you think is 8 minutes away. Not possible, man. And you're leaving that door open, right? No, man. Not when I get done today, you by God ain't. No, the motherfucking hell you ain't.
Oh, tried. The footprints were found. There were actual footprints. There was 2 different properties, one on Beach Creek and Mary's property on Simpson, which kind of backs onto Josh Phillips' property as well. Then he's since moved.
What is the point, Michelle, in doing that right there? Why give out his full name and identity again? Why then also include the news move? Does that matter to anything? No. Why do that to him? He clearly was already terrorized by y'all in the world enough to, but you are going to separate yourself from the internet and the group, of course, and that. Huh? Carrying on.
Footprints were found in the woods, and on one property they were found high on.
And he has a family, he has young children, and when you do this type of shit, and then you put out his full name and obviously his reasoning moved, which is probably trauma and things from all the things that we're all traumatized by. And because you're all's terror, he probably doesn't want his name out there again, and he probably doesn't want you all doxing him again or saying he moved that way people look him up and new look at. How irresponsible of you. What a cunt you are. Michelle, clearly if the man wanted to still be there, and he tried to be helpful, I assume, when he released that or said that. He tried to help someone, or to put pieces together, whatever, right? And y'all ate him. And look at you go. Yeah.
Ridge, so not the place that a 5-year-old would generally go to on her own. Mr. Phillips posted a lot in the Facebook groups in the early days. I've got loads of screenshots from him talking about the footprints. He had no reason to lie or make it up. Other neighbours.
Well, also, how can you attest to that? You don't know him, you don't know whatever. But here you are swearing in public. He has no reason to expose it to. And why did you even bring that up? Or imply that? Why are you pre-cleansing for it? Like, you don't, I don't get it. Alright? This is what I'm saying about you all create or annihilate, depending on who you want to and when and where, and you all make people your own sus or your own witness or whatever the fuck you want to in your goddamn Monopoly game. Depending on what you're doing at the time.
Also talking to Mr. Phillips about it. I've got all the screenshots. But people accused him. People did what the internet does. They accused
a lot of people from your group with intention, Michelle, like those Weasley bets, like the Jennies, everybody geared towards, and those like the math funds, and the way these groups combine. Yeah, Michelle, you want to take ownership of any of that, or owning a whole host of the main critters that do that manipulation, mindfuckery shit between social media groups in order to fuck with people and draw them in? Because, bitch, you were one of them. You're just like the Seraphina group. Give me a fucking break. Don't play innocent, bitch.
He took his post down. But fortunately, people screenshotted them. We know those prints exist. We know that they were found on June 19th by a dog, and it was a live scent tracker dog who was scented for Summer. We know that there were Summer's footprints. We know they were. And there was an all-night search on...
How do you know that? Nobody's ever confirmed it. I'll wait.
The evening of June 19th into the 20th. Dave Rader from EquiSearch has talked about it.
Raiders tragedy, pimp. Out after that Goodwill type of gaining system. No, ma'am, we don't. And Raider was there after the fact, Michelle. Nobody want to let the douche back in because of the way they're back. It's fine, Michelle. Carry on.
Rader told police off the cuff in an interview that he got into town to help with the search on the...
Oh, this was after Raider in it, wasn't it? And one of the times he came in and had the press tell everybody locally and otherwise not to say or give out their whereabouts or put them on social media. That way it would help Summer. And then he got his ass right online and went and directed shit at certain others and gave away everything to make money for him, the group, the cuff, the whatever the duty, Ron, everybody else. And gave it all away, though he said he wasn't going to do it. And like, all he did was come here and visit the same places that had been searched thoroughly by actual law enforcement and actual searchers. And he was real mad nobody gave him permission to go on 110. And then law enforcement had to be fought with to even let him back. And then look what he did. And then they had to fucking hound the hell out of him to hand over what he was supposed to. And there was a big fight about that. Even got called out in the newspaper by the police force and search agencies for it. Old Raider.
Night of June 19th, and when he got there on June 20th, all the searchers were talking about it. Some of them had been out well into the night. Somebody on Beach Street Road filmed it, and it was an intensive search. And Dave Rader said that what the searchers told him, that their working hypothesis was that someone had abducted Summer and then seen all the furore and then dropped her back off in the woods and she was wandering around on her own. That was their working theory.
So that Saturday night that I got into town, which would have been 4 days after she went missing.
We got in on Saturday night.
Is that somebody said that they found a footprint. Now, I don't know the truth about that, but they had TBI, FBI, they had...
And see, why does he state ahead of time? He heard about the footprint, but he doesn't know the truth of that. Well, why wouldn't he know the truth about that after then being here for days and supposedly hearing this shit? Why would he still yet, once he got online, say, I don't know the truth about that?
Some of the locals there, late at night, I got into town about 11 o'clock, and they were still searching until about 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, from what I understand, because they went under the assumption is that, oh hell, maybe if she was abducted, they're seeing all of this go down. They dropped her back off near the woods, and that she was now walking the woods by herself. So then they set up this good perimeter around there and just kind of worked our way more towards the house to create that funnel effect.
Okay.
And I always point this out when I hear that shit from him. Notice how he includes himself and says, worked our way in this whatever funnel effect. But he wasn't there. He wasn't inside of that. But he includes this. It's fucking wild.
We followed creeks. There wasn't a damn stone unturned.
I've played the clip from Dave Rader many times. I've got many videos about it. So it was a live...
And that's the thing, right? If there was no stone unturned, then why did he keep trying to come back here to Tragedy Pimp on it? And to go over the same areas. Very ill-equipped and with not enough people. Huh. That's strange, ain't it? Alright.
Said track a dog, not a cadaver dog. Dead people don't walk. Guess somebody could stood a dead person up and pretended to walk them, I don't know. But it was definitely a live scent tracker, and on the 21st of June, which would have been the Monday, Ansley Daniel from WJHL actually asked a question at a press conference about that search. And all Leslie Earhart would say was that they were following up on a lead. It was important information, but they've kept it close to the vest for all these years. And it's just very interesting that all of their searches that law enforcement did after that were focused in that area. The area were between Simpson
That's clearly not true.
Road and Fields Road. The Bernards also had, at the time, a property on Fields Road. Interesting, isn't it?
And there she is. Back to the Fields Road bullshit and all of us bullshit. See, she can't be wrong, she can't do, she can't show her for what she is, all the shit. She's got to find any way she can to save this shit show she's done and got caught in. Any way she can. Y'all. and to continue trying to direct it and that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'll be right back. Alright, y'all. I took the opportunity to get some ice and put an overcoat on because it's getting a little chilly. Alright, carry it on.
Oh, well, we don't know about people coming and going. Still yet, after all these years, because you know people came and went. They weren't prisoners. People like went to work. My point was, she was.
No! Don't you try to go, no, of course people came and went. But I mean, and like they leave to work and stuff. But my point was, no, ma'am. No, ma'am, your point was to target Andy and I and some garbled up bullshit propaganda between you and Killer. That you knew clearly and already busted yourself. I know when he was wrong, the information was wrong, dates wrong, all that shit. And, you literally aired Killer saying that Andy had left and did not come back after Summer vanished, immediately, and all this other horse shit, which is clearly not true. You know it's not true, fact-based, so it's irresponsible to run that. You knew better than. And then, I'm sorry, but then, you know, I've watched you do pieces on it. Fred's bullshit to everybody else trying to say he wasn't at work and all this other crap. Okay, so us coming and going for our daily lives, or like him going back to work immediately, that's different for us than it is other residents of Ben Hill or otherwise. We're not allowed to go out for food or basics or to doctor's appointments or radiation cancer treatments at that time. Weren't allowed out to go to work. We escaped the perimeter, man. But the others are what, allowed to come in and out at will for jobs and basics and daily shit as their vehicles are searched on the way in. Is that what you're saying? Just as ours was? No, man, that wasn't your and Killer's point yesterday. You gonna try to mindfuck people into thinking what they watched and seen and heard you and Killer doing yesterday is not what they watched and seen. I love the effort. It's great. No, ma'am.
Able to leave on the very night doesn't mean she did anything. People were coming and going, so it was absolutely.
Well, yesterday it wasn't goddamn okay. Yesterday in your piece you said it wasn't okay that Andy and I escaped perimeter. The fencing, the Jurassic Park voltage, baby! Then I was confused. I was angry. Here are all these pieces. Look at Jason go. No, yesterday in your piece it wasn't okay that we went, according to you and Killer. And all you repeated, and all Killer repeated was Jody Sue and Andy, Jody Sue and Andy in Fields Road. Jody Sue and Andy in Fields Road. 8 minutes. Judge Wapner. And that's not true. None of it's true. And what you all are implying, intending, and what you're doing today is to continue with this Fields Road bullshit, which is impossible. Absolutely goddamn impossible. Ma'am, you can't walk this shit back.
Absolutely possible to get someone out of that horror, alive or dead, while they're right.
Still, yeah, after all these years.
I'm rewinding.
Because people came and went. They weren't prisoners. People went to work. My point was, she was able to leave on the very night. Doesn't mean she did anything. People were coming and going, so it was absolutely possible to get someone out of that horror.
No, it wasn't, ma'am. No, it wasn't. And that wasn't your point. And you didn't imply it openly. You just targeted the shit, along with Killer, out of me and Andy. And then put 8 minutes, Fields Road, 8 minutes, Fields Road. You didn't tell the public that 8 minutes is still a little short. But that would have only been possible if you walked the main of Beach Creek, right? Between Ben Hill and the fields where the goddamn command post was right there with feds and cameras, and the roads themselves had cameras on, and the helicopters and shit, and searchers inside the mountains and the trails, you dumb bitch. But if they know all that, then you all can't keep doing this. You're pathetic, Michelle.
Alive or dead, while the intensive police search was going on.
Still, the $880. And I'll tell you honest, people that don't even know about skill ownership. So, fantastic, maybe, guys.
Interesting. People we don't know about still. Well, the search on Van Hill.
Yeah. That was me yesterday calling out that the only people you all were concentrating on was me and Andy. But Andy and I weren't the only ones coming and going. And people you still don't know about were coming and going. And then here you are going, yeah, see, other people were coming. But you just said it was fine that other people were coming and going in their daily lives or to work and things like that. Now you're going to be like, yeah, see, other people we don't even know about. lane, Michelle.
Fraud. Nobody had banked on that, had they? From November of 2020. Interesting. People we don't know about still. Well, the search on Van Hill Road. Nobody had banked on that, had they? From November of 2025. Nobody had banked on.
I don't know, Michelle. If it were me, I would say somebody was heavily invested in that shit since about 24. At the very least. Probably your core group and a nano for sure. And I do mean invested. Mm. And you definitely made your money on your part, especially in that January 4 or 5 video thing. Didn't you at a certain time leading up around shit? Oh, yes, you did. Tell us again how you're not part of a group, Michelle.
Then again, Jodie Sue, once again, her own worst enemy, very recently, said out of her own mouth, that people in the area lied to the feds about Summer's case.
Here you go again with that shit. And a lot of that, like I said, you know what? Revisit the first video, revisit the other one. A whole lot of that is on you all and what you all do and how others have watched what the fuck you all do to real people and destroy lives, careers, etc. What might be behind that and gearing it locally with the core crew and whatever reasons they might have. That is not on me. I cannot force anyone to tell the truth. Quit laying shit on us that does not belong on us. I know all of you are trying to trigger bitch. I know you want the more, and who lied, who did this, and you want a clue, and you want something to follow, and Ryan wants something else to goddamn interview, place for. Ain't gonna motherfucker happen. I know y'all want to know whether this, it ain't gonna happen. Please yeet the fuck off into the universe somewhere and go lay shit where it belongs on somebody else's shit instead of propaganda and manufacturing of bullshit to try to get more that nobody needs. Nobody. I ain't control them motherfuckers. I didn't make nobody lie. I didn't make nobody blah blah, and I can't make them tell the truth. But I know what you all have done is a great deal of why a lot of people are not and may not be coming forward or may be afraid to tell the truth. You all. And I can tell you that because I've heard it from other goddamn locals' mouths that do know shit. Yeah, it's you motherfuckers. And what they've watched or know about other locals being blackmailed, targeted, forced to interact with this group, or else. And I've got proof of that. So, I don't appreciate it. Other locals don't appreciate it. But that shit don't belong on me. I cannot force anyone to say, do, etc. And I know y'all want to know all the things around all things. But you ain't getting it here. Fuck off.
And by that point, he said he was going to sue, down the way by him, like, Lord. Yeah. I said one of the other masks fall off right in front of the piece that made him seem fucking weird all of us. Yeah. Totally sus though.
That's relating to Jackie Dobbs and the fact that, again, out of her own mouth, on the night of June 14th, they went all around the hollers, all the way to Burlington, to try to find.
Ma'am, we did not go in every hollow all the way to Burlington. Nope. We went in the ones that mattered, and the closest that meant it would have taken forever to do all that. We just went the ones that were closest, mattered, etc. And then we went to Belgium to a hotel he said he was going to go to that was recommended to him by us and cops just to see if he was there. And not a danger, not close or camping out or whatever. That was it. Nobody intended to hurt him, harm him, do anything crazy to him. Nothing like it. But hey, if you keep saying it in a repetitious manner, it'll give people that idea. Right? Give it a rest, Michelle. Y'all find a new script. Fuck
Jackie Dobbs to make sure that he'd gone. Listen, whoever had bought that 2 acres in her quote-unquote front yard would have had the same treatment. I'm convinced about that.
And you're implying that whoever had bought it... Oh, now today's piece, it said it was my friend. But yesterday it wasn't. It was an entirely separate piece of property. Michelle, the luxurious detective, know it all. But anyway, she's convinced anybody that showed up would have been treated exactly the same. And man, I would have given them the same paperwork I tried to give to Dobbs instead to show how bad they were fucked over, lied to beyond just allowed realtor puffery that went into absolute fraudulent territory and combining of photos, trespassing a photo to make people believe, only giving out GIS data, though that family had absolute surveys, etc., that would have shown out-of-state motherfuckers dumb enough to buy as is where is, and you only got about 24 hours to get all those sales because there are ways, and you have to prove it's fraud, and it's pretty fraudulent. You know, all the shit. But I did have all that compiled to show anyone that did show up, yes. That way they could be like, holy shit, we were really sold on shit that is not usable, not whatever, can't really build and can't do shit with. Shit's gonna fall off a cliff eventually. Yep. See, I was trying to be helpful. Because whoever buys that piece ever is getting fucked. I mean, absolutely fucked. Doesn't matter how you cut it. Once you place it there, you are also then financially responsible for maintaining 125 and to keep it from sliding off the cliff. Because once you dig in, that's what's going to start happening. Is the erosion rate on that shit is high anyway. 125 is going to start coming down. Your property is eventually going to be in the middle of the road because, get this, that edging and bank is not meant to be built on, let alone sustained for long. Once you start doing that, all of it's coming down. And then you're also financially required, even in Hawkins with the open laws everywhere on property, because of the grading and the gradient and all this shit and the erosion, you are required to then maintain and stop the erosion of 125 that you will cause once you dig into or start building on that bottom piece of the cliff. And then you will never be able to stop the slide and erosion of the land below you, and eventually it will not be stable enough to maintain whatever you are able to build. If anything, if you do, it's going to be small, and most of that is vertical cliff. There's only like a couple hundred yards there you've actually got to build in. Like, how do you fit field beds and septic and water and all this shit in a house and that? You can't. Especially not near a riparian waterway. Somebody was fucked. I was gonna try to help somebody out, everybody. That's just how it is. And you only have so long when you're sold something as is where it's. Like a dumb out-of-stater who's dumb enough to buy shit like that online. Alright. So, yeah, I probably would have presented the same paperwork to anybody that showed up. Because that was the intention. To let them know what had been done and how quick, so they had the ability to be like, oh, hell no, and get out of it. You know? But what happened with Dobbs and how that shit went down would not have happened without Dobbs' behavior that freaked us and the police out. And the shit he did that police removed him for. Police did that. They made that call. Not us. So anyway, do carry on with your rhetoric.
Neighbors, my people that are not aware of coming and going in a crucial time frame. It's almost as if they're doing it on purpose over and over and over again to certain people.
Yeah, over and over and over and over again. How many years do y'all think you can, quote, keep me busy being redundant with Scott did, or the Andy thing, or the sedation thing, or the Andy marriage thing, or, the Dobbs thing, and having to just go over and over and over in a repetitive manner? And then how many years are y'all going to continue to try to use that? To fuck with me? Or to just propaganda it up? I don't know. It's been many at this point. It's pretty fucking old and boring.
7 times a day, pretty much, yeah. My God. The evidence is right here, but why they lying to you and lying on us and putting out intentional propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation to destroy our real lives, build real life on us, and benefit from it. I don't know about you, but this type of content must really be helping us all.
Again, if I find it interesting, I'll comment on it. I can't comment on the things that I don't know.
But you busted your own ass in this piece, knowing that what Killer was putting out was bullshit, or saying that you helped him with, and wove into, and with him. You did not simply comment on Killer's video, Michelle. That is not what you or he did in a combined effort. And how in the world anybody that's such a educated motherfucker could find that type of shit interesting, or not roll your eyes to that type of propaganda, and also the fact that he clearly was lying and putting out bullshit and wrong on all the things that you then help put out and weave with, is beyond me. You did not simply comment upon his video. Ma'am, you and he wove together in a purposeful and intentional manner to create a narrative and propaganda around Andy and I in Fields Road. Let's be real here. You can try to walk it back into the dark, honey. You can try to mindfuck and manipulate your subs, members, chats, the globe all you want. But I ain't it. Ain't happening. And hey, even if I wake up one person once a year to what you all are doing, that's worth it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, by all means, pick up whatever video you want to and then comment on it. That's one thing. Weaving with it to create a propaganda machine and to pump out a narrative despite reason, logic, common sense, fact, evidence, proof, already out here to prove y'all liars. No, that's another, Michelle.
Those people in the Beach Creek community who have never commented have just kept themselves to themselves and got on with their life and not gone to YouTube and told a whole lot of Beach Creek secrets. Well, no, they've never been scrutinised.
That's you telling the international community that, and also Beach Creek, you're trying to imply to Beach Creek, right? That I've let out all these secrets on them and this there, da 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 da. No, I ain't. And I'm gonna bet you Beach Creek knows that, because if I had, and nope. Me y'all digging everybody's shit, blackmailing, doing all bullshit y'all do, and yeeting shit from them, right? No. And that'd be little critters in the core crew going around getting people fucked with, and feeding them out to tragedy pimps, to blackmail, and all that shit behind the scenes. There's a group of locals been doing that for all these years. That were only embedded and inserted with you all from other cases. Fuck all y'all. So no, I'm pretty sure Beach Creek knows that's not true, but I love and see what you're doing with that right there, Michelle, is when you imply that to this community. And you're saying, ooh, Jody, she's giving away all the secrets of Beach Creek. That can get somebody killed or hurt. And you know it. But see, Beach Creek knows that's not the case. Locals do as well, because it was, boy, I can make, oh, yeah, no. Y'all wish. Anyway, no. But you love for people to believe that, right? Yeah. But see, that right there is creating danger and harm to us. That's what that's doing, and you know it. You're also implying to your audience that, well, those who have never spoken and say they didn't raise their head above the, whatever, and they didn't speak publicly, and they're just fun in their lives. Really? Because if I really want to, I can name quite a few that have never actually spoke publicly that are not fun. Because of you all. And insert around. And the little local crew working for you all that have fucked with them and such. Even though they've never spoke publicly or online. You, like an abuser and a criminal, whatever, and it's similar flavor, are implying that victims of you should just shut the fuck up and go away. And if they'd never spoken or they didn't speak, then they wouldn't be under attack and they wouldn't be done this way and that way. They're abused. And everybody has a right to fucking abuse them and do whatever the fuck they want to them as long as they speak or say anything or feel some type of way about what the abuser's doing to them. It's exactly what you're doing, Michelle. And you're justifying it to the world, and there's no justification for it. Furthermore, leave out the truth again that you, your crew, those with you, like the Jennies and the Adrians and the Methvins and the Critters and all that, in each and every case, use combined methods and social media platforms to hunt down and acquire people around high profile, active, ongoing investigations. And that you often emotionally and psychologically manipulate them over here in ways that you hope most never catch on to. It's like Sebastian, same techniques were used there that was used on all of us. Same room cleansing, running of, the same Emma, Ryan, this, that, and the other type of shit. The Summerwell's missing groups, just like the Sebastian's missing groups. And then you all run in rooms and advertising through like places like your Facebooks and things, Michelle. Those big bad pieces that are coming up. You know those family members are watching inside of those Sebastian or Summer groups. And then what you all do is you hope that they're watching or that it's fed to them when those lives run by other creators, and then it'll trigger them with all the bad beings in them to come and defend themselves. It's a tactic. It is very well noted and seen in several cases, especially Summers and Sebastian's and other ones. It's what y'all do. It's not going over anybody's head. And a lot of those and a lot of that shit took place, and the critters in between from your group, obviously Seraphina's, this group, whole nine, and the hunting and acquisition team included those that were in yours, Michelle. But do not tell the public that, right, Michelle? Or it won't just be, oh, it was just simply their choice to speak publicly, or it, and well, if they hadn't spoke publicly, we would have never spoke on them, and blah 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 blah. And but they deserve this, right? And if they never speak, yeah, fuck you. Also, let's take note that others around us outed us. That includes Candace and Dawn feeding us out to the wolves behind the scenes and all her business. That includes the ex-devil MIL with her pick-me-ass posts all over the line, etc. And you all were definitely gearing for the neighbor that heard the scream that Candace and Dawn wanted to use, I guess, for their benefit within 24 hours and then continuing on and Dawn to hide behind or yeet out into the universe once McDonald was coming back out, the sisters again, all that shit. You know, that type of shit. Y'all were definitely trying to acquire the Scream neighbor that the MIL and all the others that already had, you know, all that shit. So, give it a rest, Michelle. May the public never find out what all of you have done. And yeah, we all just deserve it. Who knew that if you just speak out or say anything around an open and active case that you're actually local to or know people in, that you deserve to just have your lives annihilated, right? Or destroyed or targeted, and you deserve it. You deserve it for some random strange bitch in the UK with 90 payment portals using your image and name. You deserve it. And then if you speak out about it, they're just going to do another piece on you and abuse you some more. Try to justify it to the world. Pretend they're true detectives. Whatever else. How abusive of you, Michelle. Love it. Love it. Alright, carry on.
Jody Sue could have been one of those people.
Oh, Jody Sue could have been one of those people if she just shut her fucking mouth. Who are you, Andy fucking Bernard? Brian Laundrie? Who the fuck are you, dude? Chris Watts? Like, I got questions. And so you have the skill sets to identify exactly what you did there, how abusive it is, what your mind fucking your subs chat in the world to be okay with and to be able to justify and for you to justify. And to say I deserve this and that I have no right to speak or a voice or to feel any type of way about what you're doing or to call you out for it or else. And to imply that I could have been one of those. Never spoke up, never whatever, never heard of my life destroyed it. But man, maybe some people fight back after being hunted and acquired by you, your group, this group, the players in between, the little locals. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like monsters and abusers very much. Even in the face of one really big bad one for 3 decades, didn't really stand down or back down or shut up either, or break. Y'all should have probably acquired that first. Come up with a different technique. Because I ain't it, man. Nope. No. He could have told you some shit about how well I break or bend or give up. And now I keep feet to fires and holding monsters accountable and responsible and such. Even in the face of death. So can I say. Yeah, y'all should have visited that first. Come up with a better plan before acquiring the wrong bitch from Ben Hill.
Wait. I don't know if monsters are there. But wait, now she's actually gonna follow through some sort of quote from Andy. But a while ago when she was like, oh, and there's this quote by JC that confuses all so much investigation, but she never follows through that quote. I mean, this is the...
This is me yesterday talking about how she did not. That's why I told y'all to put a pin in this earlier. How she didn't follow through with the quote. Right? After going from my video and then into the dog shit and then talking about a quote. It never happened. And how long in between it was, you know, watch what she does.
I didn't get this far. I already heard it was stupid. I already seen evidence it was stupid. Just like I follow you. And what they figured out in the project.
Yeah, well, the confusing comment that I referred to, that I played the clip from, this is a few days after someone went missing. She's talking on Facebook, and she says, when we were searching for Summer, and she went, oh, no. And then she went on to talk about searching for Jackie Dobbs. That's why. And
No, you said there was a quote and you didn't have it, whatever. You implied to that video and me saying and talking about Dobbs and Summer, you implied that I was confused. In the quote, what you said was whatever the quote was that you never quoted, was that there was a quote for me that fucked up Summer's investigation or some shit like that. Those are two entirely separate things, Michelle. And the time in which it took for you to do it yesterday, see, this retelling of events doesn't add up. Right? You already said yesterday, she's confused. Look at her, but that's not what it was. She took it out of context. She did whatever. You manufactured, da da da. And, you did whatever with it. But then you said there was a quote from me that did whatever with Summer's case, whatever, but then you never quoted it. But when you had a quote from Andy, you did indeed quote it, but that wasn't him. Yeah, Michelle, no. You couldn't try to walk that back, it ain't gonna happen.
Well, they went down every hollow really right the way to bail him. That's how I know it, because she said it on Facebook Live.
I never said we went down to every hollow all the way to bail him. I never said that. Do you know how impossible that would be, Michelle? That would have taken all night and the goddamn morning. Nobody did all that. No. But you've never been here. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And even, man, fuck off. Fuck off. And then you keep mentioning Bozeman. And I think earlier in this, when you put up some sort of Van Hill thumbnail and your fucking shit too, ain't you fucked around enough in that? Carrying on.
But some of the things she said that Andy had told her, I don't have those.
Didn't you pull enough propaganda around those events for Ryan with the crew and the local shit? Didn't you do that already, Michelle? Ain't you fucked around enough yet?
Quotes. I can't find them now. I don't know this on Facebook Live. But some of the things she said that Andy had told her, I don't have those quotes. I can't find them now. I don't know whether she's taken them out.
Oh dear. Are you, see, this is how you know she watched all that shit yesterday. And where I said, what? On the quote, she was all like, I know she said that Andy seen Summer's body, and Andy said Saturday, and Andy blah, 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 blah. And quotes are redditors, so make me a clip. They don't exist. So now she's got to find a way to get around that again. You ain't getting around it, because that shit don't exist. And you know it, Michelle. You fucking know it. You lying hoe bag. You can't find them because they don't exist. But if you then, to an international audience, say, well, I probably can't find them because she took them down or deleted them or something. Well, that's not true. And you know the database and crew and all of y'all, you download everything. You know you got the ICU types and shit back there and the meth with everybody else. They used to have all that. Go find it, bitch. Go find it. Go find it. Go have them do it. You do any other day. You think if that existed, this place wouldn't be fucking going wild with it for years? Like y'all have that sedation shit and this shit and that shit. Hell yeah, they would. But it never existed. You all made that shit up and propagandaed it. It ain't true, and it never happened. Therefore, you do not have the quotes. But if you tell the public that I deleted something, or I erased something, or I took them down, and then, wildly enough, y'all say you got everything from all of us, downloaded, recorded, da-da-da-da-da, and we know that your little research crews and databasers do, so why don't you have access to it? Why do you not have those things? Why are they not marked, and why are they not out here redundant on rinse, repeat? It's because they don't exist. But you hope that flies with your audience with the, well, she deleted again. She did this again. It's about like that 6-up stunt with all the bullshit with the flesh-colored leggings the other day. To hold everybody in suspense to annihilate Ziggy based on basic bitch shit, like clothing and her ass and what they look like in flesh pants. And then when they are at the end of the live, as promised, then everybody, including her, were like, oh no, she's edited it. She's edited it. And then people start agreeing with her that know better. We all know that if you edit or do anything to a live stream, it comes back and is automatically uploaded as a video and without chats. Ziggy still stood as a live stream and chat included. So, nope, Six was lying into just like you're lying now, and like a lot of people do. Oh, they edited it. They took it down. They did this. They hid it. Like, you're lying. It's a tactic. It's a thing you all use. Nobody took whatever. It didn't exist. It never existed, and you all damn well know it. Or y'all play it into redundancy like you do everything else. Right? I mean, and it's like yesterday when you did that shit about, the crap around Summer's body light. Yeah. The fucking video's here, bitch, and I know you watched enough of yesterday's video to know it was, so you could have gone even if you hadn't all the years and got it. But that would have proved you a liar again. And that, I nor little ever said, implied, and blah, 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 any of that shit. Right? Exactly. So, you can't do that, can you? And you won't. You are a liar, and you are mind-fucking your own subs and members internationally and making money off of it. You are destroying innocent people and lives and misconstruing, putting out misinformation, disinformation with Killer and many others throughout the years that is absolutely real life and has real life harm and consequences and effect. Fuck you, bitch. You can't find the quotes because they don't exist. Nobody deleted or yeeted, but you all. Just like y'all tried to hide the truth about who, what, when, where, and was said and da-da-da about all the Summer stuff anyway. Y'all are a bunch of gross little maggots. Anyway, carry on.
Streams down, I just don't have them.
But the leader does work for the core. The core may have a knowledge of the person responsible, persons, and or information regarding the whereabouts of, or who is actually responsible is hiding.
That's from yesterday, and I'm talking about how the core or whatever may have information on the whereabouts or who's responsible for or any of that, and be cleansing assholes or confusing shit or misleading police or the world is there to try to get by with the crime of. I think we've ascertained that that's possible in the year 2026, and absolutely somebody could have crawled their ass right up around 110 and otherwise are into the core team or locals who know someone or related to someone that's responsible in that and could be using the ability to gain certain access or information to 110 or police or anything else or, to get by with the crime. I think anybody with half a brain cell could, or would realize that, and that that's a potential and a possibility. It's not crazy in the least. And when the core team definitely features certain locals doing certain fuck shit from the very beginning, minutes and hours and days, well, and that they're continuing, yeah, there's a chance. And when that also includes Candace and Dawn themselves, and, I mean, you do you, boo-boos, but I ain't gonna be stupid. So, yeah, but it's totally crazy thinking. Crazy thinking, right?
So she's saying that YouTubers know who abducted Summer. It's all part of a criminal.
Ma'am, did I say YouTubers? Did I say just YouTubers? No, I did not. Y'all go back to that piece yesterday. Go back to what she just played. Nowhere in that did I imply just YouTubers or YouTubers. Nowhere, nor have I ever all these years. Do I look like goddamn Don Wells to you? Maybe even Arnie Tucker. DCS, Russian organ harvesters, cartel. No. Michelle, once again, you just said something and implied something I did not imply nor say. Nor did I put it down to just YouTubers, not unless they're local ones or something. I'm saying that you all are helping, like you did in Leilani's and, Reeds in this area. You all will help guilty ass motherfuckers try to get by with crimes that absolutely do hold the knowledge and are guilty of committing the crimes. You all will help them and try to get them out of it. You will try to get verdicts overturned like in Delphi and shit with your propaganda and the Norse and pagan shit. Right. The fuck out of here. Alright? The fuck out of here, man. We know what you all will do. For anyone, guilty or not. We know what you all do and what you're surrounding yourselves with. Who you've done the main dirty work for. You yourself, Michelle, been working for some of the locals and with them and getting your information from them since the beginning, like Scott H. and others. You and your little acquisition crew are part of that shit, and all of us, and how we were trigger matched into existence or defending ourselves or speaking. You, ma'am, know damn good and well the locals involved in the fucking shit are wound up around or certain people. And if you have any critical thinking skills, you would think, shit, it's possible. The person or persons responsible could be related to or known by one of those who climbed their asses right up around 110 or around these YouTubers or pumping out information to other locals to then pump through those like Ziggy and Fred or others, and into this group or into their buddies, like, I don't know, the core group here on the ground, shit, helping you all. And then, that's provide, a back and forth for the person or persons responsible and why some of us are being targeted. So, come on, Michelle, use your damn brain for something besides a fucking coat rack, or a hat rack. Shut the fuck up. But once again, you said and implied something I did not. But it makes me seem crazy out of what YouTubers did it, but I didn't say that. I did not say that. But that's what you want, is people to think I said that YouTubers took Summer. No, man. I didn't say that. But you said it out of your own mouth.
Organisation. If that's not spreading misinformation and disinformation, I don't know what is.
But I did not say YouTubers took it. But there are local YouTubers working with you all that are very close. And we're right there twizzled around the hill in a few hours. It's fun. But either way, you're working with a core group that could hold knowledge. That is not misinformation, disinformation, or what. Could. And I tell you what, somebody somewhere damn sure knows something. And when that core group is run up at 110 and otherwise from the beginning, and then tragedy pimps and YouTubers doing dirty work, and a certain section of locals and all that, well, man, it takes on a certain flavor. And that is not speculation. That has really happened. That has really fucking happened. Y'all viewed it, everybody up there at Candace and Dome will allow the fuck up there that worked for you all, etc. Y'all have had people in boots on the ground. You've had acquisition teams. And it's always included those, that work with YouTubers and locals, etc. to put out function. That's not speculation. That's fact. So, and That ain't misinformation or disinformation. I love it, though, Michelle.
And tapered on the ground is so many. Hands in the buttholes of all those who would be the most likely, or who are truly getting many visits and being investigated. Yeah, it looks totally sad for them. And it's weird. But y'all keep doing your dirty work. Get those feelings and guts from neighbors and things, and piece together all this shit, and, all those things.
I believe this piece is me talking about airstay. And for some reason, y'all think us and our gut feelings and all this, we're not allowed them, but you all can just say whatever salacious shit, whatever dramatic child porn type of book shit you want to, like Don B and Queen Bee's chats, and y'all can say the most horrifying things about women and children and the horrific crimes committed against them, and that's fine. But if we gently talk about things and not in salacious manners in this era, and we have feelings, or we emote, or we have worries, or whatever, then that's not okay. But you can just do whatever the hell you want to in the most gross, horrifying, terrifying manner on earth. That's what I believe I was talking about here.
Would that be the people that you know are lying? The people that you know lied to the feds? Or are you going to walk that back as well?
Yeah, and then was
that piece had nothing to do. See, she just made a piece where I was talking about us and our feelings here locally and who knows somewhere versus the bullshit tragedy memes put out like Michelle or Don B or this Aaron is this crazy, insane, horrifying, explicit manner about somewhere and otherwise. And other children and women. That was the comparison there, right? Like I just went through. But she just tried to make it into, are these the people you're talking about that lied to the feds? Obviously not, lady. But it was her way of including that again. Keep trying to hammer it home, Michelle. Keep trying to hammer it home.
Let's not forget that chasing, generating, the cleansing crew, the core team, the manners, and the well, they had a bunch of shit in public, snake on, and etc. It's really not going to forget about that.
She can't help it. She has to mention those people.
Yeah, laugh at me mentioning chasing Jenny, Adrian, who were all part of your crew there, Michelle. You're acting like I just bring whatever. But yesterday you chose a chasing piece to fuck with me and direct the propaganda at me and Andy. And so in yesterday's reply to that, I brought up chasing and her bullshit again. But laugh like I was going to bring them. I don't know, they're your bitches. They're back there in your group acquiring, doing all shit to all of us. I got proof of it. Michelle, you want to fuck around and find out? But yeah. No goddamn wonder, considering how real life they go and how much fake shit and propaganda and twisting and stamping they put on shit. And fake scream does this and documentaries that, whatever the fuck else they wanted to. And lying to courts and otherwise, and tampering and shit, and tampering with judges, and and tampering with family, going real life, and it's real funny. JDC mentions those often, and MichelleAfterDark's buddies who were with her in a research groups and all this shit for years, Michelle. Years. Oh. And it went real life on us and still there. Tamper with court settings, they lied to police, they twisted shit around, they kept... Yeah, I mean, you know the drill, right, Michelle? Yep, I'm sure you do. So, I don't know, it's real funny. I keep mentioning them just like I do you and calling them out for the fuck shit. It's because they are what they are, man. And yeah, those bitches be lying to all kinds of law enforcement, police, community members, fucking up shit, fucking up real lives, going extreme real life online to, the whole world about setting up, targeting. Hell yeah. Michelle, you know it. So it ain't. And why is it you're allowed yesterday to use Chasing's piece, but then laugh like I just brought him up out of nowhere? Which, whatever, but you use Chasing. So I talked about Chasing. Yeah. Once again, you're allowed. I'm not. That's what I thought, Michelle. You're allowed to use Chasing's bullshit that was already targeting me back then to target me again in yesterday's propaganda piece. But if I mention Chasing, it's funny. Or I can't. What? You know what you're doing, skill set, right? Yes, you do. Once again, I ask the world, are you tired of being fucked with emotionally, mentally, psychologically by these fucking true crime douchebags? Are you tired of being propaganded up and Kool-Aided down?
Are they not allowed to have those fears and feelings and those? Or potentials?
Of course you are. Of course you're allowed. But if you're aware that people lied to the feds, well...
What? Of course you're allowed to feelings. But a minute ago it was no, if you'd never spoken about your feelings, then you would deserve this type of shit. Pick a lane, bitch. Pick a lane.
Hope you made that known.
Hammer that home all you want. Michelle, hammer it home. You and Killer both. What are these people you talking about? Wouldn't you like to know? Just fuck out of here with this shit. You ain't getting it. Just nurse. And know that it's clearly not implied. Yeah, fuck out of here.
Salacious lies, right up there about these children all in detail, all this shit, and that's just fine, right? Y'all make that.
Well, yeah, the difference between YouTubers talking about what might have happened, but you actually naming a person and saying that he was supplying drugs to the children at 110 so that...
Did you really do that again? How many goddamn desperate times is that in just this video and the last one? Is that all you really got? That's it. And then you boil down everything you've done to all of us compared to a moment where I said, like, really? That's not even remotely equatable. You're bad at this, Michelle. Real fucking bad at this. Your skill set sucks, man. No. Liam Neeson or you, bitch. Alright. Good Lord. Jody Sue and Andy, Jody Sue and Andy, sedation, Jody Sue and Andy, filter, Jody Sue and Andy, and married, and Jody Sue and Andy, and older kids, and Jody Sue and Andy. God damn, bitch. Pick something else already. Jody Sue knows people lied to the fans, lied to this, and Judge Robert at 5. And what the fuck? Please, ma'am. I'm begging you. Please, with your amazing skill set, come up with something fucking else. Anything else. I'm begging. Jesus. Just keep saying it, man. Like in front of all 75 of your fucking channels internationally. Like, maybe they'll hear it for the millionth time. Like, maybe it'll make a difference. It'll make us look some type of way. Ah, shit! It'll trigger Jody so she get really, she'll say things. Maybe she'll give us some more info. Ain't fucking happening. God damn. I don't care. You play an old 40-hour live stream and then all the shows are I don't care. Play it into infinity and beyond. I don't care. Play the Andy's married thing into infinity and beyond. Target whatever the fuck you want. Do whatever, man. Keep aiming down on the same ones. Keep somehow making us responsible for other people's lying or telling the truth. That damn Blumhouse. That's him. And you. That's on you motherfuckers, what you do and how far real life you go. Alright? That ain't got shit to do with us. Quit putting shit where it don't belong. Quit holding everybody else accountable. We're at higher standards than those last with and known to be with someone. Stop doing this shit to everyone that only you all have named as this, that, and the other, and made look this, that, and the other with this same pile of shit for years. Stop it. Find something fucking new to do. Stop it. I mean, damn. Or continue on. Every piece you do, make sure to hit all the high notes. The speech disabilities, can't understand, intoxication, Andy's married, Jody Sue's children, Fields Road, this, Dobbs that, whatever this, Jody Sue's a stripper. I mean, Jesus Christ, Michelle. Ziggy and Fred 2.0.
They could be sedated and touched is quite another. That's a completely different ballgame. Talking hypothetically.
No, like you were trying to equate shit that ain't equatable. At least you were trying to completely narrow down everything you do. Didn't we go through this again? I remember saying this exact same thing to you at least twice. Your false equivalency bullshit. Yes, I believe last time we went through this, I addressed your false equivalency shit. And now you have the tendency to try to, converge everything y'all done into like a nothing burger and then equate it to something else. And it's not equatable. You try to make whatever you all do for years and all the different propaganda and all the shit, somehow equal to another event that is not, and it's not even equatable. It's not the same thing. And to justify what y'all do, we've been through this. I remember saying this exact same thing to you. And I know you have the skill sets to recognize what you're doing and why you're doing it to your audience members, chat, and to the world. That's fucking false equivalency, man. An attempted justification of your alls, but whatever we say is blah, blah, blah. You are a hot piece of shit.
About a case, theorizing about a case. Okay. You might think that's wrong, but
that's not what you all are doing, Michelle. And you know it. You're going real life, you're creating extremes, just like in this. You put out something false, which is I've let out all Beach Creek's secrets. And if I just shut the fuck up, and that's not true, that creates danger. You know what you're doing, ma'am. You know what your group has done to, and how real life they go. You sure as fuck do, because they're right there with you as they were doing it. And as you've helped it along. No, you don't just speculate or theorize. That ain't what you do. Yesterday's shit with you and Killer wasn't just that. That was propaganda put out intentionally to target people wrongly against fact and proof and evidence already out here and known publicly. It was a lie, and you and Killer both know it. You have the skill sets to identify propaganda when you see it. I know you do. Fuck out of here with your shit.
That's up to you. But when you actually name a person and accuse them of facilitating a very serious crime, and then you try and walk it back, well, yeah.
Hey, Michelle, when you accuse Andy and I and put out the propaganda of Fields Road, this, and escaping perimeters and shit, and allowing it to be open gate like that against all fact, evidence, and proof to the contrary, you're opening the floodgates, just as you know, for us to be targeted and attacked under that manner falsely. When you do the shit you've done for years to all of us, and with your group that you know go extreme real life, and that's all bullshit based. Whereas what I said is not bullshit based.
That's a new league.
Fred's the one that first one heard say some stupid shit. Isn't it, Fred? That ain't gospel. And Fred's the one who's underlining about somebody's last on whereabouts and, and
This was me yesterday commenting on Alfred's one where the first ones, and it said Summer had passed away on the Saturday, etc. And I looked at him like he was a moron. I've said that many times over the years. Michelle had said Andy, Summer's body, and then Saturday, right? He's just trying to walk this shit back.
like, how would Andy ever even think that she had died or something happened to her on the Saturday when we'd seen her after that Saturday? She disappeared on Tuesday, man. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, so that means stupid on his part to ever say, I never said this, right? All I'm telling you is that you gotta be stupid to think something. And also, let's put back to that bullshit from Killer, Green Eyes, Fred, etc., and the propaganda cycle and lunatics right here. You don't believe that she really, vanished XYZ before 15, which is stupid. You have to be stupid to think that.
Yeah, you do have to be stupid to think that. But
really? Killer thinks that all the time and puts that shit out. And I've seen you go through theoretical pieces where she vanished, and even, yeah, maybe, right? Is you're theorizing. And it's stupid. So why did you ever do it? And why are you lifting up a channel or anywhere near other creators and advertising for them that do that stupid shit? I don't know, Michelle.
Saturday happens every week. I didn't say which Saturday.
Oh no. Oh no. Michelle didn't say which Saturday. Oh, Michelle's gonna try to play gotcha.
I didn't say the Saturday before. And I can't find the quote that Andy had said to her. And yeah, this is hearsay. This is not admissible evidence in court. It's just something that was said on the internet. That I swear down, she said that Andy had told her that Summer died on Saturday. Which Saturday?
Ma'am, if he ever said that, he's either a fucking lunatic or something about like that graveyard shit, or putting on shit for you all and the play drama crap and playing your all's TV games, or he's just too stoned or whatever the fuck he is. I don't know. But I don't know. Go find the fucking quote, Michelle. Or did somebody delete it or take it down too? I don't know. Whatever, Michelle.
We don't know.
But if she tells y'all that she swears at me and she heard it.
Just interesting that the footprints were found on Saturday, June 19th. I'm sure that's a coincidence, but...
Huh. Interesting. So now you're going to go ahead and carry forward with this horse shit. Implying you swear up and down and you said something about Saturday. And blah, blah, blah. And whatever, right? And therefore, footprints could apply, and him seeing Summer's body on Saturday could apply. Right. No, ma'am, it cannot and does not. And it's not real, it's not fact-based, none of that. And I have proof and evidence, and so do feds and law enforcement, that what you're putting out right now is bullshit. What you're attempting to open people's minds up to, etc., is bullshit. And it's more propaganda, but you can't lose, can you? You can't be wrong. You can't be proven a goddamn liar and propaganda and piece of shit tragedy pimp, can you? Nope. So you're gonna continue on with this, huh? To what? The death or something? No, you ain't. You won't continue any further than goddamn tonight with it. I promise you that. Alright. I want to make it clear that on Saturday, and their proof and receipts already out here for that Saturday on the 19th. Andy was coming and going, and from work and all this other things. Did you know he worked on Saturdays and things, Michelle? Also, we had live. Also, that once again, Michelle, see the detectives in real news pieces for the reams of data and all the beautiful things they can attain with all the alphabet agencies. That will include GPS or cell phone data, all the things. Alright? Alright? Don't let your audience realize those exist. Also, Michelle, do not let your audience forget that on Saturday there were still search crews, detectives, agents, air and ground searches, all that. Don't let them forget that the command center was still there. There were still blockers on it. Don't let them forget any of that. Don't let them forget that there are cameras and otherwise on fields and all the things. Okay? Alright? And that there's already proof and evidence out here that you're full of shit. So, let's go to Saturday. And also Sunday if you like. And, whatever. So anyway. Now. Obviously there'd be a timeline, right? The day exists. Okay? In all those hours, how many was Andy at work or other places? Where was his GPS? Where was mine? Where everybody else's? Am I right? Sure, feds and law enforcement have that. How long was he XYZ? Where was? Da da da. See all those things apply. Right? All the feds, all the searchers, ground crew, air shit, everything applies, Michelle. Still yet. Searches in and out, blah blah blah, still apply. Every goddamn day for weeks. So once again, you've met a roadblock, bitch. Also, Michelle, Miss Footprint, blah blah blah, Raider, blah 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 blah. All right. Wednesday. All right. Now, Radar gets into town at Wembley, right? This air, right? Now, as someone who lived in Ben Hill and in the area here in this area, like I've told y'all many times, right? We heard seen shit. Others did not. Not even little stalkers and this the other. We were told things, etc. as well. On that day, leading up to and before dark, on our way back and forth from the command center, wildly enough, and otherwise, we saw certain things happening before dark, etc. and all this shit. And we were told certain things by law enforcement at that time. And then throughout the evening, more searchers joined, all this stuff. Obviously, the helicopter lifts off at night. The night searches begin. Cannot tell you how awful that night was. I have before. And for those of us who actually give a damn, we waited throughout that night. Every second, just waiting for cheers to go up and them to walk out of there with someone. We did. We thought that's what was happening and the possibility and it's not what happened. But I will tell you that what we were told and what we seen had not shit to do with footprints. And that's from law enforcement. But you can take that, however, and that doesn't mean jack shit in the end. However, on the 21st, Andy's at work on the 21st, etc. But then, also on that day, on the 20th, we had talked to others locally, etc. And they'd been told and seen the same things we had. And so it was, being like, okay, so, here we are. And others seem to know and they were told the same thing and whatever, right? And obviously, I'm communicating with him while he's at work on the 21st, and I'm telling him to reschedule ultrasounds I had at radiology, uh, etc., because he's the only one with cell phone signal, and he was at work calling to reschedule while he was out. So, anyway, and I've marked out things clearly. For reasons, because get this, after years, some of us hold. We hold. But clearly, did not have shit to do with footprints. Had to do with something else found on certain properties and shit. And other locals knew about it too. So it's why often throughout the years I've been like, y'all can say there ain't evidence all you like. Yeah, I'm gonna bet there is. And I'm gonna bet there is. And it's shit like this that doesn't need to be with or around or given to the wrong persons or suspects or anything else so they can try to weave Bob or know what exists or what does not. And you all don't need it to tragedy event from. So clearly on the 20th, we'd had verification from others that they seen and were told the same things, and etc. And before dark and before the shit. But I don't guess Raider was he? And I think it best that that remains such. And I think it best that whoever's responsible worry about that a bit, along with many other things. Also, that's 1:54, 21:14 p.m. Here's me by the 21st, 22nd, being like, fucking media. Alright? And then him replying and me being like, I know. And then I'm like, but a week after, it's just start shit because they want it to be shit and they're running out of shit to say and they're probably doing this shit. Da-da-da. So everyone can make it a Boswell because everyone wants to be a Boswell no matter what. That's how I feel about it. Who knows what the fuck's been script written by you all either, but Boswell's been a guilty bitch. And I was like, y'all have to take me to the command center after you get off work. He was at work on the 22nd. Was that suspicious? Was he allowed in and out of the road at that time? Oh, no, wait, he disappeared. He quit working and everything, but we were also simultaneously at the bottom of the driveway every day. I don't know. And he replied, and I was like, they told me to do so today, yesterday. Never gave me a time or a person to see, though. And I was like, I guess about the polygraph, which is what it offered since day one, or evening one. Some were vanished. I'd offered to be like, hey, you need a polygraph, do it, whatever. Eventually, they yeeted on through lines. I had to go to the command center, talk to people, and they were like, nah, we don't need one from you. But yeah, guys, I never did any such thing. I never offered or whatever. And I still do. But there it is. Oh my God. Right? There it is. And was told that, always don't need them. So, just how it is, right? You'd think if I was such a suspect bitch, or Andy was, but the 22nd of June, they would taken us straight up on the offer of a polygraph. Right, Michelle? Right? But they didn't, did they? And they still don't. So, yeah, we're all superstitious. There's the 20th. He was starting shit. And all that. But anyway, yeah. On the 19th and 20th, as I recall, and on certain days, let me see. And on the 20th for sure. He was definitely staying out, and he was balls deep in fucking Becca over there somewhere. And I was raising a little hell about that. And we were supposed to, on a certain day, on Saturday actually, take ice creams and also pick up something else from one of the other neighbors and take it to one end, and other things happened and such that it's sort of, whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I would say that, Michelle, considering I've put out abundance of receipts through years, you're full of shit. Andy and I's whereabouts are clearly known. And you'd think if we were any type of sus, especially by the 22nd, or they thought anything about Fields Road or footprints or anything to do with any of us, they would have damn sure been taking a motherfucker up on that polygraph. honey. And they did. Alright. And I have the whereabouts of Monster and everything else in those days. GPS, also shit myself. I'm sure feds and law enforcement do. I know he was at work despite Fred and Killer and everybody else's diabetes. I know he wasn't sitting at the bottom of no damn driveway. I know that, all the things. And the proof and receipts are already out here. And no matter what, ma'am, you are not going to build some bullshit narrative and leave doors open to your propaganda with the but this and but that, and well, 80 and the 19 footprints and Raider and the 20 and blah, 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 blah. You're not going to do it, man. You're not going to do it because we do indeed know some shit. We do indeed hold some shit. And, 80 was indeed at work in other places, and I hold that GP, all this other shit. I'm sure feds do too. What you cannot escape the perimeter of, ma'am. You or Killer or the rest of this crew on YouTube. Command center at the end of fields. Cameras all along. Roadblocks to end of Benham. Searches, interviews, agents, detectives coming and going continuously. Search crews all up in the trails of and the wees. And, ways that law enforcement and all of us could clearly tell fields had not even been accessed or fucked with in any way, and that feds and others damn sure have the photographic evidence of prior to us even going under as called to do by law enforcement. And see the pressers and shit, Michelle. You cannot get around all that. Okay? I know you're gonna try to. Because without all that shit, it allows you to do your propaganda bullshit and your narrative shit and your targeting shit. But man, if we were that fucking sus of anything, they would have yeeted us the fuck up and definitely took us up on that polygraph. Ain't having it. I don't care if it does, but and I always and continually offer it. They know that. I don't have a problem with it. So, and still the answer remains, nah, we're good. Right? And who knows what that means? You can take it any way you like. But, yeah. I think they would have interrogated the fuck out of us at the very least. That's never really happened. Yeah. But, y'all do you. But in order to do you, Michelle, Killer, you have to mindfuck the public. And make them forget or not bring them to the awareness of none of your shit makes sense when you put in the searchers, the cameras, the locations, the actual distance, the aircraft, the GPS, the reams of data, the receipts all of us hold, and shit we hold even down to the GPS of one another as well, work times and schedules, and oh my. Alright? You have to make them forget that or never become aware of that. Because once they do, all your old shit starts falling apart unless people watch. So no, Michelle, Killer, you ain't gonna continue with it. Not with this particular horse shitting with your Fields crap. That was on the 20th. That would have been Sunday. But yeah, I don't know, buddy. Ouch. Ouch, bro. Ouch. Hold on just a second. Alright, guys. Are you there? Am I here? Where did it fucking go? Oh, there it is. Alright, guys. Let me see if I'm here. If I'm back. Back again. Alright. So here you go, Michelle and dear world, right? We're gonna end this. This is the monster on the 19th. And at 9:50 a.m. Because he's at work. Okay? I sent a picture of Little at the time, and I was like, I think the kids and I are going to move. We're never going to feel safe or find peace here again, no matter how all of this goes. This little piece we had left, having to live beside all these fucking weirdos the last few years, wasn't very much. But now none remains, and they've taken every ounce and sliver of joy or peace they hadn't already managed to suck my neighborhood dry of as was. And there's no getting it back or returning to normal ever. The kids and I are going through shit because of this emotionally, mentally. It is taking a toll. It is also bringing up things for me that I didn't even realize existed any longer or couldn't even be triggered / accessed so many decades later. None of which you would understand or care about or help with in any tangible way. See what Monster started being like, oh shit, she's vulnerable. Let me use summer banishing as a way to further abuse her. Yeah, because I gave him an avenue. Regardless, I think it may be best if you and I spend time apart or part ways. I am soul weary, and all I want is to spend the last of the time I may have on this earth with my kids in whatever small amount of exposure. Oh my god, it's almost as if Jody Sue wanted to fuck away from Monster. It was already wanting to move. It was already like, fuck this. Then sick of his shit. Alright, and the only time I could voice any of these feelings was when he was at work. Which I did on the 19th. At 9:50 a.m. Motherfuckers. So I guess if cameras apply on the 15th, do they not on the 19th, Michelle? Killer? I guess. But anyway. And here I am. I think you and I need to part ways for better permanently because I'm sick of your shit. I'm weary. I just want to be at peace with my children. And I would also like to move from here because, yeah, fuck it. It just, I knew it'd never be the same in there again, and I already didn't like it in there anyway. But yeah. Woo, y'all really gonna trigger me with like Andy married, Andy this, Andy that. Blah, 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 motherfucking blah, blah. Ah, shit. We need to part ways, because fuck you, you weary ass bastard who keeps abusing us. Yep. But clearly he was out at 9:50 a.m. And the only time I really voiced shit like this was in work, which is what I used to formulate to feed off the back end whores and shit. Be like, look what she's doing. Right? And then he literally be like, I'm not texting or messaging her back, well, you have proof or evidence. He's not real smart. But anyway. Yeah. Yeah, you guys, you're gonna trigger me with the Andy didn't pick her, he didn't put a ring on it. Bitch, do you see my words? Do you see him? Regardless, I think it may be best if you and I spend time apart or part ways. I am soul weary, motherfucker. Your goddamn abuse of these children and I. Oh God, he made her move. Oh God, he married some. Oh God. And she clearly knew by his pointing at he had already gotten himself eaten alive by a fucking whorebag that was desperate and really had all the things he was selling them on with his abuse of them. Couldn't happen to a better bitch. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, I don't know, guys. Do you think he was on camera that day? Does the camera not apply then on the 19th like it did the 15th? Because Michelle says yesterday the cameras applied and work applied. Wah, wah, wah. And then I got to tell you, I have further receipts and what time he entered, exited, etc. that can line up with the GPS and all that shit. Would y'all like to continue, killer? Michelle? Any of y'all with the... He didn't pick Jody Sue, he's married. Like, that motherfucker thought it would matter. He's like, I'm just getting married to get you. Read again. Part ways. Part ways. So fucking weird. Which is part of his fear, right? He thought, I'd be dead within a few months. That triggered some of it. And, well, weak-ass motherfuckers, they always gotta have somebody, right? And a companion. But then also, on top of that, he done wound around, gotten fucked up by a desperate whore. I wasn't breaking that shit apart like usual. What will happen as she dropped earrings, did all the cliche shit. I had no need. I knew the hearts at noon for what they were, check-ins, all this shit. It's like fucking, anyway. So, and of course the world sees me losing my shit on certain time periods, months later. Because it's a little worrisome, him going about shooting the public, all the shits. Also didn't know if we were in a final discard cycle. I had to figure out where we stood, what was real, what was not, if he was coming back. I was awful worried about his mental state, who he might harm, or himself, etc. Because I didn't want him to kill himself, I didn't want him to come back and kill us. I needed to know this final thing. I was also trained to chase after him throughout all those years, and to care more about him than I did myself. And so things are the way they are, but not for the reasons you all think. But yes. Anyway. Yeah. I'm tragically broken. He's married. He's cheating. Whatever. Anyway, but he was clearly on camera and GPS and all this shit on the 19th. And then on the 20th, and all these things continue and have all things. You want to see some more receipts? Y'all gonna keep this shit up? I have questions. Did the camera still not apply on the 19th? Like they did on the 15th? Michelle said they counted. Him being on cameras counted on the 15th. That's what she said yesterday. So therefore they must apply on the 19th too, right, Michelle? So tell me when in that time during the 19th or 20th or any of those days he had time and how he would have pulled anything off, or I would have in front of feds, search crews, cameras, aircraft, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, fields road, da-da-da-da-da. You can't. The only way you can do that is by mind-fucking the public and to not realizing those things exist. And that fact, proof, evidence, and all that shit exists to prove y'all liars at every step and propaganda makers and you're full of shit. And that you'd like to know all the things that some of us know and all, and you ain't getting it because you'll do bad with it. And predators and such don't need, and the person or persons responsible don't need to know, and core groups don't need to know, and all that shit, because fuck you all, that's why. So, is what it is. Anyway, Michelle, I guess let's play the last 3 seconds, because I got shit to do. Besides you, it's going on far too long today. Far too long.
I didn't say the Saturday before. I said Saturday. And it happens every 7 days. And I can't find the quote, so I can't prove it. But I swear.
So, Michelle, if the footprints are found on Saturday, before dark, okay, which happened at that time of year, a little after 7 or whatever. How is he at work for most of that part of the day, etc.? On camera, always worry about Snow, and then gets in there, does anything to Summer, or sees her dead body, etc. Any of that shit, which you already know is based on bullshit you're putting out and is not true. But let's just say all of it is whatever. I want you to tell me how, when he is clearly out and in contact, and cell phone pings and data and towers and all the same rings of data would apply. I want you to tell me, because he got off at a certain time of day on Saturday, I want you to tell me how and when the fuck he would have been able, or I would have been able to do anything with all the searchers in the road, on the main road and Fields Road, the command center there, cameras, etc., da 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 da, and being searched in and out the road. Wouldn't it take time to do anything like that? And then wouldn't it be like the feds and their cameras and trailers and the cameras going up and down Fields and Bell and everywhere else, and even on Ben Hill? Wouldn't they have caught something like that? Yes, ma'am, they would have. How about that aircraft that was still going around the clock? Drones and the whole thing. Wouldn't they have seen something? Yes, ma'am, they would have. How about, ma'am, the law enforcement detectives we talked to and etc. on the 19th and otherwise, about things that heralded certain things and certain dates and all this shit? Huh? But see, you don't hold all the things. You don't know all the things. But you know enough to know what you're putting out is impossible, was not done, could not have been done. And you're leaving the gates open for it. And seeding and feeding it out to an international audience. That's what the fuck you and Killer are doing. So, Michelle, I'm going to ask again. The cameras and reams of data and all those things, do they apply on the 19th just like they did the 15th? You said those cameras, that's why Andy was considered innocent. He was on cameras on the 15th at work. And you know from news coverage, and searchers were in there on the main at Beach Creek and Ben Hill, etc. on the 19th. So, even after he was home, and I'm not going to give you a timeline for that, but even after he was, don't you think GPS on phones, cars, this there would apply? Cameras, search crews, FBI trailers with the beautiful cameras, cameras on Fields and Bell, what don't those play? I'm just asking. Would you like to continue this fucking stupid war because you can't back down and you just can't stand to lose or be proven wrong in front of the world? At an even smaller rate, that's how ridiculous this is. I mean, seriously. If you say cameras apply one day, why don't they the next? And then you explain how in a short period, right in front of feds, searchers, cars searched in and out of roadways, command centers and cameras and aircraft, that anything would have been possible to do. Or that the dogs that continued being put up and down our driveways and properties and this, the other, and in and out of our buildings and homes and such would not have picked up on Summer's scent in any of our vehicles. Not ever, and not once. And had we been using or traveling in any other vehicles, well, those would have been on cameras and known and vetted, verified, put shit into, I'm sure. So, but that was not the case. So, I don't know. I think I've proven my point here, Michelle. That you're full of shit and so's Killer. Please do attempt to continue to walk this shit back with your propaganda and mindfuckery and how you're abusing and using your own subs members in chat with your less than stellar skills.
Don't. I swear down I heard it. Something else that she walks back is Andy saying that he'd seen Summer's dead body.
I ain't walking that shit back because I never said it. I have nothing to walk back there, you lying fucking whorebag, because I never said it. Neither did Little. See, you lying again. You lying again. And who the fuck are you? The Ghost Channel people? Do you hear it? I know it existed. I heard it. No, you just do that because if you say it, the people that trust your dumb ass over there that you built up to siphon off of, you fucking UK Placostomus of doom, then they'll believe it. Oh, Jody Sue took down lives. Oh, it's missing. I can't find it. Nobody can find it. But yeah, your sorry ass has other people putting timestamps in. Or you call them every day, help me put the timestamps in. Bitch, shut the fuck up already. Alright? I ain't walking shit back that didn't exist in the first place, you propaganda fucking queen. And well, you're not a queen of that either. You're just bigger than that. Fucking other little maggots doing on the daily. That's it. And that's all you're doing. And that's all you'll continue to do. You don't want to put any real work or effort into. You will never do your own extreme research. You will never do anything other than what you've been doing for all these years, which is taking for everybody else, twisting, doing the group thing to belong, to get silver buttons and donos and 7 channels deep, taking income and destroying people's lives. Bitch, please, get the fuck up out of here. Seriously, I ain't joking. Shut the fuck up, Michelle. You ain't head, you ain't a queen, you ain't even good at whatever fucking degrees you held or did, whatever else, because you're transparent as glass. And by the way, bitch, ain't nobody angry. We just find you all pathetic and a fucking train wreck, like most of little maggots. I see you about the same equivalent as I do CZ and Piss Pat up there in PA and the rest and the nut jobs that Scott also figured into doing all the bullshit. Like you dumb bitch. You're literally taking all the shit and doing shit with a man who sits behind a monitor without showing his face, naked, which is real creepy, waiting on his elderly daddy to bring him spaghetti. And he can't ever, not in all the years, get out and do shit for him. I just can't. You're ridiculous, man. Okay? There's bigger ridiculous. And once people see it, they're not going to be able to unsee it, which is what you hope doesn't happen. So you and Killer and the crew and the bus can continue this shit. You can swear up and down, you've seen this, you've seen that, you heard this, did you hear the ghost noises, that, but I must have deleted and I must have done. No, I didn't. Shit never existed in the first place. You lying, you propaganda bitch. Alright.
I just wish I'd saved that quote. Can't prove it was said, and that's my bad.
I know, but you can imply to people that it was, and that you wish you'd saved that quote. Well, it didn't exist, motherfucker. It didn't exist, because it wasn't said. But that's her bad. No, it's your bad lying to these people. Homie? Keep it up, Michelle. Keep it the hell up. You know what you did yesterday. You know what you've been doing all these years and what this shit was too. This is pathetic. You're going to find a new bag of tricks. Alright, y'all. I'm out of here. This is far too long. Y'all do me a favor, and like I've asked since night one at Summer Vanish, please go to real news and information sources, law enforcement agencies. Share links to those real sources for information on her above her flyer type information with basics and her picture and her age progression photo. That is the most tangible way in which you can help her, law enforcement, and to help bring her home to her community and to help out or identify the person or persons responsible and get them in shackles and in courtrooms where they belong. And that being said, the same remains true of any of those are high-profile, active, ongoing investigations. You see those like Michelle, Killer, and the rest clawing and, digging into. Those, so yeah. And as always, please do share the DV/Universal hand signal for help. Canada does save lives from domestic violence, obviously, to home invasion stuff. You can't make a peep, but you can make a signal over device. To public settings, kidnappings, abductions, home health emergencies, those with speech disabilities, you name it, Canada does save lives. So please learn it, know it, share it. Alright, and y'all enjoy the spec, the vast cosmos, the dance of life, your favorite song, your favorite critter, your favorite person. My best advice always is to be a good pebble, good spark, and avoid splitting where you can. And to always tell those you love that you love them as they come and go throughout the day and out every door. And to never go to sleep angry. Alright? Anyway, y'all enjoy the dance of life and all of its storms and glory and blue skies and gray ones alike. Much love, guys.